him in the 90s before he went to be with the Lord. But how about an Ace Hennigan win? Anybody seen one of those? Don't be shy. Raise your hand if you've seen Tommy Joe Hennigan win a race. All right, all four of you. We got some new race fans here tonight, folks. Raise your hand then if you've seen Chris Hennigan ever win a race. Everybody's hand should go up if you've ever been here. He's the all-time winningest driver at Arclitect Speedway. Well, how about the next gen? Fourth gen hen. It's a little henny. Dustin Hennigan, and only I think his 12th or 13th total start. This kid had never raced prior to this season. He hadn't even sat in the wheel of a race car 6 months ago. Only been racing for about 4 months. Dustin Hennigan, Chris Hennigan's son, is fourth overall in passing points after the 2 rounds of heats. And the young man, 15 years old, sits fourth, and he has a guaranteed spot in the show. What a stellar run for the youngster last night.
Yeah, it's an absolute dream come true weekend so far for the 22 of Dustin Hennigan. Obviously, he's got some wins in the mini wedge kart division back at Boot Hill. But to my knowledge, I don't think he's got a factory stock win yet. So for him to start in the top 2 rows here in a 50-lap, $5,000 to win race at his home track, it doesn't get much better than this for the 22 of Dustin Hennigan.
Yeah, and I talked to him last night. We had a little interview there in the pits, and I talked to him about that run he had down at Sabine. He raced that 7,500 to win race at the end of May, and he had a really good run down there. I mean, he started 5th in it and had a really, really good run, and I asked him how much just that was the race that really gave you the confidence that you could actually race door-to-door with these guys. You know, he's just getting more comfortable, and as soon as he finds more comfortability behind the wheel, that kid is going to look like a seasoned vet, and he looks already smooth as butter as he was on a roll last night. So we'll keep our eyes on Dustin Hennigan here tonight. So we have a 17 and a 15-year-old locked in to tonight's main event for the factory stocks. C-Main number 1 factory stock cars. Oh, sorry, limiteds. My apologies. Limited modified cars. C-Main. We need you to get lined up to the staging area. Tell a friend, bring a friend back there, folks. Y'all be sure to get the word out and make sure that you spread the message in case they can't hear as well if you're standing up there near the pit speakers right now. Again, C-Main limited modified to the staging area.
Yeah, for good measure there. C-Main 1 and 2 for the limiteds. Get ready. Factory stock C-Main number 1. Get it on your mind.
So your top qualifier last night after the 2 rounds of passing point heats for the limiteds, it was Greenville, Texas racer Rowdy Day, and the number 20D IRP Racing chassis. Rowdy Day tops with 127.5 total points. Rowdy's been dominant this year in the Carlson & Son Ready Mix Limited Modified Sponsored Division at the Rocket Raceway Park in Petty, Texas. I think he's got 7 or 8 wins there. I'm not sure the exact tally, but it is pretty close to that tally. But Rowdy has been, again, nothing less than stellar all year long, and he brings it in last night, has an outstanding run, and he is your top qualifier. He's guaranteed a top 4 starting position here tonight. Again, behind Rowdy Day, the Dubrock Racing number 22 Express Racing chassis, the hired gun of the reigning limited modified Mike Parker Memorial Champion. Out of Lafayette, Louisiana, the owner and fabricator of Express Racing chassis, Shane Hebert. Second, he's guaranteed a spot tonight. He's locked into the top 4. He sits second in passing points. Third, the 2018 Factory Stock 50 winner here at Arclitex won a $4,000 victory. It's another guy he'd never won at Arclitex, but he got the money when it counted big. His first ever win here, a $4,000 victory here in 2018 is Brandon Brown from Hooks, Texas, in the W&W Timber IRP Racing Chassis, raceontexas.com, number 32. And your fourth and final car locked into tonight's limited modified main event. It will be car number K1 out of Marksville, Louisiana, the Paul Davis Restoration Petrie Race Engine Powered Express chassis, number K1 of Stephen Guidry. Stephen Guidry in the number K1 who's got a win here this season. He's got quite a few at the Hill over the last 6 or 7 years as well. So it's Day, Hebert, Brown, and Guidry, your top 4 in the limited mods.
All right, and one note on how we're doing the pole dash. It's going to be the Chili Bowl style. So the way that's going to work, the fourth place driver is going to race against the third place driver. Whoever wins that will get to take on the second place driver. Whoever wins that takes on the first place driver. So first place is guaranteed to start first or second. Second place could be first, second, third, or third. And third could be first, second, third, or fourth, and fourth could be first, second, third, or fourth.
It's pretty entertaining too. I mean, have you seen it before? I'm not sure if you've been behind the call on one, but it's pretty entertaining. I like it. It's pretty cool because it doesn't penalize them guys necessarily in a redraw. It puts it in their hands.
Absolutely, and you can play a little mind games. Some guys like to show what they have. Some just want to start where they start, and it's a 50-lap race, so guys don't necessarily have to be on the pole. There's plenty of time to make something happen.
Hey, I want to run down here and get a fast word with Whitehead real quick. If possible. I don't know if this mic's going to pick up. Okay, I know.
All right, so one more announcement. We got our 2 winners of the Ronnie Humphrey Pro Glow Facebook contest right here. The winner of the factory stock division, that's going to be David Vosbury in the 00, winning the best-looking factory stock. And the best-looking limited modified out of Walker, Louisiana, that's going to be the 21 of Jacob Avance. Both of those drivers win the Pro Glow best appearing car here at the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial, courtesy of Pro Glow and Ronnie Humphrey. Both of those drivers will receive $115 courtesy of Pro Glow. All right, race fans, it's time to rise to your feet as we're about to go to the Lord in prayer and ask for his blessing over this event. Let's pray. Dear God, thank you for this day, and thank you for allowing us to be here at the Arclitect Speedway and celebrate the life of Mike Parker through racing. God, we thank you for Mike Parker and all the lives that he's touched here and the legacy that he leaves behind here in the Arclitect racing scene. We thank you so much for allowing us to be here doing what we love. And as always, we thank you for what you've done on the cross for us, allowing us an opportunity to be with you and to reach things that we should not be able to reach. And Lord, we thank you for that every day. And every day we thank you for what you've done for us, once again, by giving us things that we don't deserve. It's in your name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, race fans, it's time to kick off the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial presented by Bordelon Septic Services. And we're going to start with C-Main number 1 of 2 for the Repipe Pros USRA Limited Modifieds.
I was to try to get a word with Justin Whitehead real quick down there in the infield. You know how it is. The mic never wants to work whenever you need it the most. So there we go. There you have it. Hey, Justin. Hey, Justin. These people said they love you. I hear they love you.
So C-Main number 1 for the Repipe Pros USRA Limited Modified is going to line up like this. On the pole out of Sibley, Louisiana, scheduled to be the 47cc of Connor Williams. Looks like Connor not making the trip tonight. To his outside will be the 99X of Dustin Durham in the Durham Lawn Care number 99X. Inside of row number 2 out of Texarkana, Texas, that's the 88 of Dustin Taylor. To his outside, the Storm Services number 17 of Austin Storm. Inside of row number 3 out of Kentwood, Texas is the 16C of Cody McDaniel. To his outside, the 66, the 903 Mafia number 66 of Dylan Beasley. Inside of row number 4, scheduled to be the 1 out of Minden, Louisiana, that's Michael Robertson in the P-Row Bucking Bulls number 1. To his outside out of Bradley, Arkansas, the Morgan Saws number 7 of Chad Morgan. Inside of row number 5 out of Walker, Louisiana, he's got 12 wins on the season. That's the 21 of Jacob Avance. To his outside out of Nederland, Texas, it's the 10T of Greg Miller. Inside of row number 6, that's going to be the 3W of Levi Wilkerson. To his outside, scheduled to be the 72 of Cody Laughlin. Inside of row number 7, the 24G of Randall Guffey. To his outside, the 218 of Cody Blanton.
What do you think, Arklatex Speedway race fans? We're ready to race for $5,000 here tonight.
And scheduled on the inside of row number 8, that's going to be the 21XL out of Marshall, Texas. In the TQC number 21XL, that's Taylor Bowes. And scheduled to his outside, the 21B of Tippy Bickham out of Blanchard, Louisiana. This is going to be a 12-lap C feature, and the top 6 cars will advance to the B feature later on tonight for the Repipe Pros USRA Limited Modifieds. So once again, 12 laps, top 6 cars will advance.
We got 2.
So we're going to give these guys just a few little hot laps here, working the track real quick. So due to missing a few cars tonight, this one's going to be a 10-lap C-Main. As we only have 9 cars going to compete for 6 spots in the B-Main.
Obviously, race fans, there's a little bit of extra moisture on the racetrack at the moment. And I know we said there was no hot laps. We're certainly not going to hot lap every car in every class here, but these are all of your cars as they're going to be on the racetrack for their lineup for the first and second C. So we're going to roll right now the second C main onto the racetrack to help roll the racetrack in real quick. I can tell you this right now before we ever get started, folks. We have the very best timing and scoring team race director in the country here in the form of Brad Hockaday with Professional Motorsport Solutions. We ran 276 laps last night. I believe it was 34 races total and 3 hours and 31 minutes. So I can assure you that we're going to run a tight ship tonight in a quickly, professionally ran program. Brad's the best in the business. And we're just going to get this rolled through here and get the track good and ready. And we'll rack them and stack them, and we'll throw the green here very shortly.
So also for all of you watching on Race on Texas, we're going to do our very best up here to make sure y'all know how many cars are going to advance from each race, as it's different race to race. There's going to be 6 advancing from each limited modified C, and then in each factory stock C will be advancing the top 3. And then when it comes to the B mains, for both limited modifieds and factory stocks, it will be the top 8 that will advance to the A. So once again, the top 6 out of the limited C's advance, the top 8 out of limited B's, and it's the top 3 out of the factory stock C's, and then the top 8 out of the factory stock B's. Once again, race fans, for all of you watching on Race on Texas, I'm Colin Bell. Zach Clark is to my left. And for all of you watching on Race on Texas, we wish that you could be here with us in person here at Arklatex Speedway, but we understand that you cannot be. So the second best option is Race on Texas tonight, and we are thrilled to have you watching behind the lens of Austin Wilkins' camera this weekend. Here at the Land of the Three Wide for the 9th annual Bordelon Septic Services Mike Parker Memorial. For any of y'all watching on Race on Texas, if you would like a shout out, you can send me a message on Facebook, Colin Bell-Dirt Track Announcer, and I'll do my best to get all those shout outs out throughout the racing action tonight while we have brief breaks in the racing action. But once again, as Zach said, we run a very quick show here with Brad Hockaday. So we may not be able to get all the shout outs in, but we're going to try our best as we have an action-packed racing event tonight, as we're going to crown 2 $5,000 champions tonight. So C-Main number 2 is going to exit the speedway, and we're going to reline up C-Main number 1. So once again, your lineup is supposed to be the 47cc of Connor Williams on the pole. He's not here. That will move the 88 of Dustin Taylor to the pole. To his outside will be Dustin Durham in the 99X. Inside of row number 2 is going to be the 16C of Cody McDaniel. To his outside will be the 17 of Austin Storm. Michael Robertson also not on the speedway. I saw him in the pits earlier, but doesn't look like the number 1 machine's going to make his way to the speedway. Going to have the 66 of Dylan Beasley, the 7 of Chad Morgan, the 21, that's Jacob Avance. Have the 10T of Greg Miller and the 24G of Randall Guffey. So once again, we'll have 9 cars competing for 6 advancing spots in C-Main number 1 for the USRA Limited Modifieds, presented by Repipe Pros. Well, that didn't take long. We got a shout out real quick. Gonna give a shout out to J-Rod and the current points leader of the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun region, Caleb Dillard, watching on Race on Texas tonight. We also have LaDonna Reed from Monticello, Arkansas, as well as Homer Hancock and Outlaw Lawn Care watching from Texarkana, Texas. Homer says, let's go racing, and I agree. As the lights go out, we're going to go green next time by for C-Main number 1 of the Reeb Hype Pros USRA Limited Modifieds.
I'd like to encourage some of you folks here right now, if you know anyone within striking distance of Vivian, Louisiana, we're not going to go quite this time. We'll go the next time. I want to encourage you guys, obviously, if you have a smartphone, send a text, messenger, whatever you got to do. Make a post on Facebook. Take a picture of this racetrack. Let folks know where you're at tonight. I think we can get some more folks in the grandstands because I strongly stress it. The drivers have done their part. We have the best racers from all over the Mid-South and, of course, the Arklatex that have stretched the pit area thin all the way to as far as you can park back there. They have packed it full of the highest and toughest tier talented drivers that you can find anywhere here in the Arklatex, and they're ready to lay it all on the line and put their talents on full force display here tonight for you guys. And now it's just up to us to pack the grandstands. They've done their part. Let's do ours. Let's see if we can't get some more people out here. And there's nothing like a full house on a dirt track Saturday night. We're going to go 10 laps in distance. Again, Colin Bell here to my right. I'm Zach Clark with Race on Texas. Always an honor and a privilege as Dustin Taylor out of Hooks going to lead us to the green. Keith Parker, your judge, jury, and executioner. We're underway at Arklatex.
So Taylor's going to get the early race advantage as he slides in front of Dustin Durham on the top side of the speedway and powers away.
And to turn number 3, Dustin Taylor in a new Express chassis. He just had a newer one and sold that one. He didn't like the feel of it, so he got this different hot rod as the number 88 machine rocks and rolls down into 1 and 2. Former number 24 D car, wife's favorite number is 88, so he swapped the number. As Dustin Durham 88 and 99 1 and 2 right now, followed by 66 and 17 a Storm at Avance, your top 5.
Currently holding the 6th and final transfer spot. That's going to be the 10T of Greg Miller out of Nederland, Texas, coming all the way from the Houston area as he battles side by side with Chad Morgan for the 6th and final transfer spot. 2 laps in of 10.
Yeah, not a whole lot happening right now. Everybody kind of tippy-toeing around the top ropes of the racetrack, just trying to find the quickest line, obviously, right now, as the track has a lot of moisture in it at this juncture. Track was phenomenal from top to bottom and all parts in between last night. We were treated, as we said, as some of the best racing I've seen here in quite some time. Right now off the exit of corner number 4. Working down to it. The next time by, it'll be halfway in, and the other half to go yet. It's all Dustin Taylor all the time as he rocks and rolls his way down the boulevard into turns 1 and 2, and they'll exit and approach the tail end of lap traffic here. The lone soldier lap car into 3.
Dustin Taylor trying to negotiate the lap traffic of Randall Guffey as Guffey spins into the infield. Both of the Dustins are going to clear by, and now we have a race out front. The 88 and the 99X is going to go at it for the race lead.
Here comes the Durham Lawn Care and Landscaping, number 99X DRC chassis. He and his brother Derek built and fabricated that car out of their own shop there in Texarkana, Arkansas. And right now he's got a run on his fellow Texarkanan into turn number 1. So Miller County fights Bowie County right now for the top 2 spots as you got a good battle kind of taking shape here for 4th and 5th respectively with the driver who's won 12 times this year, 3 at Baton Rouge Raceway, and quite a few at the Pike County Speedway. That yellow 121 best show car, best appearing car this weekend. Not so much anymore. Car on the right side is beat in, but here comes Avance, speaking of.
Yeah, race car only stays pretty until they start paying money. So Avance is going to take the 4th spot away from Storm down the Max straightaway. Dylan Beasley running on the 3rd spot, and Greg Nederland still has the 6th and final transfer spot with 2 laps to go for Dustin Taylor out front. So it's Dustin Taylor, Dustin Durham, Dylan Beasley, Jacob Avance, Austin Storm, and Greg Miller out of Nederland, Texas, has your 6th and final spot with 1 lap to go.
Final trip down the back straightaway, the white flag waving here as we exit this time through corner number 4.
Problems for Cody McDaniel with a 16C as he's going to spin on the exit of 4.
I couldn't see him.
And the checkered flag will wave for the 88 of Dustin Taylor. The Storm fireballs through turns 3 and 4, but he's going to finish regardless.
Bag it down, buddy.
So Taylor, Durham, Beasley, Avance, Storm, and Miller will be your 6 transferring cars from C-Main number 1.
Well, if he finds out when his racing shoes start melting to the pedals, he'll figure out what's going on down there. But Austin Storm brewing a firestorm there off the exit of corner number 4, and that red number 17 is about to be up in red flames there. Obviously he was, but thankfully it looks like it went out there. But Austin Storm and that Storm Services IRP chassis, who got a win here last season and got one at the Super B Speedway multiple times as well. He'll take a screeching stop there to the back straightaway.
Exactly. So here comes C-Main number 2 for the limited modifieds on the pole at Stonewall, Louisiana. It's going to be the down home sausage number C12 of Chris Hall. And to his outside, out of Danbury, Texas, it's going to be Ray Allen Kohanic in the 33. Inside of row number 2 is the USRA national points leader out of Kaufman, Texas. That's Justin Vaughn and 2JT. To his outside is going to be Bailey Turner in the 24B. In the Farmers Bank and Trust number 24B, Bailey Turner. Inside of row number 3, the 164, that's Jason Downey. To his outside, scheduled to be Chris Green. He's not going to make it tonight. Scheduled for the inside of row number 4 in the Truck Superstore number 211 out of Baytown, Texas. That's Chad Fitzgerald in the 211 Star. To his outside, the 23 Junior of Cliff Tupper Jr. in a brand new Western Flyer race car. Stephen Hogan in the Straight Up Nutrition number 18H. Also got Bubba Sampson in the 48 machine on the Speedway. The 3R of Charles Riley III out of Huntsville, Texas. Also on the Speedway, the 7th Tap Brewery Project number 12P of Jacob Mauser out of Minden, Louisiana. And the final car on the Speedway out of Frankston, Texas. That's going to be the 18 in the 903 Mafia Triple Crown Coating D3 Motorsports. Number 18, that's Blake Mackey. So this C-Main will also be 10 laps in distance. For the USRA Limited Modifieds, the top 6 cars will advance to the B-Main. So we're going to give them a few hot laps here again for session number 2. Or I should say C-Main number 2. For the Repipe Pro USRA Limited Modifieds, as we're making sure the track surface is ready and making sure these guys have an idea of what the track surface is like to avoid catastrophe in turn 1 of this 10-lap C-Main.
Yeah, nothing like going out there and catching a full surprise when you send her down there deep and cheap in turn number 1. So stacked and racked here, we got a drone flying over here. Not sure who's at the controls of that one. Could be Mike Washburn, who knows. I think Scott Burson's controlling it on his phone down there. It's pretty impressive. Like they're just as fast as the race cars. Some of them. That one's getting it right now. He's falling. Actually, that's a Race on Texas drone, maybe. So here we go, folks. Racked and restacked down the back straightaway. The original start. A C-Main number 2 of the night. It's Chris Hall in the IRP Racing chassis number 12. Ray Allen Kohanic, the multi-time ASCS Gold South Sprint Car champion. The lights are out. We're underway off the 410 laps in distance. Here we go.
Hall's going to sail to the top side of the Speedway. Kohanic tries to turn under him. Can't make it happen. And here comes Justin Vaughn in the 2JT. Bailey Turner looks to the inside of Kohanic as well as those top 4 cars start to distance themselves. And now we have a top 6 breakaway. Those 6 cars are the top 6, and we're taking 6 to the B. So we'll see if Bubba Sampson can catch up to Cliff Tupper.
And what we're going to see tonight, Colin, obviously, as the racetrack gets more run in, it's going to be even better. I talked to Justin earlier. He said he thinks the track's going to be even better here tonight. And right now, Bailey Turner going to hustle his way to the race lead. He says hello and goodbye to Chris Hall as Ray Allen Kohanic might take a dive, and he'll take second. They relegate your early race leader, Chris Hall, your pole sitter, back to the 3rd spot as here we come into turn number 3. The top 6 cars right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 underneath Grandma's quilt.
Go 3 wide for 4th through 6th between Vaughn, Fitzgerald, and Tupper right there. As out front is Bailey Turner, followed by Ray Allen Kohanic. 3rd is Chris Hall. 4th, Justin Vaughn. 5th right now is Chad Fitzgerald. And rounding out your 6 transferring cars at this moment is Cliff Tupper Jr.
That hot rod down the back straightaway. Not sure the 18 sounded like he dropped a brick in his dishwasher. As off of two down the back straightaway, Bailey Turner minding his own business right now, beginning to stretch that advantage out as it'll be 5 laps to go. This time by as they work down Main Street into turn number 1. 5 in and 5 laps to go to this 10-lap C-Main affair. Ray Allen Kohanek still rides in second, respectively. A great battle here for 5th is heating up. Fitzgerald rolling down to the inside of Chris Hall, who is faded into this one here, Colin, as Cliff Tupper in 23 rolling as he holds the 6th and final transfer spot in hand right now.
Charles Riley III sitting one spot out there in that black and orange number 3 as he's trying to work his way up to the 23 junior of Cliff Tupper Jr. so he can extend his racing here tonight at the land of the 3 wide. So we got Turner out front, followed by Kohanek, Vaughn, Fitzgerald, Hall, and Tupper Jr., your 6 cars, your top 6 right now, as Bailey Turner gets around the slower car of Blake Mackey.
Yeah, Blake Mackey having a difficult time there as the caution flag comes out. Not sure, I didn't see what transpired. If there looks to be some moisture or a line on the racetrack, maybe that's fluid. I'm not real sure. So the yellow flag comes out with only 3 laps remaining in your second C-Main of the night here at Arklatex. Night number 3 of the Mike Parker Memorial. $5,000 hangs in the balance. And you first got to transfer through this one to the top 6 just to give yourself a prayer and a chance at a Hail Mary to go through the B-Main, and then you'll have to transfer out of the B to the A. Right now, Cliff Tupper Jr. occupies the 6th and final transfer spot at this juncture, as there was some fluid here on the front straightaway, the reason for the caution. I didn't see who expired, maybe a power plant.
Zach, I believe that was the straight-up nutrition number 18 of Stephen Hogan, who just pulled off the Speedway.
Now, tough break for the Jefferson, Texas racer Stephen Hogan in car number 18, former mini-time hot stock winner here at Arklatex Speedway.
So the one guy that did want to see that caution flag, that's going to be the 48 of Bubba Sampson as he sits one spot out. We'll see if he can get around the 23 junior of Cliff Tupper Jr. with 2 laps to go here in the final C-Main for the Repipe Pros USRA Limited Modifieds.
So Cliff Tupper, who set quick time at this event when it was held at Timberline Speedway, 9 years ago when he got back into dirt track racing after a long hiatus. Everybody's pointing up. I thought maybe the drone lost control. I wasn't sure what happened there. Either that or we got a skydiver jumping in. I've seen that. I've seen that before.
About 4 of them.
So Bailey Turner out of Hooks, Texas. If folks you didn't know, that is Justin Whitehead's cousin. They are definitely cousins, first cousins. As it's going to be Bailey Turner to lead us back to the green flag here with 2 laps to go here at Arklatex.
So the green flag waves and the battle for the 6th spot emerges between Tupper and Sampson, and Tupper's going to get the upper hand right now.
This time by, it'll be the white flag being displayed here in Vivian for your second and final C-Main before we move on to the B-Mains. Factory Stocks up next, waiting in the wings in the staging area at the top of turn number 3 as Turner leads a full throat down the boulevard into 1 and 2. 24B of Turner separates himself over Ray Allen Colehan, the former sprint car standout, as they work into 3 and 4 for the final time. Veteran flagman Keith Parker will display a face full of checkered flag to your C-Main winner number 2 for Bailey Turner. Oh boy, that got a little hairier than Carey there.
Chris Hall gets loose on the exit of 4, but he's still going to finish in the 5th spot. Cliff Tupper Jr. will get the 6th and final transfer spot. Second goes to Ray Allen Kohanek in the 33. Third was Chad Fitzgerald in 211. Fourth to the 2JT of Justin Vaughn. And once again, taking the win is going to be the 24B of Bailey Turner out of Hooks, Texas.
Factory Stock C feature number 1 about to roll over the top of turn number 4. I believe we're taking the top 3. Top 3 to the B. The first C feature of the night on the pole out of Diana, Texas. It's going to be the driver to the 2K Ratchet Racing chassis of Nicholas Kirby. Outside of Nick Kirby, it'll be car number 1 out of Robeline, Louisiana, Stoney Dubois. Stoney Dubois in car number 1. Inside of row number 2 in car number 81 out of Alvarado, Texas, it's Jeff Hauser. Outside out of Provençal, Louisiana, now the Friday night promoter down at Sabine Speedway and the LCC Trucking, Maine Motorsports. Best engine powered outlaw chassis number B21, a feature race winner this season. It's Bubba Jones. Inside of row number 3 at a Combine, Texas. How about the pair of B21 cars? Many-time winner, a multi-time winner at the Rocket Raceway Park this season over in Petty in the B21 with a crate power plant underneath the hood. It's Bryce Pritchett. Outside in car number 4, Junior. Swept last weekend at Boyd Raceway on the Friday night program. Won in the IMCA Sport Mod. Won in his IMCA stock car. Back racing home for summer. It's the son of Travis. It's Boone Evans. It's Ford Jr. out of Bullard, Texas. Toby Earhart out of Anacoco, Louisiana. Policy Autism Awareness number 44. Outside of row number 4, starting in 8th, it's Scotty Hushelpeck from Texarkana. And the 5-0 for Cole Ogden. Inside of the 5th row, starting 9th of the West Monroe, the Outlaw Chassis 125 is Lou Lyles. Brian Groshon out of Shreveport in car number 82. Cameron Furr at Kilgore, 1 star. Gary Fitch, Cortland Smith, and Mikey Brunker. The lights are out. All cars made the dance, or made the start anyway. 12 laps in distance. Here we go.
We're underway. Kirby's going to get the early race advantage, and we're only taking 3 cars here as the caution flag going to wave instantly, as flagman Keith Parker did not agree with that start, and we're going to restack them.
So 2K and Nicholas Kirby being sat down a row in a seat here, and he'll have to stare at the trunk lid of the number 81 of Hauser here, as he will be now put to the pole. That's not what you want in this situation when you're only taking the top 3. You do not want to be the bad dog with no biscuit here.
Yeah, he went from first to the final transfer spot there, as we got 12 laps for him to hold off or improve his spot. As once again, we're only taking the top 3 from all 4 of these C mains, so a lot of really good race cars about to end up on the trailer here.
I didn't quite see it. Like I said, my vantage point up here at the left side of this booth, I can't always see very well in 3-4 unless I peek all the way over. But that penalization right there puts you from first to on the bubble. That's not where you want to be for Nick Kirby. Lights are out. We're underway under the gun into turn number 1.
Especially with a pair of B21s breathing down your neck.
Yeah, we got more carnage on the front straightaway.
Between Lou Lyles and Gary Fitch on the front straightaway.
Just as we went 4 wide off the exit of 2, Gary Fitch again, like Colin said, and 2 to Lou Lyles in the 125 car. It's been a tough weekend for Lou. Lou was dismissed here last night in heat race number 1. Be careful there, John. It's slippery down there. Believe you me, I had to knock my shoes off before I walked back in the press box.
So the caution flag going to wave before we can even get to turn number 1. So we're going to go for an original restart here of C-Main number 1 for the KMO Racing Factory stocks. So a shout out, Alex Bates wants to give a shout out to Double H Pressure Washing. That's going to be Hunter Hobson starting a new business this week. So shout out to Hunter Hobson and Alex Bates.
You got to pay for that. I'm just kidding.
Also got Brandon Laughlin. He was here last night. He's going to give a shout out to all his boys watching from Ashdown, Arkansas, as he was in the 72 Limited Modified.
Well, while we're at it, we're just shouting out. I want to give a shout out to Bill's Towing Recovery. That's your father's business. He's right down there. I want to give a shout out to my dad's business. How about Integrity Imports over in Bossier City, Louisiana? You need a import car, anything repaired from Mitsubishi, Hyundai, Toyota, Honda, whatever it is, he'll get you fixed up, and he does the very best work in the business around the Architects. That there is no doubt. Well, he's really busy right now, so.
Put in the 7. Okay, 48. So an update from the last C-Main, the C12 of Chris Hall did not report to the tech shed, so he's been disqualified, and that will put the 48 of Bubba Sampson into the B-Main later on tonight.
Man, that's tough. That's just a mistake that a driver who obviously hasn't been racing a long time for Chris Hall. You hate that for him because obviously he started on the front row. He faded, but nonetheless, he at least had himself a transfer position to put himself in position to try to race his way in through the B-Main. You hate to see it.
Yeah, that's absolutely unfortunate. That's one of those mistakes that hopefully a driver only makes one time, so we hope Chris will learn from that, and he'll be back later and maybe work his way back into a B-Main of another $5,000 to win race later on this year.
Well, as they say, you going to learn today. As the 125 of Lou Lyles again and Gary Fitch will get them separated. Got to get them separated down here in 1. So the 1 of Jeff Hauser will be your race leader, the Niebauer Racing number 81 machine. And I'll tell you what, you're going to see a lot of great racers sprinkled throughout these C-Mains, and you'll think to yourself, well, why is Bubba Jones in a C-Main? That's because we had 88 stellar competitors here all weekend long, and Bubba hadn't had a bad weekend by any stretch. I mean, he's starting up near the front. Yeah, he's got a provisional if necessary. I'm sure that he can fall back on due to the fact that Cody and CJ have raced their way in already. So he's looking to have his best potential starting position here in the number B21 car, but he might want to be careful putting too many laps and wearing the car out as well.
Yeah, Bubba definitely plans on making all 50 laps later on tonight. And obviously with a 50-lap race, he's got plenty of time to get from the 24th starting spot up to the front. So a few more shout-outs. We got Bob Trawick watching from New Mexico once again. Martha Carey's watching from Balk Springs, the family of Bryce Pritchett in the B21, who's currently sitting in the 6th spot. He's got 3 spots to advance to work his way into a B main later tonight. That's the B21 of Bryce Pritchett.
Give a shout-out to my good friend there, Mike Marshak, and the driver of the Insulin chassis, number 45, who's not here with us, a former top 5 finisher at the Cajun Cruiser Classic here in Vivian. You've seen that orange number 45 car here perform well as at the King of the Hill at Boot Hill Speedway. We'll hope to see him down the road at the Farm Boy Motorsports Allard Racing powered driver of the number 45, and probably needs something more than that Red Bull, right? He's watching from the big city of Tellico, Texas. And thank the Allard Racing family and Farm Boy Motorsports for tuning in.
I got an important announcement here from Justin Whitehead himself, the promoter of this race. Spears Oil and Gas has added $500 to the factory stock A main tonight. So good to see Jeff Spear and Dylan Spear with Spears Oil and Gas, one of our weekly sponsors here at the Arclitech Speedway, adding $500 to the factory stock purse tonight.
I want to give a shout-out to one of my good friends growing up out of Houghton, Louisiana, now resides in Tyler, Texas. And I know he's been going to the races with Keith Battiali. And I know his father, Derek's father, and Keith are good friends. A good friend of Derek Tyson I grew up with in Houghton, went to school with. He's watching tonight as well on Race on Texas at his home there in Tyler, Texas. Appreciate you for tuning in, Derek.
Yeah, we also got Mark Powell watching from Anacoco as we're going green here for the first restart of C-Main number 1 for the factory stocks presented by KMO Racing. And we're nearly 3 wide for the race lead as Hauser goes side by side with Dubois, and here comes Jones.
Here we go. 3. That Red Bull's killed.
Ran out of space with the B21 there as he's currently sitting in the 3rd and final spot. At the line this time, Stoney Dubois leads lap number 1 as Bubba Jones going to cut off the 2K of Nick Kirby. Obviously didn't know he was there, but they're running out of space. A side-by-side battle for the 3rd and final transfer spot between the pair of B21s.
I don't think I've ever balked so hard at a 3 wide before. Into turn number 3 we go. It's hitting up at Arclitech, and the racetrack's getting sporty, baby, off the exit of corner number 4. Down the front boulevard into turn number 1. We set it just as soon as this racetrack gets widened out, and the factory stock's doing just what they did last night. They're 3 different lanes wide. What's more, here comes Bubba Jones for the race lead into turn number 3. Hello, how you doing? Keep it moving. Jeff Hauser will sing the song off the exit of 4, and he'll hold on to the race lead in 81.
So it's Hauser followed by Jones. Dubois has the 3rd and final spot, followed by Pritchard and Kirby, your top 5, I should say, as here comes Pritchett to the inside for the 3rd and final spot of Dubois, as Jones going to give a shot to the race leader of Hauser.
As they exit corner number 4, Bubba Jones all over the trunk lid of the number 81 as the battle heating up once more. A little bit of right side romance that time from Dubois. B21 of Pritchett. Oh boy, Bubba Jones got up in there in the fluff and cross lanes way down the racetrack, and they're getting a run on him. A wheel cover just flew off the right side of Bryce Pritchett's car. Thank goodness it didn't go over the wheel, go over the stands.
He doesn't need that.
You don't want to take one. A fan doesn't want to take that to the neck.
He's going to split Bubba Jones and Stoney Dubois, or attempt to, I should say, as he doesn't quite get the run on Jones he was looking for there. But regardless, he's got the 3rd and final spot down the back straightaway.
Yeah, he may not need it, but like I was saying, a fan don't need that to startle them there on the backstretch. As we exit 4, it's 6 in and 6 laps to go of this 12-lap affair. It's all Hauser all the time with that Niebauer Racing number 81 car. As they exit corner number 2 and down the back straightaway, they're the top 4 cars single file right now, but the battle is heating up for Kirby and the 2K, the 5-0 of Hushelpeck, and here comes Boone Evans out of Bullard, Texas.
5 laps to go for the 81 of Hauser, the B21 of Jones, and the B21 of Pritchett. As they're way out front, is contact between Pritchett and Jones, as Jones got a little bit loose once again, and Pritchett was right there and made contact with him, sending the B21 around.
So Bubba was letting it hang all out here tonight. Well, Bubba was getting... Bubba looked like he was getting a little loose down there, if we're being honest here. Bubba was a little cattywampus down there on entry into 1 and 2. Wow, that's unfortunate for Bryce Pritchett. As Bubba Jones, the pair of B21 cars coming together on the racetrack, and that's not how we thought that this thing was going to end up.
Yeah, definitely know that wasn't intentional.
No,
Bryce is an
absolutely
aggressive
not.
racer in that B21, and we're in C mains. You know, you got to fight for every inch, and we've seen Bubba Jones getting loose the last few turns with no cars around him as he got
Right.
loose on the exit of turn 2 a few laps ago.
I mean,
Not quite positive, but I think Bubba may have got loose and slowed up a little bit
Yeah,
in front of
he-
the B21 of Pritchett.
he in fact did. Look, Bubba's one of the best factory stock drivers around. He got a little cattywampus. Pritchett just couldn't get woed up good enough, and unfortunately, that's just how the cookie's going to crumble on this one. The call's been made, and that's what it's going to be. As we're back underway here down the front of Main Street into
Bubba
turn.
Jones
Whoa, my
has
goodness.
A rough restart there as Hauser and Dubois going to get by him, and now they're 3 wide for the third and final spot.
Dubois took the escalator all the way from the top shelf from the Rockin' on the Red rooftop party down to the bottom. He's headed to the Rockin' Rodeo. Look at him rolling to second. Out of Robeline, Louisiana comes Stoney Dubois. He says, get the hell out of my house. Rolling into turn number 1, the 2K at Kirby now. He's going to take over the third and final transfer spot after fading back to 5th, Colin.
Keep your eyes on Grosjean and Furr as they've worked their way through the field, and they just need 2 more spots to work their way into a B main later tonight.
As the 81 bobbles a little bit off the exit of 4, he gets it iron back out and sets that wrinkle down into 1 in car number 81. Here comes Hauser with the race lead off the exit of 2 with the 1 in tow of Dubois. Here comes Jones giving them a shot in the shorts on the entry to turn number 3 at the midpoint of the back straightaway.
The one person that wants those 2 cars to battle the most is going to be the 1 star of Cameron Furr, as now he loses ground to
my
Grosjean
goodness.
as those 2 continue to rub on each other for the 3rd spot.
They just wrecked each other 1,000 times. Nick Kirby and then Brian Grosjean finished him off over here. I'm not sure if he just didn't like what he saw, what was going on with he and Bubba Jones, but Nicholas Kirby and Bubba Jones having some fireworks, and Brian Grosjean said, hey, I got an artillery shell here for you as well.
Caution flag is really going to enable the 1 star
Oh.
of Cameron Furr and the 4 junior of Boone Evans, who probably didn't have much of a shot there with a lap and a half. Now they've got a great opportunity here on this restart.
Holy smokes, folks, what just happened out here? It is getting wild right now. Bubba Jones and Nicholas Kirby obviously don't look like they're going to be sending each other Christmas cards come December. They may not even make it to Thanksgiving dinner in November, the way we're looking right now. Hope they celebrated the 4th of July because they just gave us enough fireworks here. A week after the fact, nonetheless, it's pretty hard racer there between the 2K and B21, and then Brian Grosjean just went off in there and he finished the 2K and Nicholas Kirby off. I saw a lot of sparks and such up underneath the B21. I'm not sure what that was. I think he may be missing a shock or something came out the way the car is sitting right now. But if you're Nick Hoffman, that works for you. Not sure how well it works in a factory stock. So we're backing away, hustling into turns 1 and 2. It's going to be the 81 of Hauser out of Alvarado, Texas. Your race leader, Bubba Jones, will skate by the number 1 of Dubois. Down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, Dubois going to look to reel back in Jones, who took that 2nd spot away as the white flag waves this time. Nicholas Kirby's going to have to go, and he's got to go now if he wants to transfer on to one of the B mains here tonight. Man, Cameron Furr tries to find a lane around. Goodness gracious. Nick Kirby is about to hit everything on the racetrack except if we had a pace car, and he gets turned by the 44.
These Texas drivers there are colliding with Furr and Kirby as Hauser's going to win it. Jones is 2nd, and Dubois rounds out your top 3 transferring cars.
Is he missing the right rear on that car? It's hard to tell from my vantage point. Is the right rear of the 2K of Kirby's wheel missing there, or am I just seeing things? I love Nick Kirby. He's my boy, but man, he had a hard go of it right there, ladies and gentlemen. I think he made contact with about every car on the racetrack except if we had a pace car there. But that was a tough go of it there.
Yeah, so the 1 of Stoney Dubois is going to transfer the B21 of Bubba Jones, and taking the win, the 81 of Jeff Hauser. As here comes factory stock C-Main number 2. Zach's going to give you the lineup.
On the pole, factory stock C feature number 2 out of Marshall, Texas, a multi-time winner this season, former pole sitter of this event when it was held at Arklatex in 2018. The Blanchard Hauling Battle Wagons race cars, number J27, a Scotty Case out of Marshall. Outside from Provençal, Louisiana, the O'Reilly Auto Parts number 15X, that's Dakota Wyatt with a feature win this season down at Sabine Speedway. Inside over number 2 from Texarkana, Arkansas, 35M car is TJ McCarty. Outside from Texarkana, Arkansas, the Durham Lawn Care Landscaping number 99X Durham chassis of Dustin Durham. Inside of row number 3 and the Hot Wheels number 10K in the Texarkana, it's Tracy Corp. From Romoline, Louisiana, car number 55 in the Outlaw Racing chassis, it's digging Dalton DuBois in 55. Inside of the 4th row, 75 years old, age ain't nothing but a number, folks, 75 years old, a former Vietnam War veteran. In the 00H Snoopy's Auto Repair, Gary's Auto Body, it's Gary Hendrickson from Texarkana, Texas. Outside of the 75-year-old vet, it's another veteran. He ain't quite 75, and I don't find him. Unfortunately, Jeff Lewis not making the call in the number 40. Jeff Lewis, unfortunately, not making the call. He broke last night here in that Motor Wildline JRP Products number 40 car. We hate to see it because we love Jeff. We love watching him race anytime he gets the opportunity to do so. So we'll find the number 58 of Tiffany Welch out of Greenwood, Louisiana, the pink racing number 58. And Chris Sawyer and Sonny Chofin at car number 75. The lights are out. The green comes out. We're underway into turn number 1.
So here we go, led by the J27 of Scotty Case through turns number 1 and 2. As once again, we're taking the top 3 cars to the B main as we got a battle side by side for the 3rd and final spot momentarily as Dustin Durham storms by the 35 of TJ McCarty.
Off of 4, leading lap number 1 and J27 of this 12-lap affair is going to be Scotty Case as they hustle. Off of 2 and down the back straightaway. Scotty Case with the race lead over the 15X of Dakota Wyatt, who gets a shot in the shorts at the midpoint by the 99X of Durham, as here comes Diggin' DuBois around the hub of the racetrack in 55.
So we got Case, Wyatt, Durham, McCarty, and DuBois, your top 5 cars, as DuBois sliding to the inside of McCarty, trying to find a way around the 35M so he can chase after the 99X and the final transfer spot into the B main. Hendrickson runs on the 6th spot. Chofin is 7th. 8th is Corp. 9th is Sawyer. And Welch rounds out your 10-car field at this point. So DuBois has cleared McCarty, and now he's trying to chase down the 99X of Dustin Durham as Durham closing in on the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. Brothers-in-law right there, the 15X of Dakota Wyatt and the 55 of Dalton DuBois. So those two guys, it'll be interesting to see if those two have to race each other for the 3rd and final transfer spot. As Durham gets in a little bit hot, he's going to hit the brakes to avoid taking out the 15X of Wyatt, and that's going to allow the 55 to jump onto the back bumper of the 99X.
We continue on down the back straightaway, single file around the Arklatex Speedway right now. Next time by, it'll be 3 laps to go for Marshall, Texas racer Scotty Case. Now resides out of Marshall, formerly from Calhoun, Louisiana, the Ford-powered Battle Wagon race cars, number J27. But he's got company with the Romoline racer, or Provençal rather, the 15X of Dakota Wyatt. As Dustin Durham right there licking his chops as well. The top 4 cars right there underneath Gray Mall's quilt as they exit corner number 4. This time by down Main Street into turn number 1 with 2 laps to go.
And don't count out Sonny Chofin right there. Sonny Chofin, excuse me, in the 75. He was 6th quick here Thursday night, so he might have a provisional to rely on if he can't transfer his way in. But Sonny would like to race his way into this show in the 75.
Here comes Durham around the hub of the racetrack with the white flag waving this time. The battle for transfer is heating up. Only 3 of them move on, folks. And here comes DuBois, and here comes Durham. Oh!
As Durham gets loose, and DuBois going to capitalize, and it's going to cost Chofin as well. The top 3 don't know that they're out by themselves, and they're still racing hard for positions, as every spot right there is worth 4 spots in a B main.
You hate to see it there, folks. Top 3 cars finished that one tighter than the top string on the Texas fiddle there, folks.
I believe Scotty Case had a tire going down there in the J27 as Dakota Wyatt steals the win out of the last turn in the 15X. Scotty Case will transfer in the second spot in J27, and Dalton Dubois in the 55 takes your third and final spot.
Picked a good time for that tire to go down. He didn't want that to happen one lap prior, as he did fade. I believe Dakota Wyatt got him there at the line in the 15X car. The O'Reilly Auto Parts entry, the former winner this season at Sabine Speedway, the 15X Dakota Wyatt, the 23-year-old racer out of Provençal, Louisiana, your C-Main number 2 feature winner for the factory stocks, as that one was just getting wild there. And unfortunately, Durham got a little cattywampus down there in 1 and 2 with a little bit of assistance, and that kind of broke them up a little bit. But it was about to be really, really wild coming to the checkers if they all stayed together.
So here comes KMO Racing Factory Stock C feature number 3 on the pole. It's the Texarkana Texan. The Roto-Rooter Central Air and Heating number 38. That's Mike Wells to his outside. At Ashdown, Arkansas, that's the 15 of Austin Turner. Inside of row number 2, the best appearing car, courtesy of Proglo and Ronnie Humphrey this weekend. It's the Hitman Designs number 00 of David Vosbury. To his outside, in the Hunter's Body Shop number 35S out of Minden, Louisiana, that's JT Turner. Inside of row number 3 out of Karen Crow, Louisiana, it's going to be the 24B of Brent Broussard. And to his outside, out of Columbia, Louisiana, in the Southern Roofing 1S, that's Jamie Shirley. In the 88, that's going to be Billy Mazzell, the 3rd out of Frankston, Texas. To his outside, Racing Roy in 35 out of Texarkana, Arkansas. Charlie Crudoff in the 6. Olan Holder in the 127B. Kenneth Fieldler in the 15F. Michael Downey in 47. D27 of Devin Crudoff in the 11H of Logan Hughes. Top 3 cars advance to the B main, and we're green with Wells and Turner leading us to the green flag.
They hustle down into turns 1 and 2. It's going to be the 4-time 67 track champ, and the caution flag comes out. We've seen that at least 4 or 5, maybe 6 times this weekend, and we'll see if a driver's going to be sat down a row. Oh, boy. So Mike Wells goes from the in-house to the outhouse, goes right from the front row Joe spot right there to the bubble, as we're only taking the top 3 to the next one. As C feature number 3, Mighty Mike, the 4-time 67 Speedway track champion, not what he wanted there. We just saw out of the previous B-main with Nicholas Kirby as well.
Yeah, and that jump really cost Kirby. Hopefully, Mike can recover from this early race mishap, and we'll see how the 38 machine works his way from the bubble, see if he can work his way up, stay there, or will he fade, as we got 12 laps to find out.
David Fosbury in a brand new Outlaw racing chassis out of Shreveport. The 17-year-old racer hustles off a 4. Now your Polster in 00, the best appearing car this weekend. That car courtesy of Hitman Designs and Sean Graham. Here they go calling into turns 1 and 2, the 2x1 off the exit of 2. Turner gets a little bit of a right side from the 38 of Mike Wells as they go at it into turn number 3.
Here comes JT Turner as he makes a great dive under the 15 of Austin Turner, and the caution flag going to wave as the 15 of Fieldler has spun over in turn number 2.
Yeah, Kenny Fiedler in the car number 15, the Maybank, Texas racer, is going to come to a stop, and we'll see if he's able to continue here.
Sporting some Despicable Me minions on that machine. That's got to be a fan favorite with the kids, along with the Hot Wheels 10K of Tracy Corp. So another shout out, we got Sharon Duman. I believe I'm saying that. Durman, excuse me, is the mother-in-law to Clint Shirtliff, the 54X. She's watching on Race on Texas. Also got Colton Chamberlain again watching. Said the pork chop went to Big O to protect his national points lead, because we are not racing for USRA national points tonight. So pork chop made the decision to go over to Big O at Ennis, Texas.
So it looks like we're going re-racked and restacked here. An original restart with Fosbury, the 17-year-old out of Shreveport, Louisiana. The affordable cleaning team, Outlaw Chassis Hitman Designs number 00 car. He'll hustle his way off the exit of 4 with the pole position. To the green flag we go. Now, what? Wow. Wow. So both of your front row starters have been penalized. So that's going to put 38 back in front of 00 of Mike Wells. They both have been penalized apparently for jumping the start here. Now Broussard's going to get his shot at it.
So Brad Hockaday says we're going to go with the inside line until one of y'all does it right. And so Broussard's going to get the opportunity to go first to second without turning a lap.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you think it's possible that Billy Mazzell could end up starting this race in a minute? He's in the 88 car, fourth row to the inside. How about Charlie Crudoff? Yeah, this is getting a little wild.
C-Main number 3 underway, and this time it's going to be Broussard's opportunity with Turner on his outside.
He says, I can do it.
And we are green as the flagman. Keith Parker finally going to wave the green flag on C-Main number 3 for the KMO Racing Factory stocks.
Third time's the charm, folks. I tell you, as we go at it off of 2 down the back straightaway, you can throw a quilt over the entire top 6 cars right now. As they roll into turn number 3, you got to think Vosbury and Mike Wells are probably driving a little hot underneath the collar. One just went way over the top of 3 and 4.
Collide, running out of space there. Downey, Mazzell, and Crudoff going to collide as Holder rejoins the Speedway.
And
yeah, they went about 3 wide there, and Michael Downey in the 47 pushed coming off the exit of turn number 4 right into Crudoff and Mazzell, and those 2 cars look stuck, and they're in the infield.
so, yeah, it's, you know, once you move a little bit closer, and especially through these B mains, you'll see a lot less give and take, obviously, as these guys the whole weekend to this point, especially if they've been here since Thursday. It's been a long, hot couple of days, and we're getting down to it, folks. And this is when the going gets tough. And we only take the 3 cars out of this one to a B main, and then we'll take so many out of the B to the big dance here tonight.
About 2 seconds for going to the finish.
Yeah, Zach, you talked last night about a near full moon. I can't see the moon thus far, but it certainly feels like there's a full moon tonight with the action on the racetrack right now.
I have such terrible service here. It's hard to. I've got a bunch of messages. I just can't get them to load all the way. I can't see the name half the time when I get them. But I just got one from Kristen McConnell. They're pulling for Bubba and Daniel Jones, watching on Race on Texas tonight from Manning, Louisiana. We thank you guys for tuning in. Hey, real quick, I want to thank all of you great race fans that are here in the house at Arklatex tonight, getting the full effect. There's nothing like being at the racetrack and getting the full effect here, smelling the fumes and getting the full effect here. So we thank all of you folks who spent your hard-earned money with us here tonight to be here in person at the racetrack. But again, we thank all those that are watching live on Race on Texas via Speed Pass as well for the number 1 alternative. It's a great thing that you're able to take in the racing action if you weren't able to be here. I know a lot of folks have baseball, different family events and things. A lot of them are watching it on the go on their Google or Apple smartphones. So any way that you can take the event in, we certainly do appreciate you for tuning in and watching tonight.
Yeah, Zach, as you always say, you're just a fan armed with a microphone, and I'm the same way. Truthfully, if I wasn't announcing this race, I'd be right down there with the race fans enjoying this, because there's no better place to take in the races than the land of the 3 wide, and we are going to have an absolutely can't-miss show tonight.
Absolutely. And I love the way this track sits. You got the old Hearst Coliseum fold-out seats out here, and the way the racetrack sits, it's like that D shape, but you're right on top of the action, so you really get a good feel for the sport right here at this racetrack. That there is no doubt. And I'm telling you, folks, this racetrack, it's still got a lot of moisture in it right now. It's a little bit different characteristic to it than what we had here last night. But I believe once we get some more laps logged in on it, it's just going to get better, and it's going to get better, and it's going to get even better. As right now they're just trying to rolling it in a little bit here, as again a lot of moisture to it. But I did talk to Justin in the infield earlier. He said, "Man, I think we're going to have a better track than we had last night."
Yeah, absolutely. If anyone than we could last night, I believe in Gene Porter and Rollo Pilkington as well as the consulting of Justin Whitehead. Those 3 guys definitely know how to prepare a racetrack.
Hey, Josh Martin, I need to give you a holler real quick. I know you're locked into the top 4 tonight, but Josh Martin, I just needed to tell you that your wife and kids love you tremendously. Leslie showed up this evening for him. He didn't know that she was coming. He thought she was staying at the house. She showed up, surprised him.
Yeah, no pressure, Josh.
Yeah, no pressure. She said, "Oh my God, my baby's locked in. He's going to at least start 4th tonight. I better come over there so I can get some of that $5,000." She's getting the whole paycheck anyway, whether she came or not. It's just a little bit of extra security. She can come over here and get it herself, right?
She's got to make sure he doesn't bet anything on a cornhole game after the night.
Yeah, or stop at Horseshoe on the way home.
We got 1 lap down, 11 laps to go as the lights go out. Right now, it's Broussard, Turner, and Turner, your top 3 cars. They would transfer at this point, but we still got 11 laps to settle it.
Got a car in the work area. This will be lap 2 when he gets here.
So we have a car in the work area. We do allow him 2 laps in the work area. So this will be the last one for him. If he's not back out by that time, we will turn the light out and go to the green. Just a courtesy couple of laps here. Yeah, I think it was Billy Mazzell, the multi-time Boot Hill Speedway factory stock track champion, won the title there at Boot Hill in 2010 and 2011, the former ARCA Series Remax racer.
Charlie Crudoff able to continue there in the 6th, so it had to be the 88 of Billy Mazzell, the 3rd. Doesn't look like he's going to make it back out.
It's not the 3rd. I told him it's just Billy Mazzell. You're good. They said that on here. Backing away with Broussard out front, the Karen Kerr, Louisiana racer. I mentioned Thursday night, the hometown of Kevin DuPont, former Louisiana State Dirt Track Championship winner. We missed Kevin DuPont in that number 3, Jay. But right now, you got a battle taking shape for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They're 3 different lanes wide off the exit of 4th, the lane of the 3 wide.
We need the ambulance to the parking lot. Ambulance to the parking lot, if you can hear me.
So we're back at it. I'm not sure if the lap counter is correct over there, but I believe we got 8 to go. Differently than what the counter says. It says 10 on the board over there nonetheless. As we hustle down Main Street into 1, here comes the Hunter's Body Shop number 35. That's at a minute in Louisiana of JT Turner. We got a couple of them coming together back there, getting a little cattywampus as they enter turn number 1 and 2. Is that Charlie John and Devin 49? All the while, back up front for 2nd. The Hunter's Body Shop 35S under pressure from the Outlaw 00 as we got one around the 13-year-old Racing Roy in the Pate Automotive number 35 car. And the caution flag will wave once more in this one.
All right, so while things are quiet, we need the ambulance to the parking lot, please. Ambulance to the parking lot.
Again, folks, we need an ambulance to the parking lot. Being told again. Again, we need an ambulance to the parking lot. I believe he's headed that way now.
That's the North Caddo Medical Center ambulance. We thank them for being a consistent presence here at Arclotech Speedway as we're going back to the green flag of the 24B of Brent Broussard.
We wouldn't go green without him. As we hustle back into 1 on the restart, here comes the 35S of Turner, who had a really good run at that Battle of the Bend 7,500 to win race down in Manny at Sabine at the end of May. And here comes Charging Charlie down the back straightaway. Into 3 and 4. The top 5 cars underneath Grandma's knitted quilt off the exit of 4. It's going to be halfway in, the other half to go yet.
As we talked about a little bit last night, Zach, these Crudoffs have a knack for coming out of the alphabet soup and getting into the big show. So keep an eye on the 6 of Charlie Crudoff as well as the D27 of Devin, as they're still sitting a few spots out, but they still have 6 laps to make something happen.
Yeah, we saw the 56 of Stephen Crudoff, Charlie's brother, come all the way out of an E-Main, I believe, 1 year here at the Cajun Classic. As right now, the 00 Fosbury out of Shreveport continues to give hell to the back bumper to the number 35S. Just can't quite get the job done and snag that spot as Mike Wells, 1 spot out of the show, looking in, and he is giving it hell, trying to get back inside of it.
Yeah, Charlie told me yesterday in the pits that Steven never left the race car. He sat in the race car for 2 straight hours. He'd come to the trailer, get a bottle of water, and head back to staging.
That's great. My dad grew up, and I grew up watching my dad, your dad, racing mini stocks along with your uncle, racing mini stocks with Charlie as well, and a lot of great. Oh, and around goes the 35S of JT Turner. Oh my goodness, from the in-house
Somehow
to the outhouse.
Everybody avoided the 35T. Looks like the S1 of Shirley stopped, but I don't think they actually made contact. And so we're going to have a very interesting final 4 laps of C-Main number 3 here for the KMO Racing Factory stocks.
Man, JT Turner. This makes me think back at the end of May. It was down at Sabine for the 7,500 to win Battle in the Bend. and he looped it early in one of the B mains over there. He drove all the way from the back and less than halfway to go, but tonight that's not going to happen. I was going to see if he could duplicate that same feat, but unfortunately for the 35S, he may have had a tire going down for him to go pit side. But the Minden, Louisiana racer, the Hunter's Body Shop sponsored entry of JT Turner's night will be done. We'll stick a fork in him, unfortunately. That'll move up to 38, the 4-time 67 Speedway track champion of Mighty Mike Wells. Mike says, I don't mind it too much. Thank you so much, JT.
Keep your eyes on the 47 of Michael Downey as he started 12th in this one. He's up to 5th, trying to work his way into a B-main spot.
Oh, and Downey just drove over the right side of the number 19 of Turner. And he'll wash way up the racetrack. They go 3 different lanes wide momentarily as they exit corner number 2 down the back straightaway. It's still 24B of Broussard out of Karen Crow, your longtime race leader over Fosbury and Mighty Mike in your third and final transfer spot.
2 laps to go for Broussard as Fosbury still has second. Mike Wells has third at the line. But here comes Austin Turner. Charlie Crudoff smells blood in the water. Going to make it a 3-car battle down the back straightaway as Devin Crudoff brings out the caution in the D27 on the front straightaway.
We've had much more carnage to this juncture of the racing program tonight, Colin, than what we had last night. We didn't have many cautions at all last night. We ran 36 races and 276 laps in 3 hours and 31 minutes last night. We were rolling here at Arklatex, and we're treated to some of the best racing I've seen here in a long time. But again, here, this is the final night. These guys have been here all weekend long. It's been hot, and now they're going at it hot and heavy on the racetrack. And the 15, one of your transferred cars, or close to transfer there, of Turner, he and Mike Wells were going at it for transfer. He is stopped at the bottom of corner number 2. Mike Wells in the 38, not sure if he's got a tire down or what's going on. Leaking oil is Mighty Mike out of that Best Engines Outlaw Chassis Roto-Rooter Central Heating and Air sponsored number 38 car. Tough break for the Texarkana Texan in car number 38. He's headed pit side, and that just opens up the door for Charlie Crudoff in car number 6. So Charlie Crudoff started this race in the 9th position. I'm not sure if Thurman Wright's in the house tonight, but they were a dominant force together, a great alliance. And that Thurman's towing number 42W. He and Charlie Crudoff used to dominate at the old Champion Park Speedway in Minden, Louisiana. Charlie Crudoff began his race career in mini stocks back in the 2000s in that number C28 car. Moved up, raced street stocks. He raced open wheel modifieds. Former Southern Hot Stock Louisiana State Dirt Track Championship winner of the number 33 El Party Central car at the Boot Hill Speedway. But Charlie Crudoff, not sure. Oh, he's driving Stephen Harris's car this weekend, I do recall. That's a car that Stephen won in a raffle earlier this season.
Former Dylan Adams car. He led
that's a good car.
A large portion of a main event here about 2 years ago.
One of the best races I've seen here in a long. Or at that time, Bubba Jones ended up winning that race that night. But I do recall that one. Yeah, Dylan led a lot of laps and looked pretty sporty on that one. So when we go back to the green flag, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be 2 laps to go with a green-white checkered restart. Would like to remind you, your judge, jury, and executioner up in the Barksdale Federal Credit Union flag stand tonight is the longtime Boot Hill Speedway flagman, Mr. Keith Parker, and former late model racer here in the Arklatex. He's a good one indeed. He'll be with the man with the plan, holding the most important flags in his hands all night long.
So we're going to have a 2-lap green light checkered restart as the 24 sideline Cajun Pools and Spas number 24 of Brent Broussard out front, followed by the 00 of David Vosbury, and to his outside Austin Turner has the third and final spot right now with Charlie Crudoff and Michael Downey, both sitting 1 and 2 spots out. So Broussard going to lead us back to the green flag. Great restart for Vosbury. He's going to throw Turner right back on the bubble, and here comes Crudoff. Charlie Crudoff on the inside. Here comes Downey on the outside. Nearly 3 wide for the third and final transfer spot down the back straightaway as they're coming to the white flag this time, Zach.
It's heating up for the final transfer spot. Here comes Turner. Here comes Downey. Here comes Crudoff, and here comes Holder. The third and final transfer spot up for grabs, and Downey's got a run, calling on the outside of the racetrack off the exit 2 as they storm off into turn number 3 for the final time in the turn number 3.
He's going to give it all it's got as he throws it to the top side of the speedway. Broussard's going to win. Vosbury second, and Turner takes the third and final spot after a valiant effort from 11th to 4th for Michael Downey in the 47 machine.
Racing Roy did a little spin-a-rooney after the race there, kept it rolling and strolling to the 35. He didn't transfer, but it was impressive. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your unofficial top 3 cars. Your third and final transferee out of Ashdown, Arkansas. Car number 15, that's going to be Austin Turner from the outside pole. He does transfer on to one of your B mains here tonight. In the 00 Outlaw Racing chassis, it'll be David Fosbury out of Keithville, Louisiana, and taking the victory. He lucked up, folks, with the top two cars jumping the starts there, penalizing, unfortunately, Mike Wells and Fosbury, but Brent Broussard out of Karen Crow, Louisiana, car number 24B is going to be your winner of your third C feature tonight for the factory stocks.
All right, Zach. So Kane Buckmeyer just sent us a message. He said, just wanted to say that my wife and I really appreciate the love last night from you guys. Y'all freaking kick, insert word here. Thanks for all y'all do. Much love and respect. So good to hear that Kane Buckmeyer is watching in the 69X machine. Tommy Davis Jr. been driving for him this year. I was really hoping he'd be over here this weekend because he'd be a definite threat to park it in the victory lane right there. But absolutely, Kane, we appreciate so much all that you do for racing, especially sponsoring the Buckmeyer Motorsports Eco Mods over at Rocket Raceway Park, and as well as all that you do at RPM, Kennedale, Devil's Bowl, and all that you do for racing in the Dallas area.
So C feature number 4 now for the factory stocks. And on the pole, it's going to be Shelby Ward out of Texarkana, Arkansas. Shelby Ward out of Texarkana, Arkansas on the pole in the Ward's 4-wheel drive number 50. Outside in car number 83 out of Cleveland, Texas is going to be Calvin Tucker. Inside of number 2 out of Lubbock, Texas, the 2X is Brandon Williams. Outside of the Viter and the Grease and Tech Sills. Best engines, number 1H Outlaw chassis of Chad Herring. Inside of number 3 out of Minden, Louisiana, car number 53 is Hayden Brown. Outside the Anacoca, Louisiana racer and 7L is Dwayne Raines. Royce Jones out of Troop, Texas in car number 00J. And outside is Uncle Ricky Ingalls out of Longview in 81. We got Clint Shirtliff in this one in the number 54, Brandon Perrier out of Nashville as well, as their 4 different leads wind back here for 4th, calling off the exit of 2 down the back straightaway.
We also got Dalton DeVille on the Speedway in the 20D, as well as Jeremy Crumpler in the C8. Looks like Paul Turner and Chris Gardner not making the call tonight. As Herring slows in the 1H, they're going to go 4 wide on the front straightaway as they're trying to get by the 1H. Looks like Herring's lost power. Tough break there for the Houston area racer, the 1H of Chad Herring.
Yeah, tough break. Chad's been fast. He'll be back here in the Architects and racing in Greenwood for the 10,000 rank King of the Hill in a few weeks. But right now it's all Calvin Tucker out of Cleveland of the Cabo Racing number 83 with the race lead. How about Shelby Ward right now holding on to second using lessons learned from her father? Steve Ward, one of the winningest IMCA modified drivers here in the 90s and early 2000s. Right now his daughter rides in second comfortably as she's got a pack of hungry hounds about to knock on her back door off the exit of 4 in the form of the 53 of Brown and the 2X of Williams in the 1.
See, Zach, this is why these races are so cool. You got 88 factory stocks tonight. Where else are you going to see a Minden, Louisiana teenager battling with a veteran from Lubbock, Texas for the final transfer spot of a C-Main?
And how often are you going to see Ricky Ingalls battling about mid-pack in the C-Main trying to work his way forward? Been a tough road to hoe for the 81, but here he comes. I'm telling you right now, Ricky Ingalls has got that John Harvey Toyota PTS Power number 81 Outlaw chassis singing a song as he screams off into turn number 3 in the number 81.
So Calvin Tucker's going to see halfway down, halfway to go this time. Shelby Ward's got the second spot. Brandon Williams still holds third. 4th is Hayden Brown, and rounding out their top 5, Ricky Ingalls. As Brown goes side by side with Williams once again for the 3rd spot down the back straightaway.
Here comes Ingalls going 3 wide, nearly just can't quite find enough mustard to squirt to the outside of the 2X of Williams. Oh, and Shelby Ward just broke a motor on the middle of the front boulevard. You heard it go snap. And that is not what you wanted to hear and see for the young lady out of Texarkana who is having a heck of a run here tonight, Colin. You hate to see it, and the caution's going to have to come out.
Yeah, it doesn't get much worse than grenading an engine in the middle of a transfer spot when you're battling right in front of 3 really strong cars, holding them off. That was great racing right there as the track's really starting to take shape. Tough break there for the 50 of Shelby Ward.
Yeah, that's pop goes the weasel. Didn't show smoke, but that thing definitely banged out, and she quit running right there. I think Shelby Ward needs to be applauded for the effort that she had going here tonight in this C feature, was holding off a bunch of hungry hounds. As how about this battle that was beginning to take shape here, folks, at the 81 of Ricky Ingalls, been one of the most dominant forces in this factory stock class each of the last several seasons, from a runner-up in the 10,000 win King of the Hill event. Yeah, but Ricky Ingalls electing to try to go 3 wide, just trying to step up on the catch-up packet and squirt by and find the mustard on the top ropes of the racetrack. Just couldn't quite find enough to find a run on the outside of Williams. As Hayden Brown right there licking his chops, as well as Calvin Tucker, your longtime race leader here, with several laps to go.
Yeah, so we'll go back to the last completed lap. I believe that will give Williams the second spot and should give Brown third. Ricky Ingles may restart in the second spot, but I believe he should be fourth, sitting one spot out with 3 laps to go. I'd like to give a shout-out to Dakota Isley and the Isley family. They've been racing here in the Pro Mod division. They're watching on Race on Texas this evening. Number 83 of Calvin Tucker. He's been in control from the start of this C feature. He's been in control from the start of the green flag, I should say. And Calvin Tucker's dominated thus far out of Cleveland, Texas in that 83 machine.
Quick shout out to my good friends, Miss Liz and Mr. James Holt over there in White Oak, Texas. And Mom and Dad there to the driver number 31 of Justin Holt. Miss seeing Justin racing here in the Arklatex, especially in his factory stock. He was one of the top shoes, that there is no doubt. I don't even catch Justin much on iRacing anymore. He was really, really good at that as well, but we see him when the big money comes on the line anyway. But anyway, just give a shout out to you, Miss Liz. I miss you a whole bunch. Can't wait to see you and give you one of them great hugs that you give so well. So maybe I'll see you here pretty soon at an area racetrack. Chris Taylor, good to see you, my friend. Chris Taylor here tonight in the grandstands as well, just giving me a wave there. Good shout out to my good friend there, Corey Clements, over there in the pits, as well as Kelly and Whitney Lockie watching once more tonight in Tyler, Texas. Kelly wanted to bring the kids out here tonight. Just weren't feeling too well, unfortunately. Got sick overnight, so we'll see you next time.
So we're back under green flag conditions. Calvin Tucker, Brandon Williams, and Ricky Ingles, your top 3 cars right now, as Hayden Brown's been put one spot out, and here comes Dwayne Raines in the 7L.
Here comes Uncle Ricky. It looked like the 83 car stumbled there to the midpoint of the back straightaway. I'm not sure, but Tucker gets back on the loud pedal. We'll see if he can keep up, but they have nothing. Not Nathan for the 81 of Ingles, who is absolutely singing a full throat song into turn number 1. And here comes Williams to the outside, calling to the 83 at Tucker. The final transfer spot. Here comes Hayden Brown in 53.
I believe the 83 of Tucker's got a motor popping there, as they're going to go 3 wide for second between Brown and Williams, as they're trying to capitalize on the stumbling 83 machine.
I think his carb could be stumbling or something, but man, he is looking to make that thing wider than a triple wide trailer. He's going to have to do it. They're 3 wide behind him as Shirtliff throws his nose into the mix now. Final time through 3 or 4, bring us home.
Here comes Hayden Brown. He's going to make one last ditch effort on the inside as Ricky Ingles wins it. Williams will have second, and Brown's going to come up just short as Tucker will get the third and final spot. Dwayne Raines rounds out your top 5 from C main number 4, and that will conclude the C main action for tonight.
Boy, Calvin Tucker got lucky there, folks. You could see that visibly the car, you could see with your own pair of eyeballs that 83, your longtime race leader, something was stumbling on it. It couldn't hear it up here, but it sounded like maybe the carburetor, something stumbling on that car. That 83 started going backwards quick, fast, and in a hurry, but it was able to hold on just enough and fire off the boulevard there to fend off Hayden Brown on the number 53, as well as Shirtliff and all the other hungry hounds that were barking on his back door trying to get in. He just wasn't going to have any of it.
All right, so here comes our limited modified pole shuffle. So I explained this format a little bit earlier. These are the top 4 cars that were locked in after our double heats of passing points last night. And so the fourth place car is going to battle against the 3rd place car. The winner of that will go race the 2nd place car, and the winner of that will race against the 1st place car from last night. So 4th is going to be the K1 of Stephen Guidry, and he's going to battle against the 32 of Brandon Brown, and the winner will face the M22 of Shane Hebert.
This is fun stuff right here, folks. You've never seen the pole dash like Colin just said. These are your top 4 cars after the 2 rounds of passing point heats last night, as these are your 3rd and 4th drivers. The driver to the WW Timber IRP Racing Chassis, number 32, former $4,000 winner in this event at Arklatex in 2018. Brandon Brown won the factory stock event that year, and last night's 4th place driver in passing points, and the Paul Davis Restoration Petrie Racing Empowered Express Chassis, State Farm Insurance, number K1 from Marksville, Louisiana, it's Stephen Guidry.
So this is going to be a 2-lap race, and the winner will advance to battle the M22 of Shane Hebert in the next one.
Should be fun to see as we rock and roll off the exit of 2. Guidry goes way up top shelf in K1. Tries to find a big head of steam, and he'll drive down to the inside of the number 32 of Brandon Brown. That's as close as you can get without touching.
Flag waits for Brown. Guidry going to throw it up to the top side and see what it's got.
Yeah.
Here comes the K1. He's going to give it all it's got on the top side of turn number 2. Get a run down the back straightaway, and they're dead even heading into 3.
He's putting that Petrie race engine power plant to the test. He's got his foot matted to the firewall, and off
Got
the
him,
board,
Zach.
Guidry's going to get him at the line. Wow. And that's why you like the pole dash, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, baby. I like it. I love it. And I want some more of it. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Stephen Guidry just motors to the outside of the number 32 of Brandon Brown. He says, sit down and please take a seat. And he'll send the 32 to the pit side. And he says, Brandon, you're going to have to start fourth. I'm starting no worse than third here tonight.
He says, bring on the car builder. Here comes Shane Hebert, the builder of Express Race Cars. A pair of Express Race Cars about to battle for the right to battle Rowdy Day for the pole position tonight.
Woo! That'll get you fired up every Saturday night. And here comes the reigning Mike Parker Memorial winner now flanking to his outside, folks. A pair of Express chassis. The man who built that K1 car, the owner and fabricator, and the former Shane Hebert out of Lafayette. And the Dubrock Racing number 22 car, and this should be fun.
So the higher-seated car coming into this race gets to choose the line. So Shane just saw Guidry use the outside, and now he's going to take the outside away from him and force Steven to work the inside line for this two-lap dash.
That's the plus of having lane choice here. As the Dubrock Racing 22, driven by Hebert, your reigning Mike Parker Memorial winner, and the K1 of Guidry could not get in there. But he stays a little bit more honest than I thought he would as they roll into turn number 3.
Hebert is going to work the top side. Guidry looks a little bit better on the inside of turns 3 and 4. As the white flag waves, Guidry's going to have another opportunity. This time he goes back to the bottom. Can he hit it better than the last time around?
He's right there. He's within striking distance to roll within a half of a car length to the inside. Into 3 and 4, drag racing off of 4. Here comes Guidry. They'll drag race to the line, and Hebert is going to get him at the line.
Race fans, you can see how close these races are. These cars are so similar in speed, and just can't wait to get 24 of the best limited modifieds out here on the Speedway to battle 50 laps for $5,000 to win.
What do you think, Arclitect Speedway? Y'all like this pole dash or what? As here comes your overall number 1 driver in passing points after last night. He's got 8 wins this season at the Rocket Raceway Park in the Carson & Son Ready Mix Limited Modified Division. And the car number 20D in an IRP Racing chassis tonight from Greenville, Texas. He says you want to hop up here and crow Shane Hebert. It's Rowdy Day in car number 20D.
Yeah, Rowdy's been dominant over there at the Rocket Raceway Park in that County Armory Poppin' Sun, number 20D out of Greenville. Him, Bo, Jimmy, his family is a staple over there around the Dallas racing area. And he's going to go against one of the best Louisiana has to offer in Shane Hebert for the pole position.
That there is no doubt. Shane has always been one of the best in this division, as he will take that Express chassis to the outside of that IRP, driven by the Greenville Texan Day into 1. Into turns 1 and 2, boy, that was a close call. You couldn't have slid the Holy Spirit between the right sides there. And down the back straightaway, Day going to keep the 22 honest, but with the advantage was Hebert, but he drives it deep off in the 3 and 4 to the inside of Shane off of 4.
Shane can't quite stick the bottom side of the Speedway there in turns 3 and 4, and Rowdy's going to shut the door on him, forcing him to the top side of the Speedway here in turns 1 and 2, as he's going to get a two car length advantage down the back straightaway in the 20D.
He says, Shane, make my day. Rowdy Day will take the checkered, and he'll be your pole sitter for tonight's 50 lap, $5,000 win Mike Parker Memorial here at Arclitex. Well, there you have it, folks.
So Rowdy Day will start on the pole position to his outside. It's going to be the M22 of Shane Hebert. Third place starter in the feature is going to be the K1 of Stephen Guidry, and fourth will go the 32 of Brandon Brown.
We talked about it earlier, Colin, that perhaps, because you have the opportunity to start no worse than first or second here in that case, maybe Shane Sandbag. Maybe he wants to start on the outside later. You just never quite know. Obviously, these guys always want to win any race they're competing in, but we'll see what the racetrack does later on tonight. Nonetheless, Rowdy Day will be the one that fires the field to the green flag later on tonight.
Absolutely. I talked to Rowdy about that last night, and he said he wanted the inside line for the original start of the 50-lap feature.
And here is your number 1 overall passing point, top qualifier after last night. Folks, he has been snake bit in the big money races. He was your feature race winner here last Saturday night. The driver of the Crawfish Time. Joe Best Motorsports Twin City Towing Outlaw Chassis, PTS powered, number 55M, the 31-year-old racer out of Bossier City. He's been racing these cars since he was 15 years old. It's going to be the bad boy out of Bossier City, Cody Myers in 55M, your top qualifier, and we'll see him in just a moment. So you'll see on the racetrack, the top 4 in passing points last night. Joshua Martin, the J&M Sandblasting Outlaw Chassis CB Racing, your power number 88M out of Colfax, Louisiana. And the fourth generation Hennigan racer, it's 15-year-old Dustin Hennigan and car number 22 out of Marshall, Texas.
So they're going to go side by side. That's a laser race car on the inside, an outlaw race car on the outside, and Joshua Martin going to get the advantage through turns 1 and 2.
Dustin Hennigan's gotten better and better every time he sits behind the wheel just to sit there in front of his father. Had to break it on the pill draw anyway. The car's a little tight right there, having a hard time getting through 3 and 4. The white flag waves this time, and Martin's got a comfortable advantage in the turn number 1.
Just going to drive it in deep, try to turn off of turn number 2, but as you said, there's definitely a push in the 22 right there. But in the grand scheme of things, this isn't a gigantic deal. He can start from the 4th spot. He's got 50 laps to work it out as Joshua Martin will advance to round number 2.
I know a lot of people here at Arklatex this weekend have been proud nonetheless of Dustin Hennigan as he will start 4th in tonight's 50-lap $5,000 win Mike Parker Memorial. 15 years old. Chris Hennigan started racing around 16, 17 years old. Didn't take him but 6 months to win his first race. And I tell you what, using lessons learned from his father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather tonight, Dustin Hennigan just gets it on us, folks. It's natural-born talent right there in the thick bloodline of the Hennigan family. We'll see him later.
Stage left, C.J. Howell in the 3 machine out of Dry Prong, Louisiana, the affordable cleaning team, Holy Moly Chassis. Overall quick time Thursday night in the time trials as he won the best engines time trials on Thursday night. Had a provisional if he needed it, but he said he wanted to start in the top 4, Zach.
Absolutely. C.J. Howell, like you said, a 17.953 here on Thursday night to guarantee a spot in the show. But he said, you know what? I'm coming in to race my way. And he is 17 years old, so we had a 17 and a 15-year-old inside of the top 4. This is your 17-year-old at a Dry Prong. A C.J. Howell alongside the 8 a.m. of Colfax, Louisiana, Joshua Martin. Martin, 29 years old, hustling into one to the inside of the 17-year-old. These guys have raced quite a bit together over the last several years. And C.J. gets the advantage in that Holy Moly HM chassis.
Yeah, leaning on each other there a little bit. Coming to the start, CJ's got the advantage, and he's working the inside of the Speedway well as he's got 1 lap between himself and a battle with Cody Myers for the pole position.
And this is indicative of just how on the money this kid's been here all weekend long, because I'm telling you right now, Josh just didn't give that up. I think he would have preferred, he said, you know what, go ahead and have it. I'm out.
Now he gave it up.
Yeah, he gave it up. He gave up the ghost there. Checkers await. C.J. Howell will move on and face.
Let me say, at least we hope he gave it up. Hopefully the 88M there didn't lose anything on that machine, and he just decided to save about half a lap on his equipment there.
Yeah, it was like when Kenny Pickett gave the fake knee there for the Pittsburgh college football team earlier in the year. The fake knee slide there, and he ended up running all the way to victory, though.
Sounds more like the Paul Pierce cramp to me.
Oh, there you go. What actually really happened is anyway. He had the cramps, really.
Yeah, I'm a Celtics fan.
He had the cramps.
Diamond Celtics fan, so I definitely know the real story there from the truth.
It's pretty funny stuff there. Nonetheless, how about any Cody Myers fans in the house tonight? I know he's got a fan club here at the Arklatex Speedway.
Only a few hundred.
Yeah, only a couple. Here we go, folks. As Cody Myers is trying to win one for Dad, Bob Myers, this weekend, he said it'd be emotional for him if he can make it to victory lane. He's got to get this done first. We're underway off of 4. CJ got a good start. They're neck and neck at the line. Hustling into 1. Myers so good here all season long. He's been really good here, Colin, for the last couple of years. They are as close as you can get. Neck and neck down the back straight to win the 3 and 4. This is going to be a photo finish. Get your cameras ready.
Dead even for the whole first lap. As thank God we got live timing and scoring and transponders, because this one may very well not be visible by eyes.
It has just proven how impressive C.J. Howell's been here all weekend long. It's just about been perfect for him, as he is going to take the win away from Myers, and he'll be your pole sitter for tonight's 50-lap Mike Parker Memorial, paying $5,000.
Absolutely. So, like you said, C.J. Howell's going to be on the pole. Cody Myers will start from the 2nd spot in the 55M. Joshua Martin will start 3rd in the 88M. And starting from the 4th spot is going to be Dustin Hennigan in the 22. The rest of those 20 spots, 5th through 24th, are yet to be settled, and we'll find those out in the B mains 1 and 2 for the factory stocks. As here comes B main number 1 for the limited modified.
For any of you folks that are sitting in the stands thinking, who is C.J. Howell? Never heard of him. Well, let me tell you real quick. This young kid started racing factory stocks around the state of Louisiana when he was 12 and 13 years old. He's 17 now, so he's a 5-year veteran, if you want to say that. He's been up front in a lot of these big money races. He won $5,000 in the limited modified class as Super B last year over in Chatham, Louisiana. He's really, really a good talent, and you'll see a lot more of him in these big races, but I think he has really showed up to show out this weekend and make a name for himself, and make sure you folks do not forget the name C.J. Howell.
All right, race fans, here comes Repipe Pros USRA Limited Modified B Main number 1 on the pole in the Team 5 Enterprises. Number F5 out of New Boston, Texas, that's Skeet Amison. To his outside, it's going to be Rhino out of Crosby, Texas. In the 199, that's Ryan Harris, excuse me. On the inside of row number 2, it's going to be the Catman John Mitchell out of Texarkana, Texas. To his outside, the Marshall Missile, Derek Grigsby in the True Love Law Firm, number 69. Inside of row number 3, in the IRP race cars, PTS powered, number 81, that's Ricky Ingles out of Hallsville, Texas. To his outside, out of Bullard, Texas, in the Four Seasons, number 4 junior, that's Boone Evans. Brent Tidwell in the 20 out of Diana, Texas. To his outside is going to be the Mahfouz Motorsports K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. out of Ruston, Louisiana. Inside of row number 5, scheduled to be the 3 of Gene Border driving Rusty Tullis' number 3 machine this weekend. And to his outside is going to be Jake Huckabee in the TLJ 18J. Gregory Muirhead in the 31, Aaron Roy in 35, Philip Seals in 193, Jesse Mazzella in 96R. Dustin Taylor in the 88, Dustin Durham in the 99X, Dylan Beasley in 66, Jacob Avance in 21, Austin Storm in 17, and Greg Miller in the 10T. We're going to go 15 laps, and the top 8 cars will advance to the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial Race for the Limited Modifieds. So we're actually going to go 20 laps here for B-Main number 1 for the Limited Modifieds as Amison and Harris get us started. So Amison and Harris go side by side. Amison going to get the edge coming on the exit of turn number 2 as here comes the Catman to the inside of Rhino down the back straightaway. Contact between Boone Evans and Derek Grigsby as Grigsby goes around and collects a whole gaggle of cars. Huckabee involved as well as Muirhead, Taylor, and Border. So a 5-car pile up there as a result of contact between the 4 junior and the 69. So the caution flag going away with 1 lap complete. The F5 of Skeet Amison led that lap. So we got 1 lap scored, and all the cars that were stopped on the exit of turn number 4 will go to the rear end of the field. So the 69 of Derek Grigsby along with the 18J of Jake Huckabee going to be sent to the tail, along with the 88 of Dustin Taylor, as well as the 31 of Gregory Muirhead. And the 20 of Brent Tidwell. So how about Skeet Amison out front in the F5, followed by the 5, the Catman, one of his primary sponsors there in the Team 5 Enterprises. Number 5, that's John Mitchell, right there behind the F5 of Skeet Amison. One of those outside invaders here, the 199 of Rhino, Ryan Harris, currently running in the 3rd spot. He comes to us out of Crosby, Texas, in a really sharp-looking race car there for Ryan Harris, as he's typically here in a factory stock, always really fast in a either highlighter orange or highlighter green, I should say neon green, 199 machine, and he's always up front every time he comes over here to the boot. As Harris currently runs in the 3rd spot, followed by Ricky Ingles and Mark Underwood Jr. as they round out your top 5 after 1 lap complete with 19 to go. Once again, the top 8 cars will advance to the A main of the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial. So the 3 of Gene Board are going to leave the Speedway, and he will not return. And Rusty, tell us his number 3 machine. So we're going to go back to the green on the foot of the F5 of Skeet Amison. So Amison going to get a good jump. Here comes John Mitchell on the inside of the Speedway. He's going to get a gigantic run in the 5 machine. Here comes the W&W Timber number 5 as he's applying pressure to the F5. So it's Amison followed by Mitchell, Harris, Ingalls, and Underwood at the line. Evans and Roy side by side for 7th and 6th, as 8th is right now belongs to the 20 of Tidwell, with Jesse Mazzell right there in the 96R battling with the 20T of Brent Tidwell for the 8th and final spot. John Mitchell takes the lead at the line this time as he works his way around, or in front of the F5, I should say, of Skeet Amison, and now he's going to take it full advantage down the back straightaway. It's a 3 wide for 3rd between Ingalls, Harris, and Underwood momentarily. Great racing all over the Speedway as they're 3 wide once again. Underwood, Harris, and Ingalls. A full 3 wide there for the 3rd spot as Aaron Roy's going to try to join the party and maybe make it 4 wide. So John Mitchell's out front, followed by Amison. Here comes Underwood as he's going to get a good run on the top side of the Speedway. Harris going to use the top side as well as he still battles with Ingalls. Aaron Roy going to make it another 3 wide battle now for the 4th spot. So Mitchell, Amison, Underwood, Ingalls, Harris, Roy, Evans, and Mazzell are your top 8 cars right now, as here comes Dustin Taylor in the 88, worked his way from the C-Main, and now he'll take the 8th spot away from Mazzell at the line. As Ricky Ingalls fades away from the battle for the 4th spot, Ryan Harris takes 4th, Aaron Roy in 5th. As the 99X of Dustin Durham, I'm going to call his night a conclusion there in the Durham Lawn Care 99X as he exits the back straightaway. So out front, it's John Mitchell in the 5, followed by the F5 of Skeet Amison. Here comes the K9 of Mark Underwood Jr., 199 of Ryan Harris is 4th, and 5th is the 35 of Aaron Roy. At the line, 6 goes to the 4 Junior of Boone Evans. 7th is the 81 of Ricky Ingalls, and Dustin Taylor currently has the 8th and final spot in the 88. Here comes Mazzell fighting back to the inside of Taylor as Huckabee's going to try to join that and make it a 3-car battle for the 8th and final transfer spot, as problems for Ryan Harris in 199 as he goes up in smoke. Rhino goes up in smoke as he runs in the 4th place position, and that's going to shake things up. 9 laps in, 11 laps to go here in B-Main number 1 for the Repipe Pro USRA Limited Modifieds. So tough break there for the gorgeous-looking 199 car of Rhino Ryan Harris as he's escorted off the Speedway by the Arklatex Wrecker. The Crosby Texan came over here, always a strong competitor, and he's going to have to be assisted to the pit side, and hopefully we'll see him later on tonight if he has the fortune of getting a... Actually, he was not here for the time trials Thursday night, so the only chance for Harris is to either get by the auction in, or if he bought a raffle ticket, he may be lucky and may draw the lucky number to get the 24th starting spot. So that's going to give the 8th and final transfer spot right now to the 96R of Jesse Mazzell, putting Jake Huckabee 1 spot out. Brent Tidwell's 2 spots out right there. Dylan Beasley, Gregory Muirhead, Derek Grigsby, and Jacob Avance all sitting on the outside looking in right now with 11 laps to go.
My nephew Delton just informed me that the Tooth Fairy brought him $25. I said, dang, that's more than I ever got for every tooth I ever lost. Thanks, Dad. Lights are out. We're back underway with the Catman, John Mitchell, out front with the lead. And the Healthcare Express, Healthcare Express number 5. That's the fast Healthcare. They're 3 wide for second, third, fourth down the back boulevard. Colin, it's heating up.
As Underwood takes the second spot away, away from Skeet Amison, who was the original pole sitter, as he slipped back into the 4th spot, but he's still got a lot of insurance to work his way into the A main tonight.
How many trains were 8?
So it's Mitchell, Underwood, and Roy. Aaron Roy's worked his way quickly through this field as he started in the 12th place spot up to 3rd. Rapid Roy's got it moving tonight in 35. That time from Skeet. And Dustin Taylor started all the way in the 15th starting spot in that 88 machine.
Yeah, not a bad go of it. He looked really good earlier in that C main, so he's obviously found something on the race car. It makes you wonder when you had those extra laps on the racetrack if it helped you maybe see what to expect when you hit the racetrack once more, as he's obviously got that number 88 Express race car rolling like a big shot here tonight. As we exit forward, it's still all Catman John Mitchell all the time. Last Saturday night's feature winner here at the Speedway.
A rarity to see the 81 of Ricky Ingles fading quickly as Jesse Mazzell all over him in the back bumper of that car in the 96R, as the 96R Mazzell battles side by side with Jake Huckabee for the final transfer spot right now.
As right now, we're going to keep our eyes right back here as John leads. Battle for second with the Roy, Underwood Jr. Then you'll find Taylor. 5th is Amison. 6th is Boone Evans. 7th. And right there, they're going 3 wide around there for transfer. 7th is Ingles. And 8th, it's Mazzell squeezing to the outside of Ingles. And Jake Huckabee and the 2019 Boot Hill Speedway track champion Brent Tidwell and the Marshall Missile Derek Grigsby. That's a lot of good drivers right there who are a victim of maybe not going into the show.
5 of those cars, and only 2 of them can advance as is, as long as everyone up front stays up front. As right now, the Catman's setting sail on this one.
It's about to make my head spin. It's hard to keep up. As Amison's still 5th, so we look at 6th, that's Boone Evans. 7th again is Mazzell. How about Mazzell in that Riggs Motorsports car? He is rolling like a big shot. Ingles, who has been the dominant force all season long at the Boot Hill Speedway, who has a win here in car number 81, he's right there on the bubble with Huckabee, Tidwell, and Grigsby, and bringing along in tow on that bottom side of the racetrack.
Gregory Muirhead there in the 31 machine as he went to the backside of the backside of the field early, as Tidwell gives a little bit of a bump to Huckabee, and Huckabee's going to collide with Avance there on the exit of turn number 2. Caution flag will wave.
It was getting hairier than Carey for the transfer spot right there. They hated to see that. I wanted it to say green. A little bit of PSG, a little bit of Police State green is what we needed right there, folks. Get your T-shirts made PSG, folks, but unfortunately that's not going to happen here tonight. Not in this one with 2 laps to go.
Well, Zach, as we mentioned a little bit last night, sometimes the caution can actually even intensify the battle, as Ricky Ingles is in the 8th spot right now, as he's been sinking rather quickly there in that 81 machine, and we know Tidwell's got a fast car. Grigsby's there. Also got Muirhead and Beasley, so this very well may be a 5-car battle for 1 spot.
Hoping maybe my race monitor will work now. This is when we need it. There we go, it's working. So the car that's leading this race has also turned the fastest lap time in this race for what it's worth, with a 16.967. Just to give you guys an idea, he's the only car that's ran a 16-second time in this race. Everybody else in the 17s. Skeet Amison, who rides 5th, has been the 2nd quickest car in this race. Mark Underwood Jr., Jesse Mazzell. So obviously Jesse Mazzell has a fast race car because he's the 4th fastest car in this race on time, and he has rolled his way up inside of a transfer spot in the 96. So Jake Huckabee, obviously, he was a part of the yellow. He is going to the tail. He's not going to be able to get his spot back, obviously, as it's right now in the 8th and final transfer spot. Ricky Ingles, only 8 cars transfer. We're back on the way here at Oclotex.
Almost for the 66-903 Mafia, number 66 of Beasley, as he's going to spin it. He keeps going, and we'll stay green.
So we're keeping all eyes right now. There is great racing, 1 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, all the way to the tail as we hustle off before with the white flag out this time by.
It's Mitchell followed by Underwood, Roy, Taylor, Evans, Mazzell, Tidwell, and Amison at the line that time. Your top 8.
7, 8.
As Amison and Ingles going to go side by side. Only one legend got a chance to make it right now.
Wow. Ingles or Amison? Amison on the bottom. Ingles up high. Amison's going to get it. He nearly gets Britt Tidwell.
How about Skeet?
And Ricky Ingles is not going to make the Mike Parker Memorial. Unbelievable.
He's got some right rear quarter panel damage there. I'm not sure if he's got a tire rub or something going down, but the 81 of Ingles definitely slowed towards the second half of that race.
So here's how the 8 cars transferred who are going to go to the night's main event, paying $5,000 to win, going 50 laps in distance later on the night for the Mike Parker Memorial. 8th and final transferee, the Wiley veteran racer, the 64-year-old Skeet Amison out of New Boston, Texas. He beats the other 64-year-old Ricky Ingles to the checkered flag as Ingles one spot out of the show. 7th, the 2019 Boot Hill Speedway Limited Modified Track Champion of the RKT operating Rock and Roll Whataburger IRP number 20 of Brent Tidwell out of Harleton. 6th, how about the run there for Jesse Mazzell out of Frankston, Texas. 5th, Boone Evans in car number 4, Junior. And my thing reset on me.
Here comes B-Main number 2. Real quick, would like to give a shout out to the wife of our cameraman, Austin Wilkins, doing a great job behind the lens this weekend. His wife, Caitlin, watching at home on Race On Texas, as here comes B-Main number 2 for the Repipe Pros USRA Limited Modifieds. So on the pole out of Hallsville, Texas, it's going to be the owner and fabricator of IRP race cars. That's Jason Ingles. To his outside, the Hadaway Towing, number 36C, Connor Mewborn. Inside of row number 2, that's Scotty Hushelpeck and Dustin Robb Nets 2R. And to his side, it's going to be J.D. Ammons in the 00. Inside of row number 3, it's going to be the panel truss number 2 of Adam Roy. To his outside, the first class septic number C7 of Corey Neal Jr. Inside of row number 4, it's Colby Mewborn in the Hadaway Towing Hadaway Collision number 36. And to his outside is BJ Moore in the Custom Coatings 00. Inside of row number 5, it's going to be Chris Hennigan in the Rollers Lubin Rollos Auto Sales number 22. And to his outside, out of Lafayette, Louisiana, in the Cajun Pools and Spas Express Race Cars number 99H, that's Danny Abair. Inside of row number 6, it's the Abadix Simple Church number 23 out of Blanchard, Louisiana, that's Cody Tupper. And to his outside, in the Mikey's One Stop Shop Black Sheep Motorsports number 1E, that's Matt Ebard. Inside of row number 7, the 25, the Benton Bullet Dominator race car of Josh Bockham. To his outside is going to be Michael King Jr. in the Shock King Shocks number 14 Jr. Inside of row number 8, winning the B-Main earlier tonight, that's Bailey Turner. To his outside is going to be Ray Allen Kohanic. Chad Fitzgerald in the 211, Justin Vaughn in the 2JT, Cliff Tupper in the 23 Jr., and Bubba Sampson in the 48. Got 20 cars, going to go 20 laps, and the top 8 cars will book their ticket into the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial feature race later tonight.
Sounds good. Sounds a lot. Sounds fun to me. As we got 8 more of them to take on to the A here. Again, Jason Ingles on the pole, the owner and fabricator of IRP Racing Chassis and the RKT operating sponsor number 12 car. Ingles, always a big-time hitter when the money's on the line. He's won the Battle of Boot Hill 2 times in his career at the Boot Hill Speedway. He's won the Tootsie Smith Memorial here, paid $3,000. He's won the Armadillo Nationals at Lone Star Speedway, his home racetrack, for $3,000. And another $5,000. He's won some big money shows all over. A former USNTS modified winner last season down in Corpus Christi. Ingles leads us to the green with the youngster Connor Mewborn, 17 years old, to the outside. We're underway and under the gun as they hustle down Main Street into turn number 1. Into turns 1 and 2. Ingles going to roll the hub. Mewborn up top. Feature winner here 3 weeks ago. He'll sail down the back straightaway and send full throat and take flight into turn number 3. And that Western Flyer, number 36C. Off the exit of 4 as they work down the boulevard into 1. Ingles going to have to settle for seconds to go 3 wide for a second. Down the boulevard, here comes J.D. Emmons out of Longwood, Louisiana.
J.D. Emmons, he wants that 6th-place starting spot as he's trying to split Hushelbeck and Ingles, a pair of modified aces right there. But right now it's the youngster to the modified division, the limited modified division, that is Connor Mewborn out front.
I like it, I love it, and I want some more of it. They have been giving us a heavy dose of 3-wide action. They continue to do it on the entry to 1 and 2. Chris Hennigan trying to race his way in, but he is in already on time with a provisional, but he wants to find out how far forward he can start this race, not having to fall back on that provisional that the number 22 Rollos Auto Sales IRP race car has to his credit here tonight. Hushelpeck rides second. They have disposed of Ingles, relegated him back to 4th. How about the 00 of J.D. Ammons?
Ammons has been continually progressing and getting more and more impressive every week, and he's showing out tonight in the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial.
He had a good run at RPM, too, with all those cars over there. Had a pretty good run, made the main event as we had one over the top of 3 and 4. No harm, no foul. We stay clean and under the green flag right now. Into 3, Mewborn selling it up top in that Curtis Allen-built Western Flyer racing chassis with that Chuck Priestley best engine underneath the hood of the 36C, head away to a collision AP delivery entry. He rocks and rolls his way off the exit of 2 down the back straightaway. He has left the field in his dust in this one as Scotty Helschelpeck from Hooks rides second. Ammons now has company with Ingles in the 12. Fifth is Adam Roy. Here comes Corey Neal Jr. out of Britt City, Texas. Hennigan going neck to neck and door to door with Colby Mewborn, the reigning Boot Hill track champ, and B.J. Moore right there in the 8th and final transfer spot.
How about that battle right there? Chris Hennigan going to put Colby Mewborn to the bubble as those two battle for an insurance spot of 7th and trying to put the other one to the final spot of 8th as the caution flag waves as Michael King Jr. spins over in turn number 2 as we also have a car leaving the Speedway down the back straightaway.
That's not right. It's like, what? You must. Let me get you some Tylenol. I had a headache last night after the races. So we'll shortly here get them re-racked and restacked. As how about Connor Mewborn? His brother Colby. Right now he sits in the 8th and final transfer spot in that other blue number 36 Western Flyer. The younger of the two brothers, Colby, 21 years old. His younger brother Connor leads this race. The 17-year-old youngster just graduated from Hooks High School. Graduated early. Well, I know that he's certainly making Christy and Brian and Brittany and everybody proud over there. As we saw Bailey Turner earlier lead and win one of them C mains, I mentioned that's Justin Whitehead's cousin. And this is another cousin leading another one, a B main here. Connor and Justin are certainly cousins for all the folks who weren't already aware. Most of you are, but for anyone that's new to that knowledge, there you go. They get it honest. That's a strong bloodline of racing.
Yeah, definitely a racing family there up there in the Texarkana Hooks area. As Mewborn's in control right now, got bookends of Mewborn and Mewborn in the transfer positions right now.
Yeah, we got Cody Tupper screaming and trying to get his way up in there. He's right now 9th. And that number 3, and the 99 of Danny Abear in that express chassis. As here comes Ammons to the outside of Helschelpeck for 2nd. And Adam Roy being brought along in tow on that top shelf. Jason Ingles switches lines. He goes to the bottom.
Nearly 4 wide down the back straightaway between Neil Hennigan, Moore, and Mewborn as they battle for the final few spots in the A main tonight. So Mewborn's out front, Ammons side by side with Helschelpeck as they're 3 wide between Ingles, Roy, and Neal, followed by Hennigan. B.J. Moore has the 8th and final spot down the back straightaway.
What have we been saying all night long? The track's just going to end up getting better and better once we roll it in just a little bit more. You got some tack there in the middle. You got a lot of dig up top. As we got right around the bottom, Adam Roy as well as the C7B brought along in tow of Corey Neal Jr., another 17-year-old standout and phenom. As in the 3, Connor's stretching it out once more with we're halfway in, 10 in, 10 laps to go.
Keep an eye on the 25 of Josh Bauckham out of Benton, Louisiana, as he had a mishap early in the race, and now he's working his way back towards a position where he can battle for a transfer spot.
Connor almost messed up big time. He was able to corral it, but he is on the thin line, edge of disaster there. Your race leader here. And let's talk about it all the time. You're on a thin line there between love and hate. We've seen some drivers flirt with disaster, and it can bite you really quick, fast, and in a hurry. You hop that cushion.
Yeah, Connor's really started to like that very high side of the Speedway. That's where he blew by Justin Whitehead to get that first limited modified win here a few weeks ago.
If you hit it just right, Colin, it's like getting a star on Mario Kart. That there is no doubt. As Mewborn right now stretches it out to almost an entire straightaway advantage, and I can't say enough to the 00 of J.D. Ammons, who continually pushes the progression and gets better and better every time he comes out here and races in the 00 car.
So the battle for the final transfer spot still intense as the 00 of B.J. Moore battling against the 36 of Colby Mewborn as Cody Tupper tries to inch closer to that battle in his 23 machine. So out front, it's still Mewborn, followed by Ammons, Helschelpeck, Roy, Ingles, Neal, Hennigan, and Mewborn last time by your top 8 cars.
Just to give you an idea how fast Connor is on that top shelf, he's turned a 16.980. That's the best lap turn in this race. The second fastest time in this race, a 17.223. So he's 0.3 quicker on his best versus someone else at their best. and it's showing right now, and it's certainly passing the eyeball test of that 36C Western Flyer. He is singing a song and carrying a whole different tune and a whole note into one.
Absolutely, and Connor's got 3 modified aces following in his footsteps right now, as Hushelpeck, Hennigan, and Ingles all following the same line as Mewborn.
Abear just popped the
As
weasel.
Danny Abear goes up in smoke on the front straightaway with 4 laps to go.
Wow. Danny Abear just gave up Casper the Friendly Ghost on the front straightaway in a big way, and we got fluid down on the front boulevard as well. We'll have to roll that in a little bit. But Abear just annihilated a power plant, it does appear, and pop goes the weasel.
That's definitely going to intensify the battle for the 8th place spot once again, as right now it's Colby Mewborn, but BJ Moore and Cody Tupper, as well as Bailey Turner. Not sure what just happened to Josh Bauckham over there in turn number 2, but he's 1 spot ahead of Turner. So 4 cars right there, all capable of working their way into this show, and they're all sitting on the outside looking in right now.
So any of you folks that may be in the grandstands tonight, or any of you guys that are watching live tonight on Race on Texas, let's hear your picks for tonight's feature event. Send us your picks and tell us where you're watching from, or if you'd like a shout out. But if you want a shout out, just give us who you think's going to win the race. You don't necessarily have to be a fan to make your pick, but just give us your pick, or tell us who you want to win. I don't care what it is. You can give us who you want to win, or just your pick on who you think is the favorite to win. I'd like to hear some of you guys' different perspectives and picks here.
But just know, if you guess wrong, it will forever be on Race on Texas replay.
We can't always be right. Like, there's so many good drivers here that you just never know what you're going to get.
So Mewborn maintaining a large lead even under the caution laps, as JDM is just now catching up to the 36C.
So this will put Connor starting in 6th, right?
So this is for the 6th place starting spot, this B feature, I should say, as John Mitchell won the first one. He'll start from the 5th place spot in the 50-lap A main later tonight, as the lights are going to go down, and we're going to go back to green with 4 laps to go.
Connor Mewborn, 17 years of age, looks like a seasoned veteran out here tonight, rolling that top rope of the racetrack with reckless abandon. He's throwing all caution to the wind. He's going to have to hit it once more flawlessly for just 4 more trips around the Arclitect Speedway. They're 3 wide for 3rd and 4 wide for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Holy smokes, here we go, folks. It's heating up.
All right, Zach, I'm going to try to prophesy something here real quick. Keep an eye on the 25 on the top shelf. Josh Bauckham about to go to the top side of the Speedway, as he's got nothing to lose here in the 25 machine.
BJ Moore right now on the bubbles at 3 wide for it. 3 wide. Cody Tupper, Colby Mewborn, and Cody Tupper and Moore going at it for transfer with 2 laps to go.
Here comes J.D. Ammons. J.D. Ammons coming after the race leader of Mewborn. No one's been able to touch him for the first 18 laps. And here comes Ammons working the inside of the Speedway, getting a massive run down the front straightaway.
And Connor changed his lineup. And right off the exit of 4 to the white flag they come. Ammons is rolling the hub and rolling her well, but Connor didn't like it down there. He'll send her back full throat into 1 and 2. As right now the white flag is out. Who had 8 that time? Guess what? Cody Tupper.
Cody Tupper by just a nose over the 00. As Tupper gets a great run, but he can't get around Jason Ingles. That will allow this 00 to dive to the inside. Here they come at the line. Tupper's got it.
And tough break for Moore. Colby Mewborn, the reigning Boot Hill track champ who has been dominant. He's a feature winner here this season, Colin. Colby Mewborn will not transfer into tonight's 5,000 win main event. That goes to show how tough it is to make one of these races. This field is tough from the top and all parts in between. As your 8th and final transferee tonight, how about it for Cody Tupper, serving a little steak supper to the competition. Racing Jason Ingles. Very rare you see Ingles start on the front and go backwards, but Jason Ingles will transfer in the RKT operating number 12. Winnigan Chris Hennigan will finish in 6th in this one. The Bridge City, Texas 17-year-old youngster Corey Neal Jr. and the number C7 IRP. 4th will be Dustin Robinette. I'm sorry, Scotty Hushelpeck. I've said that 50 times this weekend. Driving Robinette's car is Scotty Hushelpeck. 3rd, Adam Roy, a 3-time winner this season. The 00 out of Longwood, Louisiana. How about that run for J.D. Ammons? That was an impressive performance. And how about a hand, Arclitect Speedway? Please give him a big round of applause. 17 years old, feature race winner this season. The driver of the A&T Delivery, Hadaway Towing and Collision. He's got a best engine power plant barking like a big dog underneath the hood of that Western Flyer chassis. Give him a hand for Connor Mewborn, your winner of your B feature.
So here comes the KMO Racing Factory Stocks B main number 1, as we're going to have a slight delay as the pole sitter of this one Got to get out of his limited modified. He just ran in that one. He just transferred as he's rolling off the back straightaway. Excuse me, the limited's rolling off the back straightaway as he's getting into the factory stock in the infield there. That's Chris Hennigan. He was tied for fourth. Nearly had a spot locked up, but it came down to pill draw for him and his 15-year-old son, and it went to Dustin. So Chris is going to have to race his way into it, starting on the pole of this B feature with 20 laps on the distance. To his outside is going to be the Triple X, the Hitman of Sean Graham out of Shreveport, Louisiana, Hitman Designs, W&W Timber. Inside of row number 2, it's going to be the BD3. That's going to be Ray Allen Kohanic in the Grays Recycling Top Hat Designs, RAK Suspension and Consulting, number BD3. To his outside, in the Sotex Motorsports Scott Ball Racing, number 99, that's Alan Alexander out of San Antonio, Texas. Inside of row number 3, it's going to be the Repipe Pros number 193 of Daniel Seals. To his outside, it's going to be Daniel Jones out of Provençal, Louisiana in the 23. Inside of row number 4, another Sotex Motorsports entry, the 66 of Johnny Torres. To his outside, Brian Cook in 100 plus. Gary Harvin in the 25, Jason Gore in 721. John Parker Jr. in the 9, Nate Dixon in the 10. Kenneth Chamberlain in the 70. Once again, he chose to go to Big O instead of trying to race his way into the feature tonight. Vic Case to his outside. That's going to move the 81 of Jeff Hauser up. Brent Broussard in 24B. Bubba Jones in the 21B.
That's your daddy's good friend. You know, your daddy.
David Vosbury in 00. Stoney Dubois in the 1. And Austin Turner in the 15. We're going 20 laps. The top 8 cars will transfer.
I mean, look at that front row. Chris Hennigan and Sean Graham to set our pace. How many cars? So 8 cars, in fact, transfer to the feature event with Hennigan and Graham from the front row as they hustle down into 1 and 2. They're 2x2 all the way to the tail here, Colin, as they exit 2 and head off into 3 on the opening lap.
So Hennigan going to get the early race advantage down the back straightaway as Graham's going to tuck in line. Give him a little push through the motor. And here comes Kohanic to the inside of Graham.
Parker got into Harvin there a little bit, kind of ramped over the left front of his hood there, but nonetheless, they were able to keep her strolling and rolling. The green flag stays out. Really no harm, no foul, just a little bit of significant contact, if you will, as Daniel Jones has had to check the throttle back on the back straightaway. Shout out to Jimmy and Angela Spate. Oh, boy, Alexander gets a little bit of a shot from Dano that time of Daniel Jones, but Miss Angela and Jimmy down there watching in Florine, Louisiana, thank you guys so much for your support. I know we'll see you at Manny soon.
As we go 3 wide for the 8th and final transfer spot, Parker, Cook, and Dixon going 3 wide there as the Big O regular out of Ennis, Texas. That's Nate Dixon throwing it to the top side of the Speedway in the white and purple 10.
We're taking 8 cars, and right now they're going at 3 wide for the final transfer spot. How bad do you want it, ladies and gentlemen? It's heating up. Here comes Dixon giving a shot in the shorts to Cook. John Parker Jr. on the bottom of the racetrack. They're still 3 wide, calling off a 4.
So Hennigan, Graham, and Kohanic. Looks like Kohanic may very well have the fastest car on the Speedway as Seals is 4th. Jones rounds out your top 5. Torres 6th. Alexander is 7th. And Zach, I don't know who was 8th last time as they're 3 wide still.
Yeah, all the while, Cole Hannick's got something rolling on the tippy-top ropes of the racetrack here off of 4 to the back of the deck lid of the number Triple X is Sean Graham for 2nd. And Seal still rides 4th, and it's getting all kind of crazy on the front straightaway there with right now it is Parker in the 8th and final transfer spot. I had to count them up.
3 wide right there, and the 10 of Dixon got into the front straightaway wall. Not sure if he's got any problems there on the right side of that race car as he powers back to the outside of the 100 plus for the 9th spot.
Yeah, battle was really good there for transfer. We're going to see what happens here as we continually tick the laps off. We are 3 laps into the books. I'm sorry, 6 into the books, 14 to go this time by this 20-lap B feature affair. As Cole Hunnett going to stay committed to the top ropes of the racetrack. We mentioned all weekend long how accomplished he's been, whether it's a late model visit, got 4 tires and a steering wheel, multi-time ASCS Gold South Sprint Car champion, as he has got the top ropes rolling here in the number BD3 Grays Recycling Machine.
Problems for Gary Harvin in the 25 as he slows on the top of turns 3 and 4, and that's going to end the night for the Tyler Green Towing. Number 25 of Gary Harvin, sponsored by Pro One Transmissions.
Hate to see that for Gary, a 2-time winner at Texarkana 67 Speedway last season. I mentioned it's the first time that he had won at his home racetrack there in Mandeville, Arkansas since 2013 for him. Gary is certainly one of the good guys in our sport. and we hate to see the bad luck for him here tonight.
So I got a shout out and a winner prediction, the first one of the night. Aaron Davis, the nephew of Chris Davis and Tommy Davis Jr., he's predicting that Rowdy Day is going to take home the limited modified feature. And Aaron did not give me a prediction for the factory stock, so Aaron, I'm going to need you to send that to me pronto.
Justin McNeil, and mentioned him last night, former driver of the number 189 factory stock, always came to race at these big money events. Justin McNeil said Cody Myers is going to take the crown, and he said it couldn't happen to a better driver. He said one of the guys who really treated him as a good friend when he came down to run his first Cajun Classic. And I think a lot of people say the good things like that about Cody. Most people that come in contact with him, he is just a good guy through in and throughout. And I don't think a lot of people will be very disappointed with a Cody Myers victory here tonight.
Yep. Also, Travis Ream predicts that Stephen Guidry wins the limited modifieds and Josh Martin going to win the factory stocks. As the lights go out, we got 12 laps to settle it here in B main number 1 for the KMO Racing factory stocks. Green light back out as here comes Hennigan, here comes Graham. As Colhonic going to go back to the outside of the Triple X, and we'll see what the BD3's got on the top side of the Speedway.
Yeah, it's heating up here. We are all over the racetrack, 2, 3 wide at all times now. Track is just getting really prime time now as we exit 4. It's all Chris Hennigan all the time as he works the wheel and works it well down the front of Main Street into 1. A little bit of contact for second. The BD3 at Colhonic gets into Sean Graham. Just a little bit of slight kiss to the right side romance there. And here comes Daniel Jones. He's rolling tonight in 23.
Got a side-by-side battle for the 8th and final transfer spot. The South Texas Motorsports San Antonio driver, the 99 of Alan Alexander.
I'll come do it in just
and the Ennis, Texas driver of Nate Dixon in the 10. So a pair of Texans there, Central and South Texans there, battling for the 8th and final spot.
If we have this going on at the front for the 50-lap feature later, you can't ask for more than that. Right?
I'm going to lose my voice if that happens.
I'll lose my mind. Right now, the 8th and final transfer
Here comes
spot.
Cole Honick at the line. Cole Honick takes it.
Yeah, he just stole that one right underneath my nose. Didn't even see him coming, baby. That's what you love, though. One lap, one guy's leading, and the next time you didn't even see him coming. He just takes it from third to first. Yelling. Cole Honick shows that, hey, like I said, 4 tires and a steering wheel, he can get the job done. And he has taken over the race lead. Hey, the fastest car on the racetrack, though, lap times, Daniel Jones with an 18.128 over Chris Hennigan's 18.152 for what it's worth. As right now, Graham to the back of the number C16 of Hennigan. As Daniel Jones right there licking his chops. Parker's 5th, 6th is Sills, 7th is Torres. 8th and final transferee right now with 8 laps to go is going to be Nate Dixon.
Still 3 wide battling back there for the 10th spot as Jason Gore, Brian Cook, and Vic Case. Case going to get a good run there, and Hauser's going to join that 3 wide battle as now he's going to clear him on the top side as it looks like the top side really starting to come in.
Round goes Brian Cook there. Check the brakes from getting into somebody, and David Fosbury at the tail there. Unfortunately for him, he's just having a tough go of it here on this B feature event as the caution flag will wave with 7 laps to go.
Yeah, Zach, you talk about that, like, David's had such a strong run in the last year. He's progressing so much. But every car on the track right now is the best at their home track.
Sure.
Like,
this
everyone on the track right now has wins this year or in the past few years at very reputable racetracks.
This isn't even the A feature, but you look from the front to the back and all parts in between, and so many accomplishments by all these drivers. This is a stacked feature at any track, any given night. You won't find this. You can't find a B feature like this anywhere else in the country. I've always said we have some of the best stock car racing anywhere in the U.S. of A., and that there is no doubt.
Yeah, it would definitely be hard to top this as we've been 3 wide all throughout the field here in B main number 1. And B main number 2's got a stacked field as well, as we very well may end up with a similar run here in B main number 2 for the KMO Racing Factory stocks.
I just walked in there. It's a lot cooler when you walk in there. We're blowing a lot of hot air. I've had quite a few more picks come in. I just haven't been able to keep up here. I have terrible service for what it's worth, and that be the reason. 6 to go, folks. How about the former AACS Go South Sprint Car champion Ray Allen Colhonic leading us back to the green out of Danbury, Texas. Oh, my.
Colhonic
And
a
Sean
little bit
Graham
sideways there, and Graham's going to put the bumper to him.
And Graham lifted his rear end up about like a movie you'd see on iRacing. Off a dude down the back straightaway. Look at this log jam. They're 4 different lanes wide.
Here comes
Alexander
Hauser into the picture, and he's going to take the 8th spot down the back straightaway.
Stoney, is that Stoney Dubois over there?
Dubois
He
and
just-
Alexander collide over there.
He just drove up in the cockpit of Alexander. He showed him no mercy. I mean, he drove up in there to his cockpit and hung out with him off the exit 2 and hung out with him all the way down the back straightaway into turn number 3 till he finally departed and said, "I don't want to hang out with you any longer." Goodness
the
gracious!
time for give and take was a long time ago, and there's no more give.
Yeah, well, that was just a hey. I'm gonna give you the business here of my right front Hoosier tire. Hope you don't mind me feeding it there to you.
So John Garrett's going to predict that Rowdy Day wins the Limiteds, and C.J. Howell in the factory stocks. Also got Dakota Isley guessing the same. C.J. Howell in factory stocks, Rowdy Day in the Limiteds.
I don't care how slick they are, how hungry I am. I do not want to be fed at F45 Hoosier tire.
Yes, Aaron Davis, I do have to call you out like that. I do need a prediction from you for the factory stocks, and I'm not sure why your 87D isn't here, as well as your uncle's 98 and your other uncle's. Can't quite remember what number Tommy rides in the factory stocks these days, but I wish his 69X was here in the Limiteds as well.
I just want to give a shout out to Miss Kim Day, the mother of Rowdy Day. Way to go out on a limb, Miss Kim. Way to go out on a limb and picking your winner of Rowdy Day. I mean, come on. He starts on the pole. I mean, make it a little more interesting.
She chose someone else.
I know. Of course she's picking Rowdy, and Rowdy's been so good in 2022. And obviously to be this good here has just shown that his season to this point is obviously no fluke whatsoever.
Absolutely. And if Jimmy Day was here, maybe that pick would be a little bit more complicated.
Hey.
Missing Jimmy as he's made the transition to a pro mod, and now he's kind of flipping back and forth between the pro mod and the limited.
Well, he was top qualifier RPM in the limited
He
over
ran
there.
very strong in the limited after converting it back from a pro mod.
Yeah.
He won a Southern Topless Economy modified feature this year. Got him his first start in the pro mod. He went out and beat Chase Hatton in the STEM series.
We talked last night about just the racing prowess of that Day family and how good they all are. And Jimmy, he won the 5,000 win Battle of Boot Hill one year. And I still say, even to this day, that is one of the very best races I've ever seen at Boot Hill Speedway from start to finish. That was one of the best races I have ever seen. As John O'Withington and Jimmy and Shane and Jason, they were going at it that hot July night. Boy, and that was a dandy.
So a few more predictions. We got Bob Trawick going to predict Mark Underwood Jr. in the Limiteds and Cody Myers in the factory stocks. Danny Bryant going to give us, forgot to give him a shout out actually. He's watching from work. He's going to predict John Mitchell for the Limiteds and Cody Myers for the factory stocks. As we're going back to the green flag with 5 laps to go for Cole Honick.
Back underway, hustling down the front straightaway under the gun into 1. It's going to be Cole Honick, your leader. As Colin said, around the bottom, there are 4 different lanes. You could say 5 different lanes wide on the racetrack. Pick a place, put it on the dime, and turn it, baby. Into turn number 3, Hennigan going to roll the hub, and he'll continue to roll it well with the 23 along in tow of Daniel Jones. Here comes John Parker Jr., and that all-new Outlaw chassis to him as Graham continues to hold on a second, relegating Hennigan's advances. It is getting wild right now, and it's getting good. What more do you want, race fans?
We got 4 laps to go, and there's a 3-car battle now for the 8th and final spot between Hauser, Dixon, and Gore, a trio of Dallas area drivers there, and only one of them is going to make it at this point.
Right now, the 8th and final transfer spot is being held by the 81 of Hauser. He took it away from the number 10 of Nate Dixon on that last restart. Now Dixon's going to have to put that Parker Lee Project number 10 car to the inner outs of the number 81 of the Niebauer Motorsports entry of Jeff Hauser and take it back with 2 laps to go.
David Vosbury going to go over the edge of turns 3 and 4 as he's going to come to a stop over there in staging lane. And we're staying under the green flag conditions for now as Cole Honick sees the white flag.
Nate Dixon's going to sell it up top. All eyes right there for that 8th and final transfer spot. Dixon's going to give it one last charge into 1 with the 721 of the Seagoville Texan, Jason Gore in tow. Final time.
Here comes Nate. He's got a run coming out of turn 2. Down the back straightaway. Is Hauser going to block the advances? He's going to dive to the inside.
Oh,
Dixon on the inside. Going to go door to door with Hauser. Coming out of turn 4 at the line. I don't know.
Hauser got him by half of a cat's whisker.
Jeff Hauser going to take the 8th and final transfer spot. You can't fault Nate Dixon.
Goodness.
He gave it absolutely everything he's got. And if you're going to make contact, door to door is the best way to do it as they get a photo finish at the line for the 8th and final transfer spot.
16 one-thousandths of a second for your final transfer spot there, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Jeff Hauser and Nate Dixon laying it all on the line. Dixon was in the 8th and final spot on that late race restart. Hauser got by in that Niebauer Motorsports number 81 car, and he set sail, but Dixon did not be denied, gave it everything he had, but he'll just come up about a half of a cat's whisker short of transferring to tonight's 50-lap, 5,000 win Mike Parker Memorial.
You know, coincidentally, that same exact differential was a photo finish here last week in heat race number 2 of the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun region of Richard Holt and Anthony Meek.
How about B feature number 2 here for the factory stocks? On the pole of this one, out of Bossier City, Louisiana, the driver of the Laser Chassis house car for his father, Glenn Perry, and the J&J Motorsports Superior Barn Grill number 12. It's Bo Perry out of Bossier City, Louisiana, in car number 12. Outside of Bo Perry out of New Waverly, Texas, and car number 56, it's going to be Craig Pursley Jr. So Bo Perry and Craig Pursley Jr. from the front row in this B feature. It's again will be 20 laps in distance. The top 8 cars will transfer and set the outside 8 rows behind the top 4 that will already lock in. Inside of row number 2, the reigning Mike Parker Memorial winner and the reigning King of the Hill winner at Boot Hill for $10,000 from Minden, Louisiana, the Debbie Calendar Realty GRT chassis number B1 with a PTS power plant underneath the hood for Kyle Cummings in B1. Out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, and the DAF chassis, Knowles Performance powered number 27. It's Dalton Faulkner, the reigning O'Reilly Auto Parts Cajun Cruiser Classic winner in 27. Inside of row number 3, out of Mansfield, Louisiana, the Frank's Fishing and Rental number 5. That's Salon. In the number 5, it's Frank Canizero. Outside of car number 13, oh, hot damn it, it's Jeff Hammett. And car number 13, he's out of Edgewood, Texas, in the Outlaw chassis, raceontexas.com, number 13. Inside of the 4th row, starting 7th out of Jonesboro, Louisiana. And the Woody Lowe Trucking Laser chassis number L1, it's Speedy Ben Leedy in L1. Outside of Leedy out of Vivian, Louisiana, the 5-time Arclitect Speedway Factory Stock Track Champ, former Cajun Classic winner Doug Vick Jr. in the Bechet Motorsports number 4. Inside, starting 9th of the 5th row, in the 7X, it'll be Dalen Briscoe out of Cavanis, Texas. And racing Jason Ingalls in the 10X. Luke Wheat in the Mini Wheat Farms, Arclitect's Animal Clinic 32L. Chad Ince, TJ Evans, Lee Patton, Dakota Wyatt. Watch Ricky Ingalls from the tail as Dakota Wyatt's down to the infield. We got carnage on the start. Green stays out. No harm, no foul. And unfortunately, Dakota Wyatt's night will be done as he goes to the infield. And that'll be all she wrote, as we'll stay green. 1 score, 19 to go.
So Pursley going to take the early race lead as they're 3 wide nearly as Faulkner tried to squeeze there between Cummings and Perry. As all of these cars out front in this one, very heavy hitters here. As Canizaro running in the 5th spot, Hammett 6th, Leedy 7th, and Doug Vick Jr. has the 8th and final transfer spot right now with Jason Ingalls breathing down his neck.
So Pursley has gotten away pretty comfortably, just about a few car lengths out front. But hey, as racy as it's been and as tight-knit as the race has been, anytime you can get a little bit of a head up on the competition, around goes. Was that Bo? Oh, Canizaro. Okay, it's hard to see from this vantage point. So Frank the Tank, and that Frank's Fishing and Rental number 5, Frank Canizero had a good run going inside of a transfer spot, and he got a shot in the shorts, and around he went there. Huh? Nobody touched him then. Like I said, it's hard vantage point right here. This thing blocks my view a little bit.
So Derek Miller, he sent me about 4 different predictions for the factory stock. So Derek, I'm going to need you to narrow it down to one. Derek Miller, the driver of the 17 factory stock.
Heard from Derek quite a bit.
Yeah, Derek, I think it's cheating to choose 4 cars, so I'm going to need you to narrow it down to one.
My good friend Corey Tutt, former limited modified driver to the number 14 C car. Miss seeing you, Corey, in that IRP race car. He said it'd be awesome if Chris Hennigan won the limiteds and Dustin won the factory. I mean, that would be cool if the Hennigans won. I mean, wouldn't doubt if Chris could win both, though. You know, you just never know. He had to come from deep, as he is the former winner of this race when it was held at Texarkana 67 Speedway a couple years ago. Justin Lishman, give a shout out to him. He said John Mitchell Unlimited, CJ Howell for factory. He's watching at home on Race on Texas from the crib. Megan Tutt says Winnigan Hennigans all night tonight. I got to give a shout out to my good friend, Mr. Mike Patrick. And and Miss Beth, we thank y'all so much for tuning in and watching, man. I love seeing you when I see you at the racetrack. I know I haven't seen you at the racetrack in person much here lately, but you guys have always been big supporters of mine and Race on Texas and all these racetracks around. And I told you earlier in message, I love you, and I certainly wish you were here. But, man, I'm glad you're tuned in watching live tonight on Race on Texas. Hope you're enjoying it.
So Derek Miller's going to pull it down to 1 and go with C.J. Howell. That's a popular pick so far. Everyone thinks the youngster's going to get it done, as Pursley's going to lead us back to the green flag here in B-Main number 2 for the KMO Racing Factory Stocks.
We'll go at it once again, back hot and heavy. The reigning Cajun Classic winner around the hub of the racetrack couldn't go any lower than the Mudcat in the Mississippi River. The 27 from Cut and Shoot, Texas. The town commissioner of Cut and Shoot, Dalton Faulkner, around the hub and making it work well. Here he comes in at number 27, going 3 wide once again there momentarily for second. As the B1 of Kyle Cummings around the top ropes of the racetracks. Here he comes, the reigning Mike Parker Memorial winner, bringing along in tow the 12 of Perry. Here comes the 13 of Hammett. Man, look at this log jam. The racing is heating up.
Side battle there between the Rad Rides number 75 of Chad Ince. Jason Ingles going to throw a slide job, and here comes Lee Patton as well as Ricky Ingles.
That was a drive job. That thing had a push in the front end there, but he drove right across the nose. He took it. He said, "Thank you very much. Sit down, please take a seat." Now we got a pair of Ingles, nephew and uncle. Right now, it's uncle on the bottom of Ricky, Jason up top as the L1 Elite right in front of them as they exit 4, and they're 3 wide behind them.
Nearly 3 wide for the second spot there between Cummings, Perry, and Faulkner. And Zach, I know we're at Arklatex Speedway, so you can never count him out, but the 4 of Doug Vick's looking very strong right now.
Oh, Doug Vick is indeed rolling. He is down to the bottom of the 13 of Hammett, trying to work his way inside of the top 5 now, the 2011 Cajun Classic winner. As they work down the front straightaway, man, how about Pursley, who is absolute gone, and they're 3 wide for second again.
Race fans, this is why everyone raves about the factory stocks, especially here in the Arklatex, but especially also this track, Arklatex Speedway, because the factory stocks are always a show here, as we're nearly 4 wide here back in the pack.
You remember like 4, 5, 6 years ago, they've been saying it for a long time that factory stocks are dying. Okay, buddy. How about these Hoosier F45 tires?
like old Reggie used to say at Super B, I got 88 reasons to tell them why it's not.
I got 5,000 reasons. Now,
attack between Dubois and Ingles going to send Ricky Ingles around there in the 81. And he's going to try to swing it back around, not going to corral it, and the caution flag is going to wave.
he looked really good. So my good friend Billy Mazzell III is picking his brother Jesse for the win in the limited modifieds tonight. He said that's a 2010 car with 2005 updates. He's in the old original Smiley's chassis.
How many times does that thing hit the infield tractor tire?
I just love how clever this guy is. His first time ever driving that car, he said it's an antique.
Did you see his meme today of the richest guy in Alabama pulling a 4-cylinder out of a giant toter home?
I didn't see it. I've had terrible service, but I love BM3. I've been seeing the Timeout Gentlemen's Club 115 car.
So Brandy Torres tells me her pick for the factory stocks is Johnny Torres. Said, we didn't drive all this way for nothing. They came 10 hours here from San Antonio. And going to pick Shane Hebert in the limited modified division. So we have 8 laps down, 12 laps to go. In the final B main of the night for the KMO Racing Factory stocks, as Craig Pursley's been absolutely dominant thus far in the 56. Dalton Faulkner sits second in 27 with Kyle Cummings in the B1 right there, rounding out your top 3. Keep your eyes on the 8th position. That's Jason Ingles and Chad Ince right now, as those 2 cars are battling to make it into the $5,000 to win feature.
Backing away here, Colin. I tell you what, Faulkner has started to chip away at it. Yeah, they're 3 all the way through. It's become such a common occurrence now. It's not a rarity at this joint, baby. As we are
3 wide for the 8th place position between Ingles, Ince, and Leedy. It's going to get shuffled back there in the 75. Coming out of turn number 2 Ricky Ingles now has this 8th position as he's battling with the 13 of Hammett for 7th.
Faulkner, smooth as butter, baby. Right now, he looks like he is getting to be on a roll in that 27 car. Yeah, I saw a little something come off that race car as well. May not have been anything significant, but we'll keep our eyes on it as we work down the back straightaway right now. It is all 56 of Pursley, bringing along the 27 of Faulkner in tow. Cummings, Perry, Vic Jr., Ingles, and Hammett. Right now, your top 8 cars.
As here comes Doug Vic Jr. He's going to work around the 12 of Bo Perry, and he's into the top 4. Here comes the 4V multiple-time track champion here, as he used to dominate the factory stocks here, and now he's trying to do it once again here in 2022. So Faulkner now edging closer to the 56 of Pursley, as he's about the only car on the Speedway that seems to can run with the 56 right now.
He just now turned his best. He just turned his best lap of the race. Everyone else in this race has turned their best lap on lap 2 or 3, but. Well, as I say that, Doug Vic Jr. makes a liar of me. He just turned his best lap on lap number 13, but that previous
Caution
lap,
flag
Faulkner,
away for simultaneous spins over there for the 2X of Williams and the 83 of Calvin Tucker.
So real quick, folks, we'll set your top 8 lineup here as they roll. It's Craig Pursley Jr. out front, followed by Dalton Faulkner, Kyle Cummings, Doug Vic Jr., Bo Perry, Racing Jason Ingles, Ricky Ingles, Jeff Hammett is your 8th and final transfer holder right now. Just on the outside looking in is Speedy Benlidi. Lee Patton on the outside looking in. Chad Ince, Frank Cannizzaro, and Calvin Tucker and Brandon Williams are final cars that are left on the racetrack. So 8 spots up for grabs, and right now it is occupied by that 13 Patriot Racing Dirt Defender car of Jeff Hammett.
Yep, so we got 13 laps down, 7 laps to go to settle these final 8 positions. I mentioned it earlier, we got 4 additional positions in each feature. There's going to be an auction, a random winner from a raffle, and then the 2 provisionals from the time trials from Thursday night as we're going back to the green flag with Pursley in control.
Backing away into 1, Faulkner's going to take the low road to the racetrack and take the limbo underneath the B1 at Cummings, who has a good restart and a nice run to the outside of him as they enter turn number 3. It'll be 6 laps to go. This time by here at Oracle Tex and your final B feature of the night to set the outside row as they head off into 1. It's still all Pursley Jr. all the time.
That time by Ben Leedy takes the 8th and final transfer spot away from Jeff Hammett, as here comes Lee Patton to his outside, battling side by side for the 9th spot with the 13.
Ben Leedy's about to have Kayla Key having a heart attack over there in the pit area, looking on the number L1. Off of 4, Speedy Ben living up to his moniker. He's gotten pretty quick in that Woody Low Trucking Laser race car number L1 here in this B feature event. Here comes Lee Patton, though. Lee Patton working down the back straightaway, as they are relatives, by the way. They might have a strong Thanksgiving conversation if something happens here with only 5 laps to go.
As Pursley leads, Cummings going to take the 2nd spot back away from Faulkner. Faulkner sits 3rd, Perry is 4th. 5th goes to Doug Vic Jr. right now. 6th, Jason Ingles. 7th is Ricky Ingles. And 8th is the L1 of Ben Leedy, as here comes Patton back to his back bumper.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on Lee Patton and see if he can work up something here, as Jeff Hammett has faded from the in to the outside looking in. He was right there in the good early in this race, and it just went backwards for him.
And there goes the Frank's Fishing and rental number 5 of Frank Cannizzaro as he loses power on the exit of turn number 4. As he was about 3 spots out trying to join that battle with Patton and Leedy, where there's 2 to go this time for Pursley, who's redistanced himself away from Faulkner and Cummings.
It looks like Frank's going to have one of them lonely days on the lake tomorrow night. Unfortunately, hate that for him. And that Frank's Fishing and Rental number 5 expiring in that entry is down the back straight. A good battle for Ingles and Doug Vic Jr. But here comes Lee Patton. The white flag is out. If he's going to do anything, he's going to have to throw a Hail Mary as they enter turn number 1 here with the white flag waving. Final time down the back straightaway to turn number 3. He'll receive a face full of checkered flag. What a performance for the new Waverly Texan in car number 56. Craig Pursley Jr., your B feature winner. The GRT chassis number B1 of Cal Cummings. Dalton Faulkner in 27 finishes in 3rd. 4th will go to Bo Perry, followed by Doug Vic Jr. Racing Jason Ingles, followed by Ricky Ingles, and your 8th and final transferee will be car number L1. How about that run for Speedy Benlidi in L1?
Short intermission so they can do the pool and the auction over there.
Okay.
no driver entrance.
They don't need to get out of the car or anything. We should.
So we'd like to give a shout out to Racers for Smiles Photography and Chaz Brzezinski, as he's been behind the lens of the camera all weekend long, produces some fabulous photos, and he's going to have thousands of pictures of outstanding racing action from this weekend. So make sure you go and find Chaz Brzezinski on Facebook, as once again, there'll be some absolutely stunning photos that Chaz has captured here of the 9th Annual Mike Parker Memorial. So, race fans, we're going to take a quick intermission, do a bit of track prep as we have the auctions and the raffle draw over there to determine our 24 car starting fields for your 50-lap Mike Parker Memorial A features.
Little boy, but I got too nervous.
What are you gonna ask?
Huh?
What are you talking about?
I was going to ask a little boy if he wanted to play with me, but I
Yeah.
got to stay. He left already.
Oh man.
He left like
Yeah,
3
it's
hours ago.
this is always a hard track to play at because it's like right there by the fence. You don't have a whole lot of area. Like when we used to go to Boot Hill, or when I grew up at the racetrack at Webster Speedway, we used to have like underneath the grandstands. We had a big spot because the stands were built differently, so we could go underneath those and play and stuff. And we had like a sandbox, and we used to go all the way down to the end to the handicap ramp, and we'd run up and down there. That was fun. Yeah, but Boot Hill, we just played on the big side of the hill.
So once again, race fans, just a quick intermission as we're having the raffle over there at the tech shed. They've been selling raffle tickets all week, so there's going to be a random draw from the people that bought that raffle ticket, as well as an auction for the 23rd starting spot. Now be a great time to visit the concession stand over here on the top of turn 4 and prepare yourself for two $5,000 to win 50-lap main events here at the Land of the Three Wide, and the track is awfully great tonight, if I say so myself. 3 and 4 wide racing all throughout the B mains.
All the dirt turned into wheels.
Wheels?
It looks like the wheels because it's the same color.
That's rubber.
It's funny.
auction.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Drivers, if you bought a raffle ticket, go to the tech shed right now as they are doing the raffle for the 23rd starting spot. Head to the tech shed right now if you have a raffle ticket. If you're not present, you will not win.
Is this anyone's first time ever here to Arklatex Speedway tonight? Don't lie to me. Raise your hand if it's your first time ever here to Arklatex. Oh, come on. I don't know about that.
First time tonight.
First time tonight. Who you think's going to win the race in the limiteds tonight?
Rowdy Day.
No, he ain't.
There's a bunch. Rowdy Day starts on the pole. But he's been pretty good this year. He's got 8 wins at Rocket. But who do you think's going to win then, Miss Barber? Just off the top of your head.
Hennigan.
Chris Hennigan's going to win the. Who's going to win the factory then?
Cody.
Cody Myers. Cody Myers has been long overdue for one of these big-time wins. He's never been able to cash in and get the job done. He's in snake bit. He's had so much bad luck. Could tonight be the night for the Bossier City racer? You know what? I don't care who wins. I just hope they're 4 wide coming to the checkers and make it a nightmare for the scoring officials up here.
This is my first time here. Don't I get a free shirt?
No, that's not how that works. I just wanted to know if this is anyone's first time. I just wanted to thank you so much for coming. That's what I meant to get to. I wish I had a free T-shirt or a free anything to give you, but unfortunately, sir, I just give you a thank you, sir. Thanks for coming, and I do hope you come back and see us.
Hey, Zach Clark.
Yes.
You know who won the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series race tonight at Lucas Oil Speedway?
Hudson O'Neill won last night. I'm going to guess and say Jimmy Owens.
He's parked below that flag stand before.
Bloomer won?
Johnny Scott out of Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Oh, wow. Well, he won the Thursday night prelim at the Show Me 100, which Chris Ferguson ended up winning the $50,000 win on Saturday night, but he won the Thursday night opener. Johnny's the current Lucas Oil late model MLRA point leader, and he's been really good this year. But, hey, yeah, Johnny Scott, he won the Quick Race Car Spring Nationals here in 2010. He won his first ever USMTS race June 13th, 2010 at Lone Star Speedway. came back. Sorry, I was 12th. Came back over here June 13th. Won his second ever USMTS race. The next night, he and Ryan Gustin put on an outstanding race. They finished 1 and 2. So Johnny won his first ever USMTS race in Kilgore. Came back over here, won his second one on back-to-back nights. Pretty great way to get that started for him in his USMTS career. He's went on to win 38 more USMTS races since that time, and he won the 2019 USMTS National Championship. But it's cool to see guys like that who have raced around here, like Arcade Dillards. But Johnny Scott, we've kind of adopted him as our own. That's pretty good, pretty awesome, Colin. Johnny's an awesome racer. He and his brother Stormy both. I was just told in my ear that Jamie Burford starts outside of the front row tonight in Pike County in his late model. I think he's racing with the Mississippi State Challenge Super Late Model Series tonight. So Jamie's been.
You know who's also racing over there this week? Making a return. The Intimigator
Chris
over there
Ball.
at Pike County tonight.
Love Chris. I use his wrap on my iRacing late model. He's one of my favorites of all time. This is another question I have off top because I just ran into one. How many current racers are here? I just ran into a former racer, but I'd still call him current because I think if you had 4 tires and a steering wheel that you were allowing in the drive, I think Greg Garrett would love to drive a race car right now. So just a shout out to him. Just said hey to him. But how many current racers are here? Raise your hand if you still currently race or you used to race. Dad, that includes you. There's my dad over here. How many former racers are sitting in the house tonight? All right, all 4 of you. Or 6, 7, something like that. Cool. How many of you ever won at this racetrack? My dad's here. He's never raced here. He raced at Champion Park, Boot Hill, but typically at Webster and Champion Park for many, many years. 13 years.
All right, so breaking news, the factory stock raffle winner. That's going to go to the Seagoville Texan, the 721. Jason Gore wins the factory stock raffle.
Got to give a big shout out to Mr. Brian Gaither, turning 49 years old here, coming on Monday. Happy birthday to you, Brian. If anybody else, real quick before we get started with these 50 lap features, if you have any announcements for some happy birthdays, maybe some happy anniversaries or anything like that, be happy to make those announcements. Whether it be myself or Colin, we'd be happy to get those announcements made for you. Oh, Mr. Boatman, he got announced. Tell us again what happened.
I said my wife's birthday is today,
Okay.
and my present was I get to go to the racetrack.
Okay.
And then anniversary is tomorrow, and my present was I get to go to the racetrack.
Yeah.
I win.
Yeah, you win. You're the man, by the way, dude, and I miss you. It's good to see you. How you been?
I've been great.
Yeah, we'll just tell the whole world you've been great then, right here in
I have
Arkansas,
been
Texas.
great. I have been great.
You are great. I'll tell you that much. You are great.
I know.
It's a great human being right here, Mr. Boatman. I tell you what, if you don't know, you need to meet him. He doesn't take everybody in, though. I'll just tell you. Yeah, those are pretty good. There's a lot of people watching live tonight on Race on Texas. A lot of good friends and a lot of great race fans that have messaged me. My phone's blown up, and my service is just terrible. And so I get them, and half the time they don't load. But anyway, we'll try to get those as we get them the best that we can.
So some more breaking news. Philip Seals in the 193 is going to win the auction for the limited modified portion. So the 193 will be in the feature tonight as he's sponsored by Repipe Pros, which is the title sponsor of the limited modified feature here tonight of the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial here at the Land of the Three Wide Arklatex Speedway.
I just had one of our diehard fans watching on Race on Texas, Tesha Doyle, said, I wish you would interview the flagman sometime. I'm sure you know a lot about him, and I think he's the best flagman locally, period. But people don't know is Mr. Keith Parker up here. He used to race late models at Boot Hill. He's been flagging at the Hill, I think, since 2015 or 16. But I know Keith pretty well now. But nonetheless, how about a hand for Keith Parker up here in the flag stand? He's one of the best judges and executioners around. But Tesha wanted me to talk to him, although I'm scared of heights, so I don't really want to climb up the ladder. But I used to do, when I was announcing the Boot Hill, I used to do the midweek report with Keith Parker. I'd always go up there at intermission, and I'd talk to him about what he's seen from the flag stand. So we're going to go up here and have a Keith mid-race report real quick. Let me in here, Keith. There's a cage. We'll make it snappy. Oh, he's got to move everything up here.
Just don't fall out.
He said do not fall out, but there is one time when I did almost fall out of here, and that's why it scared me to never come back. Oh, my gosh. I do not like this. I do not like this at all. I do not like this at all. Yeah, so I forgot that I left the gate open, and I stepped back, and one foot fell in, and I about had one of them bee-busters, if you know what I mean. All right, mid-race support here. Keith, been some great racing here all weekend long, man. It has to be awesome to see it from your vantage point. Do you ever actually get to enjoy the races, or you just kind of focus on the task at hand?
I do get to watching the races too much. I forget what I'm supposed to be doing up here, so try not to watch the races too much and just concentrate on counting laps, watching for cautions, see if anybody took somebody out, that type of thing.
How long have you been flagging now? I think I told the fans you've been at the Hill, I think, since 2015 or 16.
I think to 16. I think my 6th year. This is my 6th year, yeah.
Still like doing it? I mean, I've seen you at 67. You travel when guys like Justin call you. You know, you're always quick to pick up the phone and answer the call and come out here and help out.
I really enjoyed it. It's a little spending money, and I don't have a torn-up race car to work on. That's what I really like about it.
You miss racing?
No. Maybe this much.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I missed the fun of it when I saw Sean Graham and Ricky Ingles, the three wide for the lead in the heat. I missed that. You see a blown motor like that, I don't miss that. You know.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, unbiased. Obviously, it doesn't matter if sometimes we make picks. You know, I don't care who wins the race. I just like to see them 4 wide coming to the checkered flag. You know, give Brad a headache when they come. But who do you think's going to win the limiteds tonight? I mean, you got a lot of tough customers. I'm not sure if you can name one off top, but who do you think might get the job done?
I really don't. I like Stephen Guidry in the K1, but I think he's starting about 4th, so he's going to have some work to do. There's probably 10 guys that can win that race. You know, the first half of the field probably has a chance to win it.
You've been around this sport for a while around the Architects. When you watch it, you know, you've seen Ace Hennigan, and then Tommy Joe, and then Chris. How about little Dustin, 15 years old? What about that, right?
Isn't that awesome? I was 16 when I had my first dirt tracker, so I know what he's going through. But he's way farther ahead of the curve than I was at that time.
That natural born Hennigan blood that he's got pumping through his veins there, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, man, we'll get back to it. If we talk too long, Brad Hockaday might come on here and snatch us up. So, hey, Awesome job as always, man. How about another hand here for Keith Parker, folks, your flagman here this weekend. Thank you, Keith, for the time, my friend.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for coming out. Hope they can put on a good show for you for these next 2 50-lap main events.
There he is, folks, Keith Parker.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Limited Modified A, we need you to staging right now. Also breaking news with the Limited Modified A feature, Josh Bockham wins the random auction spot in the random raffle spot in the 25 out of Benton, Louisiana. He'll start from the 24th starting position. So coming up briefly is going to be the 50-lap Repipe Pros USRA Limited Modified feature. $5,000 to the winner, and it's going to line up like this. On the pole out of Greenville, Texas, in the County Armory, number 20D, that's Rowdy Day. To his outside out of Lafayette, Louisiana. In the Express Race Cars, Cajun Pools and Spas, number 22M, that's Shane Abear. Inside of row number 2 out of Marksville, Louisiana. In the Sugarland Garden Soil, number K1, Express Race Cars, that's Stephen Guidry. And his outside out of Texarkana, Texas, it's going to be the 32, Brandon Brown. In the Outlaw Race Cars, Best Engines, number 32. Inside of row number 3 in the Team 5 Enterprises, W&W Timber, number 5 out of Texarkana, Texas, that's John Mitchell. And his outside out of Texarkana, Texas, in the 36C, Hadaway Towing, Hadaway Collision, Best Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, that's the 36C of Connor Mewborn.
Inside of the 4th row in the Malfus Motorsports Popeyes Louisiana Fast, Grant Shelton Worldwide Tire, Western Flyer Chassis, PTS Power number K9. Out of Ruston, Louisiana, it'll be Mark Underwood Jr. in the number K9, looking to bark like a big dog in that K9 tonight. And how about this one at Longwood, Louisiana? And the Ingalls Racing Performance Chassis 00 machine, it'll be J.D. Emmons. Inside of the next row, starting 9th on the grid, he's an 8-time 67 Texarkana Speedway track champion. Former feature winner here, former feature winner at Boot Hill as well. Out of Red Lick, Texas, the Texarkana Emergency Center Family Medical Associates RPM-powered IRP chassis, number 35. It's Rapid Roy, Aaron Roy in 35. Outside, the Roy brothers start door-to-door tonight. Also out of Red Lick, now residing out of Hooks, Texas, in the RPM Performance-powered Griffin Realtors Modern Primitive-sponsored the Deuce car. It's Adam Roy out of Hooks, Texas in car number 2. To the next car, to the inside, in the 6th row, starting 11th. A great run to this juncture for him out of Texarkana in the Express Chassis number 88. It's Dustin Taylor in 88. And to the outside of Taylor, also residing out of Hooks, Texas, the hired gun for RobNet Motorsports this weekend in the Ingalls Racing Performance Chassis number 2R Hadaway Towing Collision entry. It's Scotty Hushelpeck.
On the inside of row number 7 out of Bullard, Texas, in the Four Seasons number 4 junior, that's Boone Evans. And to his outside, got a big crate late model win here earlier this year, racing for Chase Breezy in his 71 machine. Out of Bridge City, Texas, in the first class septic number C7 star, it's Corey Neal Jr. Inside of row 8, the Riggs Motorsports number 96R out of Frankston, Texas, that's Jesse Mazzell. And to his outside, he's got multiple wins tonight, this year here in the USRA Modifieds. That's Chris Hennigan in the Rollers Lubin Rollo's Auto Sales, number 22. Inside of row number 9 is going to be the RKT operating Rock and Roll Whataburger number 20 of Brent Tidwell, and to his outside, the manufacturer of IRP race cars in the Mac Tools by Bradley, Mr. Plummer IRP race cars 1-3 designs number 12 out of Hallsville, Texas. It's Jason Ingalls.
Racing Jason will be tough there. Went backwards in that B main, but I think he'll come forward in this one. That there shouldn't be any doubt about it. And starting inside of row number 11 in the in row number 10 in the 19th position. From New Boston, Texas, AJ Nothing But a Number, baby, for the Wiley veteran racer again out of New Boston. In the Team 5 Enterprise IRP chassis, Brashears Motorsports, F5 for Skeed Amison. Outside of Skeed Amison resides out of Shreveport, Louisiana. In the Cliffs Welding Service and Virovac SimpleChurch.tv, a Badix sponsored number 23. He's in an IRP racing chassis for Cody Tupper, trying to serve supper tonight. Inside of the 11th row, starting 21st on the grid at a Longview, Texas. The 1996 Super Late Model champion here in the Arklatex. Many-time winner here at Arklatex. He's won here earlier this season in the Twin City Towing Ingalls Racing Performance PTS Racing Engine Power number 81. It's Uncle Ricky Ingalls in 81. Outside out of Danbury, Texas, just about won that big 8,000 to win race at South. It was 5,000 last year. Was 8,900 the year before, but nonetheless, last year in Corpus Christi nearly won that big time limited modified event. Tonight he'll have to come from deep in the field at a track that I think he's only raced at one time prior at a Danbury, Texas, in the number 33 car this weekend, doing double duty. Ray Allen Cole-Hennick, the multi-time ASCS Gulf South Sprint Car champion. And the final row to the inside, starting 23rd on the field in your limited modified feature event tonight, going 50 laps for $5,000 to win. And the Seals Automatic 193 machine out of Shepherd, Texas. That'll be Philip Seals. And the final car starting in this one, a multi-time winner here. 3 times a winner here last season out of Benton, Louisiana. Goes by the moniker of the Benton Bullet. He'll be looking to fire it all the way from the tail towards the front. He's only got one way to go. And the Total Custom Carbs and Dyno Easy 1 Racing Engine Power Dominator chassis number 25. The Benton Bullet, Josh Bockham in 25.
So we got 24 cars set to go 50 laps for $5,000 to win here at the Land of the Three Wide. And the track cannot be in possibly better shape right now to set sail for 50 laps, $5,000, and all the bragging rights on the line.
This is what we save our lunch money for right here, brother. Let's get a little fist bump before we get this party started. Been fun this weekend, Colin, man. This is what we've waited. This is what we showed up for, man, to find out who's going to have the baddest hot rod of the bunch with all the money and all the Tostitos on the line.
All right, so since we already got the lineup in, let's talk a little bit about who we can expect to move through this field. As we stated, we got 50 laps. There's plenty of time, and every racer in this feature is capable of winning a race like this. But for some of them, it means just a little bit more. Some of them are a little bit more used to the 50-lap races. So what's your prediction, Zach? Who are you watching to head towards the front?
I think undoubtedly with the amount of laps that this driver has at this racetrack, obviously with his prowess at this place, the distinct line that he knows how to get around here. You already know who I'm about to say. Driver that we all obviously saw turn the quickest time here on Thursday night in your limiteds. Win again, Chris Hennigan. You know he's going to be there at the end. I saw him drive Billy Robinson's 01 car and a Tootsie Smith Memorial from about 14th inside of the top 3 and battle for the lead several years ago. But if it's got 4 tires in the steering wheel, like I say, Chris can get the job done. He's won the Mike Parker Memorial at Texarkana 2 years ago, and I know he'd like to get it done here at his home racetrack here tonight. Chris Hennigan's the one that we'll be watching. He starts in the 16th starting position here tonight. Or typically car 16.
So one that's popping off the page to me, just can't seem to look away from it. That's the 5 of John Mitchell. It's hard to choose against him as he's been dominant in the week and a half that he's been, or the 2 weeks now that he's been in a limited modified. Dominated here last week, and he's been really, really good this weekend. He was telling me how bad he was yesterday, sitting 9th in the passing points. He wasn't satisfied with that. And also going to mention it one more time for good measure. Happy birthday to Ben Gilliland, who's turning the wrenches on that 5 machine this weekend. Once again, we appreciate you, Ben. Happy birthday. And maybe you'll get to celebrate on the slab with John here after 50 laps.
Yeah, I'm not so sure there's a harder worker in the pits, and that's why obviously he's been with Justin. He used to help out Brandon. Brandon scaled back, doesn't race quite as much, but you know he's a big asset to that outlaw racing shop there in Hooks. So here's your pole sitter underneath the flag stand, ladies and gents. And that number 20D, a Rowdy Day, he's going to wait here on the field to come around, and he'll assume his pole starting position in the number 20D. Shane Abeart's another one, obviously. I mean, he starts outside the front row, so you're not really going out on a limb when I say it, but anytime big money's on the line, then you know Shane Hebert, who quietly last night earned himself a top 4. But Shane Hebert, last year's Mike Parker Memorial Limited Modified Feature winner, already has won Tootsie Smith Memorials here. He's always good here. He's won here in the big blocks too, right? And so, I mean, he's just a master and a very versatile driver. But he used to refer to these cars, Colin, as his moneymaker. When he was racing late models full-time for Jeff Allgaier, he would get back in these cars, and he would refer to them as his moneymaker. He won like 9 or 10 in a row back. This is 2013, but he's a seasoned vet and knows these cars like the back of his hand.
Yeah, so there's another driver that's popping out to me. But first off, I'd like to mention Jason Ingles because I think it'd just be foolish not to mention Jason Ingles here, especially with 50 laps on the line. But I'm looking at the green and black and blue C7. This kid ran the Street Stock Nationals. He ran second at the Street Stock Nationals behind the wheel of a Street Stock. Trying to remember exactly who owns it. He's down there in the New Waverly area.
Seals, Philip Seals. Not Phillips, Randy Seals.
Yes, Randy
Seals.
Yeah,
we call him Bubba Seals. He drives car number 19.
The yellow and red 19 Street Stock.
The doctor.
And I believe Chad Thrash won that. He's pretty dang tough in a Street Stock.
Yep.
And for anyone to run near Chad Thrash, that's definitely an accomplishment.
He's going back, too. Corey is.
Absolutely. Corey has some experience. As young as he is, he's been in big moments. And we're going to find out how big it can be tonight with 1 lap to go until we go green.
I missed the ball to get the fans to give him a clap there, but it's fine. Well, there you have it, race fans. Rowdy Day and Shane Hebert from the front row. So you got an IRP and an Express, and you got an Express and an IRP. You got... So John Mitchell's in an IRP, and then you have a Western Flyer from Mewborn, Western Flyer for the K9. 50 laps. $5,000 on the line. Colin Bell, we're underway live and on demand on raceontexas.com for the Mike Parker Memorial.
As Day and Hebert go into turns 1 and 2, Hebert on the top side, Day on the inside. They're going to be dead even coming out of turn 2 down the back straightaway for the first time of 50 here tonight. As Hebert gets the advantage heading into turn number 3, Day on the inside. As Brandon Brown gets loose right in front of the whole field.
And the rest of the field did a fantastic job to avoid him there. They split him from the in and outs as we stay green for the time being, but now the caution has no other choice but to wave as the number 32 WW Timber IRP, I think he just lost the handle there all by his lonesome.
Yeah, track surface probably a lot different than it was in the pole dash. If you think about it, Brandon's only made 2 laps tonight. No hot laps. He ran 1 pole dash race. And so that was all it wrote for Brandon. Last night, all the hard work he put in, finishing 3rd in the passing points, it's all out the window as now he's going to go to the tail. But the good thing is he's got 49 laps to recover.
So a pretty smart racer, and I don't know, he didn't necessarily want to be mentioned by name, but he sent me a message here. He said he wasn't looking for a shout-out, so I'll save the name, but he wanted to share his thoughts, and I actually respect this driver's opinion quite a bit. He said race management is going to win this race. Catman, speaking of John Mitchell, is more experienced recently with the longer races than anyone else in this race. But whoever has the best tires at the end is likely to be the one parking on the front stretch. The last 15-20 is when the race is probably going to be won, but it can sure be lost in the first 20, burning your tires and brakes up, which is an outstanding point by a very accomplished driver from here in the Arklatex. I appreciate you for reaching out there, as it's obvious tidbits, but that's coming from a racer who knows it and has won a big race around here as well, paying big money.
Absolutely. Yes, John does have a lot of experience in those kind of races, as does Shane, Chris, Jason Ingles. We got a few guys up front who may have, truthfully, I don't know if Connor Mewborn's ever ran a 50-lap race.
No,
so
he has not.
We'll have to see how he adjusts to that.
The Cajun Classic, I would imagine. I think he made the feature last year, if I'm not mistaken. But I did want to mention here, got a word from Lane Brashears on behalf of the F5 Skeet Amundsen race team. They dropped the cylinder, so they were not able to make it out to start this 50-lap feature event. So 1 lap scored, ladies and gentlemen, and scored with the race lead is Lafayette, Louisiana, owner and fabricator of Express Chassis, Shane Hebert, and that Dubrock Racing, number 22, leads us down the boulevard on the restart into turn number 1. Rowdy Day is going to roll the bottom side of the racetrack to the inside of the 22, who's going to stay on the tippy-top shelf of the racetrack as they rocket their ways down the back straightaway to turn number 3. Guidry on the bottom. How about J.D. Ammons once more here tonight in that 00 car?
J.D. definitely He's stepping on it early. Some guys may be saving
That's
some
Cinderella.
stuff, but JD's going for it.
That is Cinderella. We're gonna have to. We need to check the helmet and make sure it's JD. No, all respect to JD, man. That's just unbelievable. Look at him come right to the middle of the racetrack to your back of two seasoned veterans and well-accomplished drivers. You got them neck and neck for the race lead. Ammon's trying to make it 3 different lanes wide. Calling this racetrack is absolute on the money. 3 cars going at it right now with 3 laps scored, 47 to go.
Yeah, very impressive from Ammons here early. As we were talking about with the 50 lap races, I don't think Ammons has ever ran 50 laps. So we'll see if he's using his stuff up too early or if he's really just got that good of a race car right now.
And oh, look now for the 36 of Mewborn has thrown all caution to the wind right there where he won that B main earlier tonight. He makes a liar up and goes right to the center within 3 and 4, but he's rolling the top in 1 and 2, trying to find as much brown as he can get. As Reed taking the lead that time, you're posted to the 20D, a rowdy day. As Hennigan's around in 3 and 4, collecting. Looks like Jesse Mazzel's going the wrong distance to get turned back the right direction. And that's our second caution of the first 5 circuits here tonight in this 50-lap affair.
Well, the good thing is, Zach, the track's absolutely phenomenal already as we've got 3 wide for the race lead, 5 laps in the race. As you said, with the unnamed advisory there, tires are going to be a really big part of this race. As you can see, quite a few, 1 or 2 guys have already gotten around John Mitchell, but I think John's playing the tire game there in the 5 machine. As he's let Underwood by, he let Connor Mewborn by. Seems like the 5's kind of just going to let the race come to him and let these kids burn off their rubber a little bit quick.
That is, I mean, it's John has experience in 50 lap, which nowadays. Tim McCready talked about this not long ago after Lucas Oil race, which these 100 lap races is a little bit different as far as concerned, but typically they run for 50 laps every week. So, and that's a late model, which is different than a limited. But he made a good point that nobody's saving anymore. Everybody's going hard every single lap out there, and nobody's just everybody's going for broke every single lap. And I almost feel that that's almost kind of trickled down, and the same approach is taken here. Sure, you may have to save a little bit, but I'm just not so sure how much these guys are actually saving here. But John Mitchell, you make a good point. If anybody is smart and could do it and successfully save and get back there, that's a driver who can do that, I believe.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be interesting. The last few weeks in the limited modified division, I think there hasn't been a faster car than Connor Mewborn in the 36C. And a term that they throw around in the late model division, especially for guys like Turbo, and that's Tyler Erb, and Spencer Hughes, some of those guys, is a throttle masher. And Connor Mewborn is definitely a throttle masher, so we'll see how he can adjust to make sure that those tires survive this 50-lap duration here in his Harold's transmission number 36C.
How about this racetrack so far, fans? What do you think, Arctic Speedway race fans, about this racetrack right now? These guys are going at it. When you got a 5,000 to win race, this is what you got to want as a race fan. You give these guys a good racetrack to race on, and it's anybody's guess who's going to win this one right now. Rowdy Day out of Greenville, Texas, is going to lead us back to the green flag with 5 scored, 45 to go. 5,000 continues to hang in the balance here. On the restart into 1. Rowdy Day rolls the hub and rolls it well. Ammon's going to give the lane to the outside of the 22 for Lafayette's Shane Hebert. He'll roll his way to the outside. Mewborn's going to take the low ride approach in the 3 and allow the K1 of Gidry to roll to his outside. 1, 2, 3, 4 off of the exit of Fort Collin. It's heating back up here for 2nd through 5th.
Absolutely. Battles all over the Speedway, Zach. But I don't want to fail to mention the driver that came from the C main, as he still looks extremely fast. Dustin Taylor in the 88 has got a hot rod tonight as he slips up right as I'm talking about it.
Absolutely, as Hennigan got more mishap there off the exit of 2. But, I mean, undoubtedly to this point, surprise driver is J.D. Ammons here tonight and a breakout driver of this event. If you didn't know who the 00 driver of J.D. Ammons was before tonight, well, now you know, as the 00 car is rolling like a big dog. Looks like old Jeff Chandler 00 here, rolling into turn number 1.
Also keep a good eye on that 193 of Philip Seals. He started at the tail. He's already passed nearly 10 cars.
Absolutely. We'll keep our eyes on just outside, going door to door here, the K9 of Underwood, and as well as the Catman, as Hebert has another bid for the race lead. Here comes Hebert screaming to the outside, and that Express Chassis Dubrock Racing number 22, and Hebert's going to retake the lead on the midpoint of the back straightaway by about half of a nose.
Abear's up top. Here comes Rowdy Day back to the inside as Ammons and Mewborn going to run towards the top side of the speedway. At the line this time, Abear's got it by a nose.
A war. This is a war being waged, and here comes Connor Mewborn. The 17-year-old Connor Mewborn rolling down to the inside of Ammons now. And they say, hey, neither one of us are supposed to be up here. Let's just have a little fun and go for it. What do we have to lose? As they've got the Catman and the K1 of Guidry back there nipping at their heels. As C7 of Corey Neal Jr. trying to come along strong now. As he's chipping away at it, trying to get inside of the top 6 now.
Yeah, Corey Neal started 14th, so he's working his way up real quick. Another one that we'll have to keep an eye on. As JD Ammons is going to blow up in the 0-0.
Oh, no.
Tragedy there for the 0-0, who had the performance of a lifetime going on. The Longwood, Louisiana native stormed from a 8th place starting spot into the top 3, and it's going to go up in smoke here at the lane of the 3 wide. Absolute heartbreak for Ammons.
You hate to see it, race fans. 11 laps, 12 laps into the history books, and J.D. Ammons, who was having a breakout performance here this weekend. A lot of you fans probably didn't even have any kind of iota who J.D. Ammons was, but let's make it clear that he made his presence felt and he made it shown that he is definitely a wheelman indeed. He was out here battling out with the heavyweights of this limited modified division, and his night ends abruptly up in smoke. Give him a hand, race fans, not for his misfortune, just for the breakout run for J.D. Ammons tonight, folks. Yeah.
Race fans, come on. Y'all can do better than that. Let the 0-0 know that you appreciate the show he just put on for the first 12 laps as heartbreak strikes, but no doubt all 62 competitors here in the limited modifieds know who J.D. Ammons is, and they know that he was here.
He was racing smart, racing competitive, and respectful. He was giving his competitors room, and he looked like a seasoned veteran out here tonight. Maybe the pit grandstands, y'all give J.D. a big hoop and a holler over there, man. Put some respect on that guy's name. J.D. Ammons made his presence felt here tonight. I got much respect for that effort, and I hate to see it going off with a John Young push truck there. Push van.
So a few more cars, again, to keep an eye on. Ray Allen Kohanic, he started in the 22nd starting spot, and now he's sitting right there near the edge of the top 10, as well as Philip Seals and Ricky Ingalls, all of those cars. Josh Bauckham right there as well. The last 4 cars that got provisionals and bought their way or raffled their way into this race have worked their way into this race for a reason, and they're here to show it.
So we got them re-racked and stacked, the Texas style or Delaware style double restart here as A-Bear worked back to the lead on the top ropes of the racetrack using that outside line momentum, got back around Rowdy Day. Mewborn up to 3rd. We're back on our way into turn number 1. A-Bear is going to continue to go at it hot and heavy and throw all caution to the wind on the top ropes of the racetrack. Here comes the Catman with some cat scratch fever tonight. Here comes the Catman, John Mitchell, trying to go back-to-back at Arklatex, but tonight with big money on the line, Colin.
Comes Mewborn looking to the outside of Day. He can't get it yet. It's A-Bear, Day, and Mewborn, your top 3, followed by Mitchell and the K1 of Guidry. And as you said, Zach, this is a war. Emphasis on this is a war, not a battle, as these guys still have 37 laps to race, so they can't throw too much out there right now.
As Connor Mewborn, he says, hey, hello, how you doing? Keeping it moving. And the outside of Rowdy Day says, hey, I don't think I'm supposed to be here, but I'm about to show you a little bit of this 36 Western Flyer. 3 different chassis manufacturers, 1, 2, and 3 right now with the Express leading the IRP and the Western Flyer. It's a Donnie Brooks so far, 3 wide for the race lead.
It can't possibly get any better than this, Zach.
Can't. What more do you want, race fans? 35 laps to go, and you got an absolute Donnie Brooks special and a Michael Jackson thriller brewing here tonight.
A-Bear, Mewborn, Day, Mitchell, and Corey Neal Jr. now breaks his way into the top 5. How about we just go 5 wide with John Mitchell and Corey Neal up there here in a few laps?
Are you not entertained, race fans? If you don't like this, then you don't like dirt track racing. Put your fingers to your neck and check your pulse. If you're still breathing, they roll into 1. A-Bear still your race leader. Rowdy Day rolling the hub and rolling it well. The 36 right there in the meat and the sandwich. 36 of Mewborn. He says hello, goodbye to the 20D of Rowdy Day. Day going to give him back Hill into 3 and 4. They continue to go 3 wide for the race lead. Again, what more do you want?
A-Bear continues to work the top side. Mewborn working 1 lane off of that, and Rowdy Day still married to the bottom side of the speedway. Have to assume that Rowdy may be saving a little bit more tires than those 2 on the top side of the speedway. But we still got 32 laps to go before we can crown a champion here.
Connor Mewborn might just upset this field here tonight. He's got the chassis guru and one of the winningest drivers in the state of Louisiana and Texas and beyond ever in this limited modified class. Certainly one of the most seasoned veterans in the form of Shane Hebert, and he is nipping all over his heels, trying to put that Curtis Allen Western Flyer chassis, best engines underneath the hood into victory lane tonight, and he has certainly got the job.
I truthfully would not be surprised if Connor got it done, as the caution flag's going to wave over there in turns 3 and 4. Can't quite tell which car that is over there. We got a black car. I believe that's going to be Dustin Taylor in the 88.
We got to get these fans done. Race fans. Race fans. Hey, y'all see me up here? Hey, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained yet? Race fans, make some noise for the race that we're seeing here tonight. Come on, make a little bit more noise. $5,000 is on the line. Connor Mewborn's never won a race like this. And he's got the seasoned vet, Shane Hebert, out front. And the young man's about to be the Cinderella story and upset them all. Oh, my God. Are you not entertained?
Race fans, what Zach's trying to say right here, the track is phenomenal right now, and the drivers are putting on an absolute show. We need y'all to show some appreciation for Gene Border, Rollo Pilkington, Justin Whitehead. This racetrack can't possibly get any better right now. As we're 3 wide for the race lead, 3 wide for 7th, 3 wide for 17th. They're all over the place. With 30 laps remaining before we can crown a Mike Parker Memorial Champion for $5,000 to win.
Wow. If you folks punched your ticket to come in tonight, you're thinking like, oh, it'd probably be pretty cool to see a good race. So far, we've ran, Colin, a regular 20-lap Saturday night feature to this point. Shane Hebert would have won a regular 20 laps, but that's not enough. So we're going to go 30 more laps, and we're going to let him solve it with $5,000 that continues to hang in the balance. Connor Mewborn trying to wrestle this lead away from Hebert. We are backing away at Arclatex.
Truthfully, I think if we did go 20 laps, Connor would have thrown something and we would have had a photo finish. But he's been a little bit more patient than that, as here he comes to the inside of Hebert for the race lead. Rowdy Day going to get a strong run to the outside of the 5 of John Mitchell, who looked underneath him for momentarily. And here comes Rowdy Day back in the picture. He's not out of it yet.
This is trying to become a Roy. Roy working in the making, a race of the year, working in the one, 3 different lanes wide. Rowdy Day and trying to take the line away from Mewborn. He doesn't leave him much room on the back straightaway. Squeezed him. And Mewborn may not like that too much.
He works his way into the 4th spot from a 16th place starting spot. The C7. Puda's got it running tonight, baby.
Yeah, Corey Neal Jr. is coming quick, fast, and in a hurry. And Mewborn about to give the business to the 20D of Rowdy Day. They've been going at it hot and heavy. Rowdy.
Riley Kohanic started 22nd.
Oh, yeah.
He is in 6th right now.
Yeah,
This is insane, Zach. This racetrack cannot get any better. Kohanic is storming to the front from a 22nd place starting spot in only 23 laps.
This is all these drivers want when they come to race for this money. Just give us a track that we can go out there. If we have a better car, then we can pass a guy. Well, right now, you've got an absolute thriller on your hands so far, as right now Rowdy Day is going to, for the first time, change his line and go to the top ropes, Colin, of the racetrack and bring along the 36, still right there nipping at his heels, Connor Mewborn. But here comes Corey Neal.
And Zach, don't forget what I said after the very first caution, as Brandon Brown's worked his way back into the top 10 in the 32 machine.
He's driving a little hot underneath the collar. We just crossed halfway, 25 or 50% into the history books, the other 50 to go yet. As they work off the tee down the back straightaway, so side by side, a lot of respect in sportsmanship being shown by the youngster Mewborn and the veteran Rowdy Day. Rowdy wants to work to second again, but Mewborn giving him absolute hell for it.
Great racing all over the Speedway as the 88 of Dustin Taylor exits the Speedway. Valiant effort from Dustin tonight. He put on a show in the C and the B, as well as early on here in the A. So much respect there for the 88 of Dustin Taylor.
On an almost full moon Saturday night slugfest that has turned into an absolute Saturday night special here as they work back into one. A-Bear out front with the race lead. Here comes the Catman. A great battle there for the fifth spot, or fourth spot rather, as the Catman working to the inside, just couldn't quite find it, as Ray Allen Colhanick now is pulled to the back deck lid of the pair of those, as Neil stays tippy-top on the racetrack, while the Catman is trying to find something, as now your top 3 cars, rather the top 6, have all kind of started to venture up to the top shelf car onto the racetrack.
Yep, Rowdy Day's been working the inside on line on 3 and 4, but now he works more towards the middle side as he's trying to find a line that Shane Abear's not running, as right now he may just be trying to stay within striking distance as we still have 21 laps remaining.
A-Bear continues to lead down the back straightaway. A late race restart. Right now we're 1 lap here from a regular 20-lap Saturday night special. So 20 to go. This time behind the line, it's Shane A-Bear. He's not led every lap of this race, but he's just about been perfect as he is flawless around the top ropes of the racetrack. And as long as he continues to hit his marks, it's going to be difficult for anybody to get a run. However, when you run the top, if somebody can get a run, you give the opportunity for a slider to be thrown.
Yeah, the person that wants a caution more than everybody else on the speedway right now has to be the 33 of Colhanick, as he's all over the 5 of John Mitchell, battling for a top 5 spot after working his way into this race due to a time trial provisional from Thursday night.
And this is when the going gets tough, and this is just about whenever if a guy has burned anything up on his race car or used anything up, this is just about when you'll start to see it rear its ugly head. As down the back straightaway into turn number 3, the 22, working out front of Shane A-Bear with the race lead.
It's A-Bear followed by Dave Newborn, Neil Jr., and Mitchell still your top 5. Colhanick has a 6th spot. Adam Roy in 7th. Boone Evans 8th. Brandon Brown is 9th. And Stephen Guidry rounds out your top 10 right now with 16 laps to go for A-Bear.
So after a pretty unbelievable first 30 or so laps in this race, it's settled down a little bit, but the race is still phenomenal, and Rowdy Day is catching your race leader right now. Rowdy Day is reeling in the 22 A-Bear. He's starting to get a little tight in the center, if you see that. A-Bear's a little tight steering in the center of the corner, and he is chipping away at the feet. He's already chopped off inches. He is there. Yeah,
Rowdy's a smart racer. He's been saving it until he saw that 20 to go, and here he comes.
He just turned his best lap of the race on lap number 35 with a 17.272. A-Bear with a 17.4 flat. So almost an entire 2 tenths faster than the 22 of A-Bear, and he just scraped the concrete and sent sparks into the Vivian night sky.
The caution, Corey Neal Jr. will absolutely be a factor of this race. But right now, here comes Rowdy with 13 to go this time, and he's going to apply pressure to the M22 of A-Bear.
It's a good one here still, folks. Right now, you've got 13 laps to go. A baker's dozen off the 2 down the back straightaway. And as he pulls to the back, eventually you're going to see a slide job if he can get there. When will he wait to pull the trigger on the slider if he pulls it? You know it's going to come at some point if Shane continues to stay up top. A-Bear all over the back of him as they roll back into turns 1 and 2. Here comes Rowdy for the race lead off the exit of turn number 2.
Down the back straightaway, A-Bear's got half a car length advantage over the 20D of Rowdy Day as he's about to have to deal with the lap traffic of Philip Seals in the 193. This could be Rowdy's chance, and he's ready to pounce.
0.260 differential, and lap traffic becomes a mighty factor there. That was a tightrope hustle to the outside of lap traffic and a race-winning move, if you will. But Rowdy will get around the lap car, so no cars in between the back and the front nose of him. Or the back of A-Bear and the front nose of Day, I should say, as Seals gets disposed of. It's going to be 10 to go this time by. 40 in the books, 10 to go, and it was a 2/10 differential. Now it's a half a second, sorry. So 5 tenths here as they work off of 4. Day is back there.
We got 9 laps to go as Shane A-Bear out of Lafayette, Louisiana. It's Louisiana versus Texas, as it frequently is here at the big shows, with an Arkansas right behind them.
A 16.905 the last time to a 17.02. The 22 of your race leader A-Bear. Rowdy Day quicker the last time by. That's what it's going to have. He's going to have to put his best 9 or 8 laps down on the Arcotech Speedway.
As there slips up there, and here comes Rowdy Day as they're approaching the slower car of Josh Bauckham, who's on the top side of the speedway. A-Bear's going to have to go somewhere else.
Don't look now. Newborn and Neal are both catching the top 2. At the Benton Bullets, right there in the line that the leaders are running, and he has no idea they're coming. There's no proverbial rearview mirrors or spotters to give these guys any indication. As right now, A-Bear's going to have to go. Where's he going to go, and where's he going to hide?
Why not a 4-wide finish, Zach?
I called it. That'd be great. We'll do it. And he's going to go to the bottom here, Colin.
To the inside of the 25 of Bauckham. Bauckham pushes. Rowdy Day going to diamond the corner, and here comes the 20D. He's got to run.
Wow.
Bacham going to pull off the Speedway. This is a race he doesn't want to be involved in. And here we come. 5 laps to go for Shane Hebert as Rowdy Day still right on the back bumper.
And again, Connor and the C7 and Neil have gotten just a little bit closer each and every lap. And Rowdy Day is eventually going to pull the trigger. Does he want to wait till the very last lap to pull the trigger and pull the slide job? But you know he's going to eventually ride it down to the bottom and apply pressure. But he's allowing the 22 to get by a little bit stronger that time at a 0.454 differential. 4/10 out front with Shane Hebert that last time, Colin.
I think the last turn is probably the place he's going to want to do it as Corey Neal Jr. just dove. Here comes Rowdy looking to the inside. He's going to explore it, and he's going to lose some ground. He's going to have to get back, put it back to the cushion and try to catch back up to the M22.
If you see, there's like about a strip of rubber being laid down about a little bit of width off the top there, as that's where Hebert's been able to find his hay, and he's starting to separate. 2 laps to go here at Arklatex for the Mike Parker $5,000 on the line.
What does Rowdy have in the County Armory 20D as he's going to work off the top side of turn number 2 down the back straightaway? Hebert going to extend just a little bit. Rowdy closes back in on the entrance of 3.
White flag is out. This Joel's Auto Sales Express chassis. Oh my goodness!
Flag, and it's about to get fun, Zach Clark.
Oh my gosh.
Problems for the Catman of John Mitchell as he stops on the exit of turn number 2. And Zach, we're about to get that 4 wide we were just talking about.
Wow.
Rowdy Day
I have no words.
gonna get a proverbial get out of jail free card, and he's gonna get another opportunity at Shane Hebert
And don't
on
you,
a restart.
Don't you think he's like, I'm gonna make sure I utilize this the best of my ability? I mean, he wasn't gonna win this race, but now at least he has a chance again on a restart. If Shane Hebert somehow, someway loses this race, oh, it's going to be a heartbreak hotel visit.
Yeah, I've talked to Rowdy quite a few times over at the Rocket Raceway Park and here, and I'm starting to get a little bit used to him. And if I know anything about Rowdy, he comes to win. He didn't come for second. He'd rather throw a slide job for the win and end up 4th than run second and not go after it.
But you're dealing with a heavyweight in the former Hebert. You want to talk about big money races he's won in this division. He's won the Tootsie Smith Memorial, paying $3,000 here at this racetrack. He's won the Turkey Nationals at Lone Star. He's won the Armadillo Nationals. He's won the Battle at Boot Hill as well. He won last year's $5,000 win at Mike Parker Memorial. And he's also won the Texas Motor Speedway World Dirt Track Championship in a super late model. He won his first ever super late model start back on April the 7th of 2012 at Boot Hill. And his first ever late model start. This is the kind of driver you're dealing with out front, obviously. But Rowdy Day, who has had a standout season as he has dominated the Costin & Son Ready Mix Limited Modified Division this year at the Rocket Raceway Park, as Colin had said. But right here as well, it gives Corey Neal Jr. and Connor. Did Corey Neal get around Connor?
Yes, I believe so.
Unbelievable.
So right now,
No, he's
never
not.
mind, he did not. So, as Brad just told us, Brad Hockaday, the official scorer of this event with Professional Motorsports Solutions, PMSS. This is going to be a 1-lap shootout. This is not a green-white checkered. This is going to be a green checkered. So there's going to be 1 lap to settle this. Hebert's out front, and as we know, as fast as all these cars are and the differential between them, Rowdy's going to have to run a perfect lap to get around him in only 1 lap.
Yeah, I mean, you won't be able to even have a chance to get all your momentum wound up. So Rowdy's going to take the top here on the restart. That's going to give Mewborn a chance to slide.
Here comes Mewborn on the inside. He's going to get a great restart in the 36 seat. He's going to now do the inside of the M22 and slide up in front of the 20D.
Respect and sportsmanship shown there. 36 gives the 20D a lane, and that's going to be about all she wrote off of 4. The Joel's Auto Sales 22. Double checkers out. Your Mike Parker Memorial winner goes to Shane Hebert in the Express chassis number 22.
Rowdy Day second. Connor Mewborn third. 4th goes to Ray Allen Kohanic from the 22nd starting spot. And from 16th to 5th, the C7 of Corey Neal Jr. Race fans, it doesn't get much better than that. Absolute stellar performance here for the Repipe Pro USRA Limited Modifieds. And race fans, can we get a round of applause for Gene Porter, Justin Whitehead, and Rollo Pilkington for this racetrack? As we got another 50-lap feature coming up with $5,000 on the line for the factory stocks. And they'll also be 3 wide racing for the the race win.
Just another notch in this guy's belt loop here, folks. I'm telling you, he's won all here in the Arklatex, and this is another big one. This will be his.
So back-to-back Mike Parker Memorial victories for the man out of Lafayette, Louisiana, the builder of Express Race Cars. As he puts on the hat, here he comes, Shane Hebert out of Lafayette, Louisiana. All right, Shane, let's go on this side of the racetrack for Austin's camera over here. All right, Shane, so tell us about this racetrack and that 50-lap classic that you, Rowdy, Connor just put on.
Yeah, that was good. I knew once we didn't hot lap tonight, the top was still probably going to be there. We struggled all weekend long running the middle down. Every time we came in, I've changed something on this car, changed something. And I just kind of went back to what I knew. I knew that top was going to come in. And we put what we knew on, and, man, it drove flawless. I seen them back there, but I just stayed patient, stayed in the throttle smooth. I knew I had to go when they would get alongside of me. But as long as I'd clear them down the straightaways, I knew I always had them pinched off on the exit. So I would just make sure I keep my car straight, kind of find the rubber a little bit and move down a little bit. So I came off the top a little bit, and it worked just as good. So I'd like to thank Joel's Auto Sales, James Dubrock, Express Race Cars. Without them, I had a car ready to come to here when just got behind on deliveries and parts and stuff. So he let me hop in this brand new car, and it was good out of the box.
All right, so tell us what about Arklatex Speedway fits your driving style? You want a big block modified race here. You've won modifieds, limiteds. You've won in everything you've driven in.
Yeah, I just like to run wide open. So this class and these type of conditions in this track, you can run wide open right through the entry, through the center, kind of baby it a little bit in the middle, and then stand back on it. That's just my kind of racing.
I'm just going to ask you a few things, Shane. We've talked down here a few times, but this seemed like more of a quiet effort for you this weekend. You weren't in the 9 car, but it seemed like it was kind of quiet for you last night. I mean, you're still there in passing points, and you still find your way here to victory lane somehow, some way. I mean, when this big money's on the line, you used to call these cars your moneymaker, man. I mean, are you surprised you're standing here not being in your typical car? You're the hired gun this week, but I mean, I know you're thrilled to be here, but are you kind of shocked yourself that you're standing here as much, even the accomplishments that you have?
Yeah, I mean, I knew as long as they got the track to where I know Arklatex is capable of being, I knew he was going to have a shot. Yeah, if you'd asked me that question last night, I'd probably said, you know, if we have run top 5, I'd be happy. But once I got out here and got running, I knew we had a good car, and I just needed to keep my momentum going and keep it up top. I mean, me and Rowdy had a good race. He cleared me one time, and I said, all right, I got to get back by him so I can anticipate the restarts and stuff like that in case they come back out, so I can run my own race. So
it's a different feeling too when you win for somebody, you know, driving for someone. I'm sure it's nice to give Dubrock family this victory as well.
Yeah, it's awesome to come in a brand new car, a customer's car. Picked it up a week or so ago and brought it back to me, and I went through it again, make sure everything was right, and it's just a testament to our cars that it just don't have to be my car that's up here standing here. So, you know, it could be any express driver.
I'm sure Colin mentioned it, but what a hell of a first 35 or so laps. I mean, golly.
Yeah. The first one was exciting. I was just biding my time, trying to make sure I didn't spin the tires. I knew I needed to run the last 20 hard, and I just made sure I kept them honest. And I knew I had a little left in me. I just didn't want to shoot it too hard and maybe come to a long green run like we had and fade towards the end. So
you get a chance to thank all your great folks and sponsor supporters.
Yeah, here's Joel. Here's James. I'm sure we got somebody else. Day Motorsports, Express Race Cars. Everybody that helps me out on my personal car too. B&W, Best Engines. Yep. So other than that, we got, you know, everybody that helps me gets here. So it's just a big consideration.
Congratulations, Shane.
Thank you.
Back-to-back Mike Parker Memorial victories between Boot Hill and now Arklatex. How about a hand, folks, from Lafayette, Louisiana, the owner and fabricator of Express Race Cars, Shane Hebert from Lafayette, your winner.
So, race fans, if you like that, we got another 50-lap, $5,000 to win Mike Parker Memorial coming up. as we're going to have 24 of the best 88 factory stocks here on the Speedway, battling 50 laps for the 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial / Factory Stock 50. And give it up one more time for the M22 out of Lafayette, Louisiana. Shane Hebert goes back-to-back in the limited modified portion of the Mike Parker Memorial. Zach, don't you gotta love Shane Hebert's Cajun accent down there? He's out here shooting them gators and racing race cars. I'm talking about Shane's accent. Shooting gators and racing race.
Yeah. Gator Drew. Well, let's do it again.
Now it's time for the KMO Racing Factory Stocks, as they're going to go 50 laps for $5,000 to win. Here, a part of the Borderline Septic Services 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial Race.
That's cool. So we'll give you a starting lineup here, ladies and gentlemen, from the back to the front. We'll make it quick here. Starting in the 24th starting position in the Newbow Racing number 81, beat the 721 out of Seagoville, Texas, and a Sniper Racing chassis tonight. It's going to be Jason Gore in 721, as well as the Legacy Construction number 55 out of Robeline, Louisiana. That's going to be Diggin Dalton DuBois. The Parker Lee Project number 10. They're all starting back there somewhere. The number 10 is Nate Dixon. Tracy's Lawn Care 18H, that's TJ Evans. The B21, that's Bubba Jones. Jeff Hauser in 81.
Got Ben Leedy in the L1 machine out of Jonesboro, Louisiana. The 81X, that's the Tony, the 1130, the Tiger. John Harvey Toyota, John Harvey Subaru, Twin City Towing number 81 of Ricky Ingalls. To his inside is going to be the Repipe Pros number 193, that's Daniel Seals. Got Jason Ingalls out there in the Josh Daughtery Best Motorsports. Joe Best Motorsports, I should say, number 10X, that's Jason Ingalls. To his inside in the Sotex Motorsports, number 66, Johnny Torres out of San Antonio, Texas.
Five-time Arclitect Speedway Factory Stock Track Champion of the 2011 Cajun Classic winner. And the number 4V this weekend out of Vivian, it's Doug Vick Jr., the hired gun in the Bechet Motorsports car. And inside of Doug Vick, it will be the Drop Prong Louisiana Racer driving the Outlaw chassis. Number 9 of John Parker Jr., the Laser Chassis House Car and the Superior Bar and Grill J&J Motorsports. Number 12 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, finished second here last Saturday night. It's Bo Perry in car number 12. And inside of row number 2 and inside of the 12, starting in the 11th starting position out of Provençal, Louisiana, and the LCC Trucking number 23 Outlaw Chassis, it's Daniel Jones in 23.
On the outside of the 5th row, one of the most dominant factory stock drivers in the country out of Cut and Shoot, Texas, in his homemade nav chassis, he calls her Roxy. That's the 27 of Dalton Faulkner. He won the Cajun Classic here last year, and he's looking for another $5,000 to win victory here at the Land of the 3 Wide. To his inside is going to be the C16 of Chris Hennigan in the Rollers Lubinato, number C16. On the outside of the 4th row, the Debbie Calendar Realtors, number B1. He's bougie like Applebee's out of Minden, Louisiana. It's Kyle Cummings. To his inside, the Triple X, that's the Hitman, also known as Trouble, also known as Public Enemy number 1. He's got just as many digits in his number as he has nicknames. That's Sean Graham out of Shreveport, Louisiana.
Outside of row number 3, starting in the 6th spot tonight at our New Waverly, Texas, car number 56 is Craig Persley Jr. And inside of the Danbury, Texas, in the BD3, it's Ray Allen Colhenick. Outside of row number 2, starting in the 4th spot, 15 years old of age, out of Marshall, Texas, the Rollos Auto Sales, Rick Sis Performance Power Laser Chassis Double Deuce, it's Dustin Hennigan in 22. Colfax, Louisiana Racer, the J&N Sandblasting number 88M Outlaw Chassis, CB Power underneath the hood for Joshua Martin. Outside, the Bossier City Bad Boy, in the Crawfish Time, Twin City Towing Outlaw 55 minutes, Cody Myers, 17 years old on the pole, CJ Howell at a Drop Prong, 50 laps in distance, $5,000 on the line.
We're 3 wide on the start, Zach.
Why not?
Martin Howell and Myers, Triple M. Excuse me. Myers and Howell going to go side by side down the back straightaway. The 55M got the early race advantage. Here comes Howell back to his inside as Dustin Hennigan takes the third spot away from the 88 of Martin.
Off of 4, Cody Myers on the quest in the journey to join his first ever factory stock crown jewel tonight. He has got a good charge off the exit of 2 with Howell tucked in tow right about a half a lane lower as Hennigan. How about little Dustin rolling the third, disposing of the 88M early with 2 to go. This next time by is Cody Myers out front trying to win his first ever big crown jewel factory stock event.
So it's Myers, Howell, Hennigan, Martin, and Persley rounding out your top 5 with Kohanic running in the 6th spot. Cummings, Faulkner, and Graham 3 wide. What a trio right there, I should say, as Chris Hennigan rounds out your top 10. Side by side, Dustin Hennigan with the 88M of Martin. Looks like Martin got him back at the line that time as Kohanic works to the inside of Persley for the 5th spot.
Hold on. Hey, Colin, I'm sending a picture of the race on
So it's Myers followed by Howell as the caution flag going to wave, and Roxy's got trouble in the 27. Problems for Dalton Faulkner as he's slowed on the top of turns 1 and 2. Looks like he may have a right side tire down as there's something dipping to the right side of that 27 machine for Dalton Faulkner in the DAF chassis. And he will pull into the work area there. Zach, that may be the story of the night. If Dalton Faulkner changes a tire, he's going to have to restart from the rear of the field with 47 laps to go.
Well, if you were ever to lose a tire, you'd want it to be early in the race. That way it gives you an opportunity to still, come from the back towards the front with still 47 laps to go. Unfortunate for Dalton, but he has a knack for working his way from the back forward if he has to start back there. He doesn't typically start that far back, but if there's any driver can still get the job done and at least carve like a hot knife through butter, it would be Dalton Faulkner out of cut and shoot in the number 27 DAF chassis.
Absolutely. So far, Cody Myers has been in control in the 55M as he got a better restart on the outside, and that kind of plays back to what we were talking about earlier. Maybe Cody wanted to start on the outside, and so he might have let CJ win that dash so that he could have a better starting position in his eyes for the original start of the factory stock feature right here. The 9th annual Factory Stock 50/3rd annual Mike Parker Memorial Race, as we got 47 laps to go before we can crown us another champion.
So Brian Mewborn is the only multi-time winner of this event. And the inaugural winner back in 2014 at Timberline Speedway, Mewborn won it. As Dalton Faulkner will come back onto the racetrack and he will resurface. Adam Roy won this race at Timberline Speedway back in 2014 from the 18th starting position. And just to give you an idea, he was 56th in time trials, going to show that stuff doesn't really matter at all. And I tell you what,
Joshua Martin was about 45th, I believe, Thursday night. So
right.
He's proven that point once again.
2016, Mewborn, that was when he got his second, when he came out of a C main and started 11th in the feature. So we've seen him come from deep. Neil Kemp won the Factory Stock 50 at Timberline in 2017. 2018, Craig Oaks got it done. And Brandon Brown won it here at Architects 2019. As we are back underway, Faulkner winner at 67 Speedway in 2020. And last year, of course, Kyle Cummings, your winner. So those are your history and all of your former Mike Parker Memorial or Factory Stock 50 Factory Stock champions of this event.
How about Craig Persley in the 56 as he works to the outside of Dustin Hennigan? He's going to take the 4th spot. As Persley trying to make a name for himself here at the land of the 3 wide as he looks to the inside of the 88M of Joshua Martin.
So we go down the back straightaway single file through about the top 7 cars as the B1 at Cummings will take a peek down to the inside of the BD3 Gray's Recycling Machine under Denbury of Riel and Colhanic. That's the best battle it appears on the racetrack. As I say it, 56 car taking a peek underneath Martin for 3rd. That's going to be Craig Persley Jr. who's having a valiant effort. There's a 3 wide for the 5th spot down the back straightaway. Dustin Hennigan on the top of that battle.
Can you think of a much better duo for Dustin to be 3 wide with right there? Late model star and a sprint car star, but we're in factory stocks tonight.
Yeah, that's what I told the young man is no matter what happens tonight is just take it and move on because I said, hey, you never know. You could win it and be a Cinderella story, but if you don't hang your head as you're going to learn so much just running this race with all these heavyweights out here as Myers continues the lead, calling into 1, but the 3 of Howell is right there keeping him honest.
Absolutely. Howell all over the back bumper of the 55M right now as the 88M of Martin and the 56 of Persley close. Looks like Myers trying to set his own pace, and Howell wants him to pick it up.
Yeah, track looks like it might try to take a little rubber. You're hoping for not, but you never really know. But right now, they're racing all the way through the field. Nonetheless, down the back straightaway, Cody Myers. Again, on the quest for his first ever big-time victory in the factory stock division in a class he's been competing in since he was 15 years old when his career began down the road off of I-20 at the Champion Park Speedway.
And here comes Kyle Cummings as he's cracked his way into the top 5. The B1 trying to go back-to-back just like Shane Hebert just did in the limited modifieds.
As C.J. Howell, the youngster, 17 years old, has really done no wrong all weekend long. He has been awesome, just absolutely stand out and stellar as he is getting his back door knocked off by the 8 a.m. at Colfax, Louisiana. Wife Leslie showed up and surprised him with the kids today. Josh is racing with a little bit of a heavy heart, and he needs some money for his honey as he rolls to the inside of Howell, giving him a little bit of a rub there as they know each other pretty well. They don't live far from one another down there in South Louisiana. As Martin opens up the door for Pursley. Pursley can't get the job done. Martin slams the door shut.
So we're single file for the first round 12 cars as we got a 3-wide battle back in the back as Torres, Daniel Jones, and TJ Evans battle as Daniel Jones is going to put the bumper to the Triple X of Sean Graham. Back up front, it's still single file as we got Cody Myers leading, followed by CJ Howell, Joshua Martin, Craig Pursley Jr., and Kyle Cummings rounds out your top 5 with Ray Allen Kohanic knocking on the back door of the B1.
Myers still leads. Howell will step up a line and try to see if he can find anything. As I tell you what, he may have just opened up the door and made a bit of bad mistake as Martin has been knocking on his back door just saying, will you let me in? Oh, and boy, a shot in the shorts to Myers from Martin. Two good friends, a pair of outlaw chassis teammates, if you will, go at it, and a little shot in the shorts. And Josh Martin, you ain't want to be careful. You'd hate for that to be the way that Myers' night ended. As into 3, Martin has got a hot rod tonight.
Joshua Martin smells blood in the water, and he's trying to pounce on the 55M of Cody Myers as Pursley's going to get the 3rd spot away from Howell. So Howell drops from 2nd to 4th quickly. We'll see how the 3 can recover here, as now he's going to have to battle side by side with Pursley and try to hold off the B1 of Cummings. As we got problems for Nate Dixon.
Oh, what is up with that thing? He's getting out of harm's way. We stay clean and green under the green flag. Thing looks like an IMCA stock car hiked up under green. Oh, and Cummings just got a shot in the shorts. He did save it a little. He goes down to the infield, Dukes of Hazzard style. Oh my goodness, looks like Bo Duke. Shades of John Schneider for us here tonight.
The Baja B1 now.
The
Kyle
Baja
Cummings.
B1. Hell yeah.
As Chris Hennigan going to take full advantage of that. He cracks into the top 5, getting past Kohanic. As Myers still out front, followed by Martin, Pursley, Howell, and Hennigan.
My boy said the Baja B1, baby. Down in the Boulevard into 1. 55 of Myers says, you know what? Or Josh says, you know what, Cody? I know everybody would love to see you get a big-time win, but guess what? I ain't got one either. So we're going to go at it. It comes down to me and you, buddy, and he keeps giving him a shot in the shorts in the middle of 3 and 4, and he does it again in 1 and 2. We'll see if he does it again this time. I think Cody probably has no idea. You ain't got peripheral vision. We haven't had a caution yet to hear on the race receiver from the race director that, you know, the numbers of the car. So he ain't got any iota who's knocking on his back door like a trick-or-treater with a sweet tooth right now.
As here comes Pursley back to the inside, looking to the inside of Martin. Can't quite make the move as he's going to catch the front straightaway wall. We'll see if there's problems there for the 56 machine as his right front made contact with the front straightaway wall. As Jason Gore's going to pull out in the 721.
It's been hashtag no bad luck this weekend for Cody Myers. Just a little luck. Hashtag just a little luck for him. As I tell you what, Craig Pursley Jr. is making his presence felt. Oh, and he'll throw a bow to the inside of the 80 of Martin. A little
flag's going to wave as we got one slowing. That's the 10X of Jason Ingles. Tough break there for Ingles, who's been moving forward from the 16th place starting spot.
I don't think Josh Martin's going to like that too much. Oh, 56 threw a little right side haymaker to him there, and he may show up and give him a little bit of a hand gesture. But, hey, we racing for 5Gs tonight.
It is what it is. I mean, every spot up there is crucial. I don't know the exact breakdown, but it's $5,000 to win. I'd assume probably around $2,000 for a second. I should know better. But it's all about the bragging rights. These guys want every spot they can get.
Sure, absolutely. Oh, okay, so that goes back to the last completed lap. So caution came out at a perfect saving grace time for your 88M driver of Joshua Martin. 56 of Craig Pursley Jr. will not be scored second. He still will be retained to the 3rd position here as C.J. Howell's been relegated to 4th. And don't look now, but Chris Winnigan Hennigan has worked his way up into the 5th spot. Where did Christopher start? He started 9th. Yep. He keeps chipping away at it here.
So got a tough break right there in the infield as he's going to go off on the hook. The Techscapes Nursery and Landscape Insulin Chassis Undercover Shocks number 10 of Nate Dixon. We really appreciate Nate making the haul over here from Ennis, Texas. His first time over here in 3 years, and he told me he just wanted to make the show, and he did that, and everyone knew that the 10 car was here this weekend.
For sure. Nate's a great dude, too. He's been watching him and been friends with him for several years now, and always great to see those guys come over and race with us here at Arklatex.
Absolutely. I believe so.
So if that's Cody Myers has now led the last 41 straight laps of competition at Boot Hill. He said he knows he can race 50 laps. He won the feature here last Saturday night, so he's now. We just went past a regular 20-lap distance feature. He's got 29 more laps between himself and Pay Dirt right now, and he's made that car wider than a triple wide. He's been fast, but he's had a few. He's had some comers on his back bumper, and he's fended them off so far very valiantly to this juncture.
Yeah, once again, really glad to see Nate Dixon over here. I got to meet him and his brother Cody over at Rocket Raceway Park earlier this year, and Cody actually got his first factory stock win of his career this year over at Heart of Texas Speedway. So two very good racers right there, respectable brothers. Glad to see them racing over here in the Arklatex.
So, CJ Howell, for what it's worth, guys, if you want to know the lap times and who's turned the quickest laps in this race, it hadn't been Cody Myers. CJ Howell's turned the best lap in this race, and that was on lap number 21 with a 17.723. Bo Perry second quickest with a 17.834. Ray Allen Colhannock with a 17.835. And these guys have all turned their best times on the lap 21, which is their last lap, and lap 20 as well. As Cody Myers is your 14th fastest car in this race as far as the best lap time goes. But
all right, Zach, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with this race right now, but this is big deal. What? Winning tonight at Pike County in the Mississippi State Challenge Series. Jamie Burford gets his first super late model victory in the Tommy Downing Logging number 19 machine over Mike Palacini Jr., Chris Wall, Chad Thrash, and David Brazil.
That's awesome. I mean, David Brazil. Did y'all hear that, folks? Did y'all hear that? The high side hustler Jamie Burford won the super late model race tonight at Pike County. Jamie Burford representing the Arklatex well tonight in the state of Mississippi. And that just goes to show you, don't mess with the Arklatex.
Another local Jarrett Stuckey went over there. He ran 8th tonight in the super late model. Strong run there for the Stuckey Motorsports Black Diamond Race Cars, number 17 right there. As now back to the task at hand. We got 29 laps left to crown a 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial Champion here at the land of the 3 wide, and Cody Myers has been in control thus far.
Considering Cody has had clean air and he's been out front, it is interesting to me that he has been the 14th fastest car on time, and that makes you wonder, maybe he doesn't have the best car right now, and he's just out front. He's able to dictate the line. We'll see what happens back in the race.
I would say Cody's been saving just a little bit.
I mean, it's hard. Yeah, they have been knocking his back door off, so. We'll see if he elects to hit at this final 29 as 55M will hit his marks and set his sights down the back straightaway and hit his mark in the 3. He's just hoping for a little luck tonight. Off of 4, Cody Myers. Oh, boy, and at the tail we got one around. That's the 81 of Hauser, and he has not yet gotten refired and pulled away, and that will strike the caution with only 1 lap in the books after that last restart. Ray Allen Colhannock. He started fifth. Oh, I'm looking at the limited lineup. It's tough to move when all these guys are so tough, you know, like. I want to give a quick shout out to Miss Presley White, cheering on her favorite driver here in this 50-lap factory stock feature, paying $5,000. Presley White cheering on her favorite driver, Sean Graham, watching from home. Thank you, Tori. And you guys tuning in tonight, watching live on Race on Texas. There's so many other ones that I'm probably not going to be able to get to, but thank y'all so much for tuning in. Wayne Melton, thank you, sir, for tuning in. I miss seeing you race that 18M car, sir.
I got one that came through. Toby Davis wants us to know that Thursday is going to be his 14th birthday.
Yeah.
The Drifter
I heard
and the
from him.
21D. We've been missing Toby out here as he's, I believe they're rebuilding his factory stock.
He rode around with me in the golf cart, taking pictures here on Thursday night. But, give a shout out to Justin Washburn's son, Lane Washburn, watching tonight. Biggest fan of Mike Washburn, of course. Those guys are watching from home as well on Race on Texas. Thank you guys for being supporters of Arcotech Speedway in this great racetrack and event. As we are back away into one, Howell is going to go way
Out
up
of
top.
the top side, he's going to try something different.
Ain't going to work.
As Pursley's going to distance himself. Give him a shot. Zach might have to work up some momentum to get that top side to work. Might have to hit it a few times in a row. So it's Myers, Martin, Pursley, Howell, and Hennigan, your top 5 cars right now, as we got 27 remaining.
Yeah, do anything to have that Friday night heat race, round number 1 racing service that we had there. But
Cody's okay with it.
Yeah, it is what it is. We won't throw a fit because we've been treated a phenomenal racing so far all weekend long, and these guys have put themselves in the position that they're in right now, no matter the circumstances that they're dealt. And right now, Cody Myers is trying to play his best and throw his full ace out as he exits 4 with 25 in. He's led the first 25 tonight. It's all Cody Myers all the time.
88M of Martin. Pursley started in the 6th spot. He's worked his way up to 2nd, and he's not satisfied as here he comes after the 55M of Myers.
Yeah, he's about to have company. Speaking of Myers, here comes Pursley. Myers is going to have to get that thing hugged on the bottom a little bit lower. He's opening up the door for Pursley.
Caution flag's going to wave, and that may just bail out the 55M right there as Bo Perry spins on the exit of turn number 4. Got Keith Parker holding the dark cloths. Looks like somebody's in trouble. Not sure who got into the 12 of Bo Perry, but we're about to find out as Kyle Cummings in the B1 leaves the Speedway. As Kyle Cummings going to head pit side, and we will not have a back-to-back winner in the factory stock division.
All right, my nephew Delton's up here for a little in-race report under caution real quick. You've been kind of watching the race, and he said he was bored a minute ago, so I'm trying to entertain him a little bit here. Who do you think's going to win the race? 55M's leading. You got 56, 88M, your top 3. But who do you see out there? Who do you think might win this race? You can just give me a color if you don't see a number.
55.
You think Cody Myers, your race leader, is going to hold off and get the job done, do you?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because he has had a lot of luck today, and I think he's going to win.
That's pretty. You know, he's been leading a lot of these big races, but he's never had luck. So what's awesome is he actually has luck today, but he's just hoping that he has luck for the last 24 laps. So what you're saying is you think he's going to have luck for the last 24?
Yes.
All righty, folks. Delton calls it. He thinks Cody Myers is going to win this race, and we'll knock on wood for my good friend Cody Myers there anyway. I don't care who wins this race. I hope there's 6 wide coming to the checkered flag for what it's worth, but everybody here, it'd be a feel-good story for Cody. He wants to win this one bad for Bob, and boy, he's just been so overdue. He's just been overdue, folks. This kid, I say kid, he's 30. Cody Myers is 31 years old now, but like I said earlier, he's been racing factory stock cars since he was 15 years old when he started at Champion Park. He is a wily, seasoned veteran now. So 16-year veteran in this class, man.
Yeah, Cody's absolutely one of the funnest guys in the pits. He's always smiling, always happy. The long hair, don't care, all of it. He embraces his role, and he's got a great opportunity with Joe Best these last 3 years, and he's really shown out.
Absolutely, and Joe kind of picked him up. He said, "Well, I wonder what he could do with good equipment, And Cody's grateful. He's appreciative of Joe, and he's got Willow Lout over there turning the wrenches. Willow helps out Ricky's team and just about anything that those guys need on that Twin City towing team. Willow's a great hand to have, and I know Joe knows that as well as Cody. Cody wants to win for those guys so bad, and we're back underway here in Vivian.
Myers going to get us back underway as Martin ends up in the front straightaway wall. And there's smoke pouring out of the 88M as he's got problems. Problems for the 88M of Joshua Martin as he slows. Looks like a tire rub due to contact with the front straightaway wall.
And you hate to see it for Josh Martin tonight, as he has certainly made his presence felt here this weekend. A little bit more of a seasoned veteran, you could say, at this juncture, and a guy that you would expect to be up front outside of, rather than J.D. Ammons, who made his presence felt tonight. But kind of a breakout contender was Ammons, but Heartbreak Hotel as well for both of those drivers in this 50-lap feature events in their respective divisions tonight.
Yep, as Pursley continues to put the bumper to the race leader of the 55M of Cody Myers. C.J. Howell runs in the 3rd spot. Chris Hennigan now up to 4th. And Bo Perry started 12th. He's running 5th.
Cody better start hugging that hub and hugging her well, the best he's ever done. He's always been really good at running the bottom, but right now 56 is really good on entry. Cody might be a little bit better on exit, but he does not want to leave a lane open on that bottom because 56 is just hoping for any kind of entry because he's going to take it.
Yeah, Craig's giving him a lot of respect right now, but as the laps wind down, the respect starts getting a little bit lower.
That kind of stuff knocks tires off rims and cuts them down. That was a pretty significant contact there off of 4 of that left rear for the 55M of Myers. It looks all as well right now, but we'll keep our eyes on it and see if anything happens to develop right now as Pursley showing the nose to the 55M of Myers.
19 laps to go this time for the 55M, and C.J. Howell just got a big run in the 3 machine as he's closing in on the front 2.
I mean, maybe that kid's the one who saved a little bit, and he's driving like the vet out here. Look at CJ. I mean, he has been nothing less than impressive all weekend long here. Quick Time Award winner here on Thursday night. Top 4 in passing points last night. Sits in the top 3 right now with 18 laps to go this main event as everybody vies for the lowest line on the racetrack right now.
So I know we were looking for a hard charger here a little bit ago. How about TJ Evans from the 21st starting spot? He's riding 8th right now, bouncing back after a Friday night that wasn't as good as he hoped, but he had to bounce back on that Thursday night 2nd place run, and now he's working towards the front in Tracy Harris's 18H.
16 laps away, the next time by for the biggest win of this Bossier City, Louisiana racer's career, and a win that is going to be very emotional for him. And this Crawfish Time PTS-powered Twin City Subaru John Harvey Toyota number 55M Outlaw race car. It's been an outstanding alliance between he and Justin Whitehead in this Outlaw chassis. He said that's the difference when I asked him last night on what it is that he seems that he's found at this racetrack. We know his love affair with Boot Hill, but he's been so good at this Vivian, Louisiana quarter-mile speed plant. And tonight, it's been just that for him as he has hit his marks perfectly each and every circuit.
Absolutely. Cody showed what he could do years ago in the bootlegger race cars, racing with the Bossier City Mafia, or the Bossier City Outlaws, I should say,
Adams
with Little John Tuggle, Dylan Adams.
Yeah.
And now he's got the best of the best equipment that he can get as Ben Leedy spins over on the bottom of turns 3 and 4, and that's going to bring out a yellow, I believe, as he's really close to the racing surface.
He's out of the racing surface. He's up on a hill down there, so he can't get out of harm's way. He's trying as the leaders are going to approach, but Leedy will get out of there. We stay clean and we stay green under the green right now into 3. Pursley got in there really hot, boy. I'm glad his brakes work well as I tell you what, man, he is trying to find any kind of lane around Myers right now.
Those brakes might work now, but in 12 laps, not sure if they'll work just as well. As Myers still out front, followed by Persley. The caution flag going to wave as we've got a tractor tire on the rolling down the front straightaway.
Yep. I was like, that didn't come off a car. I ain't got no rim in it.
So we got 38 laps down, 12 laps to go for the 55M of Cody Myers. Been near flawless the last two nights as he ran third Thursday night with the time trials, was first after last night, and he has led the first 38 circuits here of the $5,000 to win 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial presented by Bordelon Septic Services.
Let's be honest here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we're looking at lap times and we're seeing what Persley's trying to do. Obviously, Cody Myers put himself in position to be leading this race and dictating it and able to hold back the challenges behind him. I do not think that Cody Myers has the fastest car on the racetrack, and he hasn't, as the live timing and scoring proves it. His best time is a 17.643 versus a 17.361 for Craig Persley Jr. And that wasn't turned that far ago. They turned their best laps on lap 26. Persley turned his on lap 25. Almost 3 and about 3.5 tenths quicker than Myers was Persley. However, again, Myers having such an outstanding effort here Thursday and Friday night, put him in position, and he's only 12 laps away from pay dirt and the biggest win of his career, and boy, does he want it in a bad way. We are backing away at Arklatex.
Cody got a great restart there as Persley going to slide in front of the 3 of CJ Howell, and here comes Chris Hennigan, who you can never count out here at Arklatex Speedway.
Former $15,000 Super Beast 75 winner at the Chatham Speedway, it's Chris Hennigan. As they roll into 3 and 4 and off of 4. This time Myers is trying to stretch it out and hit his marks this time as Howell has a run down to the inside of Persley, making contact in a 1. Oh, wow. Where did all that dust? Oh, I don't know. All that dust just shot up in the air suddenly when they made contact, and Howell's night is unfortunately stuck a fork and done.
Looked like Persley tried to get back to the inside of the speedway, and Howell was already there.
Man, you hate to see that for CJ.
Tough break as the right front of CJ Howell couldn't take that pressure, and now he's slowing off the back straightaway exit as now Persley sets his eyes back on the 55M of Myers with 10 to go this time by.
10 to go this time by. Last time by, it was a 0.294 differential. This time, 0.32. So Myers stretching out the advantage just a little bit that last time by as they work down the back straightaway to turn number 3. On lap number 41 of this 50-lap affair, 8 laps to go this time, or 9 laps to go.
Persley all over the back bumper of the 55M this time, and he may think about giving him a bigger shot this time, trying to knock him off his line and see if he can get to the inside and steal $5,000 here at the land of the 3 wide.
Yeah, so that last time by a 17.836 to a 17.725, so a tenth quicker was Persley, as he is all the way trying to get to the back bumper once more here.
There'll be contact between Parker and Daniel Jones as John Parker Jr. goes slow, heading towards the top of turns 1 and 2.
Into 3 and off of 4 this time. Myers hitting his marks once more here off of 4. On a game of cat and mouse on the bottom of the racetrack, and around goes the Niebauer number 81 of Hauser, and he will draw the caution with 6 laps to go. I wanted to ask you race fans something real quick. I know it's the final race of the night, but everyone's always in such a big hurry to leave. Everybody's always in such a big hurry. I know it's 12:15. By the time this race is over, it'll be about 12:20 or so. But I'd like to encourage everyone, if y'all could do me a favor and do the driver who wins this race. I don't know who's going to win it. But if y'all would do me a favor and don't be so hurried to get out of here tonight. Like, it's just a 5 extra minutes for the interview, man. It means a lot to these drivers. They happen to be the last race, but they've raced all weekend long. They do it for you race fans. Y'all do them a favor and hang out and celebrate with them with whoever wins this race. I think it'd mean a lot to them. So let's don't be so quick to run to our cars and leave tonight. Anyway, my point in that is, if y'all try to leave at the same time, you ain't getting out of here no quicker anyway.
All of us heading back to Shreveport got to go through Oil City anyway, and we can't go,
Yeah.
can't go a single mile per hour over the speed limit through there. So
Right.
might as well stick around.
And you gotta go-
and enjoy possibly the best moment of someone's racing career and maybe even their life to this point.
And that's the whole point, is what I'm getting at. It's just, you know, these guys. I mean, I can speak for Cody. It'd be the biggest win of his career, and I know that, you know, the fans mean a lot to him.
Cody may
and
try a Carl Edwards backflip off the roof of that thing if he wins this thing.
Josh Martin, I asked Josh. I said, will you? He said, man, this is going to be great. I said, will you do me a favor and be the first driver that grabs its fire extinguisher out and just goes, blah, you know, just buck wild. I said, just don't spray it towards the fans. You know what I mean? But I think that'd be a great victory lane celebration if a driver grabs the fire extinguisher and just goes haywire with it. Hey, we didn't say anything, but Faulkner, I mean, he's up there in 7th.
There's a lot of really fast cars there. I mean, Hennigan's in 3rd. Bo Perry has worked his way into the 4th spot. He started 12th. And, you know, kind of been around the bottom, so he's really had to meticulously work his way for spots, get one spot every few laps, like every 6 laps or so, and you end up here in a position where if something crazy happens up front, he may have a chance to steal this.
6 to go here at Arklatex, and we're back underway.
Here comes Bo Perry to the inside of Chris Hennigan as Kohana gets way loose on the front straightaway. Faulkner into the top 5.
Pursley is so there. He is so there. Knocking on the back door of Cody Myers. Myers just not going to answer the door and let him in. 5 laps to go for 55. Bo Perry up to 3rd now in the number 12. Former big-time winner down at Sabine. And Pursley's got to run down to the inside. Myers opened up the door, but he shut it, and he rockets his way down the back straightaway and separates himself by almost an entire car length.
So we got Myers, Pursley, Perry, Hennigan, Faulkner, your top 5. Daniel Jones running in 6th. Great run from Dalton Dubois in 7th. Kohanic is 8th. Doug Vick Jr. is 9th, and Dustin Hennigan back into the top 10.
You know Cody Myers has been thinking throughout this race. He said he didn't want to overthink it. You know, hashtag just a little luck. But don't you think throughout the entirety of this race, just what's happened each and every the last several years when he's been in this position or been trying to run up front is when is it going to happen again? When's it going to happen again? Right now, just trying to hit his marks and seal this deal as BD3 of Kohanic got all kind of out of sorts, and a couple of them are together. Speaking of Daniel
Bo Perry
Jones.
and Daniel Jones stuck, and they get separated.
Damn.
We're staying green. 2 laps to go for the 55M.
It is tight right now.
Pursley's going to make a move. It's got to come now.
Oh, my gosh. Cody is leaving it wide open, but he's getting a really good charge off the top of turn number 2. The white flag is coming out this time by Cody Myers, 1 lap away for the biggest win of his career in the 55M.
1 lap away from a $5,000 to win Mike Parker Memorial Championship. Zach Clark, who's it going to be, the 55M of Cody Myers or the 56 of Craig Pursley Jr.?
Final time in the turns 3 and 4. Pursley's been knocking on the back door the entire race. The drag race off before, and Cody Myers
Dozier
will
City
finally
Boy!
cash in and win tonight's Mike Parker Memorial. Again, folks, y'all do me a favor, hang out for Cody. I know he'd appreciate it. A 16-year veteran of this class. Started racing these cars like a 70. He's 15 years old down the road at Champion Park. As 31-year-old veteran now, folks, driving the PTS Power Twin City Towing J&J Motorsports Crawfish Time Harold Transmissions 55M. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, that bad boy from Bossier City, Cody Myers, finally a victory lane with big money on the line. He just about had to be perfect, folks. He left the door open there on the bottom, just almost giving Craig Pursley enough room there, but you were able to just rock it there off the exit of 2, Cody. Talk about several things. We can talk about the race, but the emotion, man. To win this race, man, we talked about this last night. As you're kind of in tears here, man, you're a 16-year veteran of this class. You put yourself in position, man. Just so much damn bad luck over the years, man. Your emotion says it all. What does it feel to win this race?
It's amazing. I could do this thing about my dad now because I know I finally got that big win again for him. It ain't gonna settle in yet. You know, we got a lot still to do after this, but man, it means the world to me.
How much were you thinking about it when you're going around there, even under caution, or anytime, when Josh early was giving you the bumper there? I mean, how much were you just thinking about, like, man, when's it going to happen again? When's the bad luck going to strike? Or are you just trying not to think about it and just do your job and hit your marks?
I really didn't think about it. I just know how to be smooth. We didn't have a really good car, but I just know if I could just pace myself, like I said, once I get out front, I'm real strong here and I'm hard to beat.
What were you thinking there late when Craig was kind of giving you the bumper there and kind of showing you the nose?
He ran me hard. I done the same thing to him, and it made me a little nervous because I know he kept me on my toes. And man, I don't know, man. He made me nervous.
Joe Best gave you an opportunity. He stands right here 3 years ago or so, and like we said, man, it's just been one thing after another for you in the tough road to hoe to get here. But, for guys like him and your dad down here, we talked about it, getting a win for Bob and Willow and this entire team that works so damn hard. It's just got to feel good to give this win to them as much as you wanted it for yourself.
Yeah, it feels great, Texas sucked last year because we got DQ, and to come back, Architects home to win in front of my friends and family, it means a lot to me.
Proud of you, man. Congratulations. You've earned it, and you certainly do deserve it, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Here he is. I think Colin's going to grab a word with you as well, man. I just want to talk to you there.
All right, so Cody, I interviewed you Thursday night and Friday night, and we talked about how you raced against Mike Parker and how much this race means to you to have a trophy with Mike's name on it.
It means a lot to me. Like I said, when I first met Mike, he kind of ran me over, and I flipped him off, and we got into it after the heat race, and then before the feature that night, he come over, and we just apologized, and we became good friends since then.
All right, what does it mean to you? Not only just that's the Mike Parker Memorial, but you just won a $5,000 to win race over 87 other factory stocks here at the Land of the Three Wide with hundreds of thousands of people watching on Race on Texas.
Man, it's tough to win here for sure. I didn't start knocking down wins to pretty much last year, and anybody can come out here and win. Any of those 88 cars can win here tonight. It's just so hard to win. You just got to be up on the wheel and just be consistent.
All right, so what kind of shot in the arm does this give you heading into the King of the Hill 2 weeks from today?
It's big for sure. We got to get a little bit better in the shop next 2 weeks, but man, it's a lot of momentum.
All right, who do you have to think on this race car?
Man, I got my dad, Joe Best, Club 20 suspension, Justin Whitehead with Outlaw Race Cars, PTS Race Engine, J&J Motorsports, Harrow's Transmission, Crawfish Time, and Willow.
All right, there he is, race fans. The 9th annual Mike Parker Memorial Champion, Cody Myers in the 55M. All right, race fans, we thank you so much for joining us here at Arclotech Speedway for the Mike Parker Memorial. We are taking next week off as we're going to rework the track surface here at Arclotech Speedway. So we're going to reschedule the Short Track Super Series Ollie's Bargain Outlet Cajun Region Modified race that we had scheduled for next week. Will be rescheduled for later on this year. And we'll be back on August 6th featuring the American Crate Late Model Series, as well as a full slate of our weekly classes. As always, we appreciate Austin Wilkins for being here tonight with Race on Texas, providing the #1 alternative to being in the grandstands tonight.